And we're live. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come and join. One man went to Mo. We're doing it again. I'm not quite sure how well advertised this session is, but some of you and those of you who do know that the sessions take place, you should be here predictably because it should be something that you're able to predict by now. The session has commenced and your company is required. So, Gava, come and join me and let's chew fat over matters Nigeria related. One man went to Mo, the eagle has landed.
Only water, water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ide sodi ya kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Ìlà ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mú dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe o.
And there we are. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbé ṣe ìgbàlà tí ẹlẹ́ àrùn karùn-ún kò ní rí wa gbé ṣe. Powerful prayers by the Kegites. Powerful prayers by the Kegites. As guys, I bring you this. EJIMAKOR IPOB lawyer. I wonder why a federal government stopped dialogue with Kanu in 2017. So, literally, he says that they are looking to plea bargain and open up that space. So, again, EJIMAKOR, IPOB lawyer, I wonder why federal government stopped dialogue with Nnamdi Kanu in 2017. So, we'll explore that and find out exactly what he is saying. It looks as though they've changed that headline since I advertised the narrative, because the original headline was that they were willing to negotiate. So from changed headlines to one that is still consistent, Ailing ex-Lagos Governor Tinubu quietly returns to Nigeria from UK, shuns earlier planned fanfare. So we can see, and we have seen, that this guy is unsteady, unstable on his feet, all manners of ailments. Just looking at him from a distance, you can see that this is a guy that can barely hold himself upright. So how then does it purport then to govern the Nigerian state? Ailing ex-Lagos Governor Tinubu quietly returns to Nigeria from UK, shuns earlier planned fanfare. So we find out the latest development in the Tinubu circles. Lagos All Progressive Congress cancels Sunday's grand welcome for ailing ex-governor Tinubu after correspondence exclusive. So we find out even more from there. Imam pastors, media cause bloodshed in Nigeria. Femi Adesina again, the one now that is just I've given up really on anything like sense ever coming from that guy, and it doesn't disappoint. Imam pastors, media cause bloodshed in Nigeria. A headline attributed to Femi Adesina. Yoruba monarch Oni Yoruba monarch Oni reacts to getting private jet from Oshun governorship aspirant Adeleke. So to that space again, the dancing senator, quite how he's able to afford a private jet is beyond me. But then we've all seen severally how Davido is telling us that they are worth $800-900 million. So I guess that affords a private jet. Again, Yoruba monarch Oni reacts to getting private jet from Oshun governorship aspirant Adeleke. So now they're only for sale or not, we find out in due course. So Tinubu falters and Oshibanjo rears his head. 2023 pro Oshibanjo support group gets APC nod to begin mobilization. So it looks as though the party has now finally given up on that Tinubu narrative. They've waited for as long as they could, and it is now categorical that the guy is just not sufficient enough of health to run a campaign, never mind run a country. So again, APC gives us one Tinubu as again 2023 pro Oshibanjo group gets APC nod to begin mobilization. So we find out what that is all about too. And finally, Nigeria's Minister of Justice under Attorney General Malam May goes bankrupt, exhausts 2021 budget, unable to pay workers' salary. So that guy now, the number one criminal within the Nigerian space, Abubakar Malami, so he strikes again, just insatiable lust for money. Nigeria's Ministry of Justice under Attorney General Malami goes bankrupt, exhausts 2021 budget, unable to pay workers' salary. So there you are, unable to pay workers' salary, a recurring decimal within the Nigerian space. But first, we'll start from the eastern quarters with the EJIMAKOR narrative, and we come into that to those quarters appropriately. So to the Python dance first.
Do I call? O Mary, Bonilla, Abakare, Mama Daora, Unapuri, Mary, Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri, Mary, Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nnamdi bu onye du aimo. O Mary wone nizu ngiro ya. Abakare mamanda ora. Unapuri Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance 3. Unapuri.
And there we are. Python dance once, Python dance twice, Nnamdi win a war. Guys, I bring you this. EJIMAKOR IPOB lawyer. I wonder why federal government stopped dialogue with Kanu in 2017. So to that we go to first, just as soon as I can get rid of some of the things populating my screen. Just bear with me 1 second. All right, so there we are. Lawyer EJIMAKOR is an American-trained attorney who also practices law in Nigeria. As a special counsel to the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, he has been at the forefront of defending the separatist activist and his group. EJIMAKOR believes that his client has not committed any offense. Bear with me. EJIMAKOR believes that his client has not committed any offense and would eventually be let off the hook by the federal government. He speaks on issues regarding the self-determination struggle of IPOB, his sacrifices, and Kanu's state of mind in the Department of State Services DSS facility where he is being held. From the looks of things, your decision as a lawyer has cost you a lot. How much has this battle for freedom for your client taken out of you? So he responds. So this is a question and answer session, by the way. Frankly speaking, I can tell you that yes, you are right that my representation of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB has come at a significant cost and in degrees and manifestation and in degrees and ramifications that I am reluctant to make public. Conversely, being a frontline lawyer to Kanu and IPOB is something I consider an honor, and to this end, I can unequivocally tell you that it has been professionally rewarding, specifically, specifically in the sense that I love what I am doing. I love the very fact that I am involved in the defense of freedom and the right to self-determination. So, even as it comes with significant professional and pecuniary sacrifices, it remains an enterprise I consider to be one of the finest points in my life as a lawyer. So that's his response. And to the next question, some people think you are daring. Are you not afraid for your life, or do you have any protection from the state? What keeps you going? It is not really a question of being daring or gutsy. I think it is more like a question of conviction and of a sense of that as a lawyer, it is my professional duty to defend my clients zealously and sans fear. Nelson Mandela, look at the parallel that this guy is drawing himself with. Look at the company he's trying to put himself within. Nelson Mandela, Mahatma Gandhi, and Martin Luther King, who are in the same mold and stature as Kanu, had a retinue of lawyers who defended their ideals and agitations within the boundaries of the law. There is this universal rule, even recognized by the United Nations, that no lawyer is supposed to be constrained by the authorities when it comes to defending his clients or plying his trade as a lawyer. The right to counsel guaranteed by the Nigerian Constitution implicitly requires the authority to refrain from any conduct that might interfere with the right to counsel. Yet, there is always that possibility that some people, including non-state actors and fifth columnists, may not be too happy with what you do, especially when you are perceived as competent and effective to boot. But in all things, I give thanks to Chukwu Ekike Abiyama, the supreme protector of all. So it goes on to the next question. You made a statement sometimes ago. You made a statement sometimes ago that Nnamdi Kanu would not be tried in any Nigerian court. What do you mean by that? Yes, I did. But let me put it another way. Even though Kanu was undoubtedly are amenable to prosecution and trial based on the charges pending against him from 2015. His subsequent extraordinary rendition from Kenya has changed all that. That's why I commenced the constitutional suit that it is now pending before the High Court of Abia State. But because this question is now sub judice, I cannot comment on its merit, but I can give you an excerpt of the case in chief that I adduced in the originating processes I filed in court. My case in chief is this: that it is fundamentally wrong for the Nigerian state to levy a lethal military attack on Nnamdi Kanu at his home in Abia State while he was free on bond, and having failed to kill him, to then pursue him to Kenya and abduct him without due process of law. The torture that followed, and the unlawful imprisonment in Kenya, plus his consequent expulsion from Kenya to Nigeria, are manifestly unconstitutional and amount to infringement of his fundamental rights. There is an unbroken chain of notorious violations that started in Afara Aku, Abia State in late 2017 and culminated in Kenya in June 2021. It is trite that when a state forcibly takes a fugitive suspect from a sovereign country to its territory without giving the person the benefit of extradition process, it amounts to an act of extraordinary rendition that, without more, trigger insurmountable legal barriers to prosecution. Under applicable laws, a rendition fugitive is entitled Under applicable laws, a renditioned fugitive is entitled to a body of remedies known as collectively reparations, which include restitution, compensation, rehabilitation, satisfaction, and guarantees of non-repetition. One such law provides that restitution should restore the victim to the original situation before the gross violation of international human rights. Restitution includes restoration of liberty and return to one's place of residence. In many nations, extraordinary rendition has been held by the court to be a legal barrier to prosecution. I give one example with the United Kingdom, where the House of Lords held in such a case that where a defendant in a criminal matter had been brought back to the United Kingdom in disregard of available extradition process and in breach of international law and the laws of the state where the defendant had been found, the courts in the United Kingdom the courts in the United Kingdom should take cognizance of those circumstances and refuse to try the defendant. I know that Kanu's case is unique, novel, and presents matters of first impression. Yet it presents a golden opportunity for a Nigerian court to determine whether it is lawful for the Nigerian state to make an extrajudicial attempt on his life in 2017 and having failed, to then pursue him to Kenya, abduct him, torture him, and rendition him to Nigeria without due process of law, or because he is engaged in self-determination, which is a protected political opinion, but one which the government of the day is seeking to repress by means of punishment of some sort. If what they did to Kanu is legal, why did they resort to the the extradition process of the Benin Republic? And why is America equally applying for to extradite Abba Kyari instead of simply levying extraordinary rendition on him. That is the crux of the matter. Do you see his non-production? So this is a follow-on question. Do you see his non? Bear with me. There's something that keeps on popping up to cover the screen. So let me just see if I can get rid of that. Oh, okay. Do you see his non-production in court by the DSS in recent legal appearances as a vindication of your statement or prophecy, as it were? And he answers, let me put it this way. Democratic Nigeria has never had a successful treason trial. Since 1960, democratic Nigeria has had many treason trials without any, except for that of Obafemi Awolowo, netting a conviction or even coming close. No other person has ever been convicted of treason or its garden variety like treasonable felony or sedition throughout all the democratic dispensations in Nigeria. Even when that of Awolowo resulted in conviction, it immediately brought many issues that still dog Nigeria to this day. Plus, Awo's conviction most probably would not have happened had he not overconfidently opted for summary trial when he could have tarried a while. What's more, his trial was later found to have been tainted with pro-founded judicial biases. In quick time, his conviction and sentence were commuted. Most remarkably, his conviction convulsed Nigeria to no end, especially Western Nigeria, and it ultimately contributed to the 1966 coup that directly led to the Civil War and its horrendous aftermath. The lessons from this are not hard to see, and they are: first, treason is a regime specific political offense. So, unless the trial is dubiously concluded during the life of the extant regime, its sunset with the coming it sunsets with the coming of a new regime. Secondly, treason trials, if pushed too aggressively, can bring more problems than it initially set out to contain. In some climes, it led to overthrow of the very government in power, such as in the case of Jerry Rawlings, who such as in the case of Jerry Rawlings, who went from being in jail for treason to overthrowing the very government that jailed him. So Nigeria needs to tread with caution and a keen reference to history as it ramps up on this overly aggressive treason trial of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. When an alpha patriot like Kanu gets so upset with the system that he begins to seek solutions in separation or self-determination, you talk to him, you don't subject him to trial and tribulation. Simple. So, follow-on question. Uh, as Kanu's lawyer, how do you see as Kanu's lawyer, how do you see his ongoing trial? Any hope of him ever getting freed at the end of the day? Before anybody forms an opinion on whether Kanu should have been charged in the first place, not to talk of actually being tried, you need to first understand the position of the law on what he does. A lot of people may not be aware, but the truth is that the enterprise upon which Kanu is engaged and on which grounds his prosecution is known as self-determination, which is legal, not criminal, not even unlawful or under Nigerian laws. One such law at Cap A 9, Laws of Federation of Nigeria, states that all people shall have the unquestionable and inalienable right to self-determination, and that oppressed people shall have the right to free themselves from the bonds of domination by resorting to any means recognized by the international community. One of such means is referendum. So, as you can see, when you express an intention to break away from your country, you have done nothing wrong that should warrant your prosecution for trial. So, all right, so that should warrant your prosecution for treason. So the follow-on question: men are known to be stoic, as they would not openly cry or shed tears. In your pursuit of Kanu's case, has there been any time you had cause to cry, even in secret? The truth is this: defending the right of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB to self-determination is tough in any society, or with in a regime that believes that espousing self-determination is a criminal offense, or that those you are defending are terrorists. For this reason, I have had two horrendous situations with the authorities where I had to also defend myself for merely being a lawyer to Kanu/IPOB. Nnamdi Kanu himself is a Nnamdi Kanu himself is personally aware of this. Because of the exigencies of the moment, I can't say any more on this other than to add that a lot of times it feels like being marooned between a rock and a hard place. Follow-on question: a lot of people are talking about finding a lot of people are talking about finding a political solution to this impasse so that we can move on as a nation. And from what we learned, there are talks going on in that area. If your client is offered amnesty or freedom on the basis that he renounces his political stance, why won't he accept? So this is the space now that goes to that headline that I that I advertised. So a lot of people are talking about finding a political solution to this impasse so that we can move on as a nation. And from what we learned, there are talks going on in that area. If your client is offered amnesty or freedom on the basis that he renounces his political stance, why won't he accept the offer? So this is his answer. You will recall that back in early September 2017, Mazi Kanu was in talks with the Southeast governors with the tacit blessing of the federal government. Then, all of a sudden, the dialogue was terminated and Python dance was brought to bear. It was not Kanu that terminated the dialogue. When someone demands self-determination through referendum, he has shown sufficient consideration to the state such that should warrant some reciprocity that can begin with a dialogue. Kanu has never ruled out dialogue. So, what's stopping the authorities? So, there you have it then. That is the space then that opens the plea bargain. So, this is the olive branch now reached out by Kanu via his lawyer, saying to the government, let's negotiate. I want to negotiate myself out of this situation. It is quite categorical, so I'll just bring you that passage again. You will recall that back in early September 2017, Mazi Kanu was in talks with the southeastern governors with the tacit blessings of the federal government. Then, all of a sudden, the dialogue was terminated and Python dance brought to bear. It was not Kanu that terminated. So this is conciliatory language right now, and this is language of our negotiation. So this is a man now opening up a space to negotiate his client out of a situation. Listen carefully. It was not Kanu that terminated the dialogue. When when someone demands self-determination through referendum, he has shown sufficient consideration to the state, such that should warrant some reciprocity that can begin with a dialogue. So listen very carefully now. Kanu has never ruled out dialogue. So, what is stopping the authorities? So, there it is right there, essentially looking to plea bargain. That was the situation. So, let's just wrap it up. Presently, the legal team, so this is the following question. Presently, the legal team, presently, the legal team is Nnamdi Kanu's only link with the outside world. One of the complaints some factions of IPOB allegedly have against you is that it is difficult to know when Kanu is talking and when you are injecting your own thoughts and calling them Kanu's. Could you react to this allegation? So this is now because they are starting to beef these lawyers. You know the IPOB, you know what they're like in the East. This guy trying to help their champion, and they've already started to beef with him. So he responds to the beef. I don't know of any factions in IPOB, not to talk of any factions having complaints against me or questioning the veracity of what I might have discussed with Kanu in private, which, by the way, borders on legal strategies for his defense. I have clarified this matter previously that anytime you see any of Kanu's lawyers being attacked publicly, it should be attributed to fifth columnist whose sole intention is to complicate my legal defense for Kanu. In other words, one of the ways you can easily identify the true enemies of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB, or those that don't wish them well, is to listen to the words of those attacking his lawyers, his deputies, and family members at a precarious moment like this. As for me personally, it seems that those against me are threatened by the merits of the legal maneuvers I am currently undertaking in defense of Kanu. A few of them hide under claims of being IPOB members, but their words and actions will show that they are not bona fide members of IPOB. I cannot be distracted by such inane uh, or is that insane tactics? Okay, not much more of it to go, so we just plow through it. Despite the reported directive from Kano to IPOB to call off the sit-at-home strike, the exercise has continued to hold in several parts of Igbo land. What do you have to say to this, and how does this make Kanu feel? He responds, it means that the sit-at-home has turned a new corner where it is now possessed of the toga of volunteerism that underscores the widespread discontent in the land. In other words, the sit at home speaks for itself. So instead of criticizing or fighting it, the authorities should see it as a pre referendum on what is at stake and an opportunity to change course and address the issue constructively. Follow-on question. Many people see Nnamdi Kanu as an angry man, always cursing people, always abusing and insulting people. In your interactions with him, has he ever laughed? So he responds, Mazi Kanu is a rare gem. He is possessed of many superlative qualities. He has charisma and high intelligent quotient plus a good heart. He is emotionally stable, and yes, he has a lot of laughter in him. And despite his rhetorics, he hates nobody. He hates no tribe. He hates no religion. What he hates is systematic injustice of man against man. That is what drives his rhetorics. his rhetoric. Are you in touch with his wife? And what was your last discussion with her? Does Kanu miss them? So this rounds it off. Yes, I am in touch with his wife, and from what I know, she's a young woman of extraordinary strength, character, and intelligence. Like the wife of someone fighting for the freedom of his people, she understands the sacrifices and tribulations that may come. In summary, she is very upbeat and stable. As for Mazi Kanu, yes, it is natural that he will miss his family. He loves his wife and his children deeply. There is no doubt about that. He's a great family man, a great husband, and a great father. So, plea bargain, essentially what we take from that. So, it looks as though the subtle begging has begun. Ailing ex-Lagos Governor Tinubu quietly returns to Nigeria from United Kingdom, shun earlier planned fanfare. The national leader of the All Progressive Congress APC and former Lagos State Governor Bola Tinubu returned quietly to Nigeria on Friday after spending months overseas for medical care. Correspondents had earlier reported his planned return to a grand welcome organized by his political associates. However, due to his inability to stand the rigors of a physical rally, the ex Lagos governor quietly entered into the country, shunning any fanfare. Correspondents had reported that a grand welcome was being arranged at the Nigeria Police College in Ikeja, Lagos, for the politician. However, top sources confirmed his earlier return to correspondents on Friday. Tinubu has quietly returned tonight. He returned quietly but can't stand the rigor of a physical rally. He arrived on a Falcon jet with registration number blah blah blah. The tracking for the jet is blocked on aviation tracking platforms. It was also learned that amongst those at the Muritala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, to meet Tinubu was the state governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Correspondents further learned that the APC chieftain did not get down from his aircraft after arrival. His passport was stamped from Quit Aviation, but he departed from Evergreen Hangar at the airport. Meanwhile, so the guy didn't even pass through the normal processes. Meanwhile, the APC in Lagos State had sent out a circular to its leaders across the state, informing them that the Sunday welcome party being organized for Tinubu would not be held as earlier scheduled. Correspondents learned that the APC sent the circular, signed by Alhaji Tunde Balogun, APC State Chairman, and Alhaji Maroon Are, GAC Secretary, to the party leaders, blah, 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 blah. Let's just see. Sorry, I'm just skimming through what is not necessarily relevant. Correspondents, however, gathered that the cancellation was due to the exclusive report published recently, which forced them to abrupt promptly. They cancelled the police college event meant to welcome Tinubu back to Nigeria. It was due to the expose in the media, a top source said. In a circular obtained by correspondents on Friday, the APC leader were told that the new arrangement for welcoming Tinubu will be announced. So there we are. So it's just the usual stuff that follows on from there. So the usual stuff follows on from there as we depart there to go to FEMI Adesina. Imams, pastors, media cause bloodshed in Nigeria. Femi Adesina speaks. Spokesperson to President Muhammadu Buhari, Femi Adesina, has accused clerics of the Christian and Muslim faith and the media of inciting violence in the country. The reckless utterances come even from the pulpit, from apostles, from pastors and bishops, from the mosques, from sheikhs and malams, from the newspapers, radio, television, internet, everywhere, Mr. Adesina wrote on his Facebook page Thursday night. From the very old, the young, male and female, they just say incourteous, thoughtless, imprudent things that swell up and lead to violence, sorrow, tears, and blood, he added. Known for his use of ill mannered language in describing critics of the Buhari regime, Mr. Adesina said life after his principal had deteriorated. Known for his use of ill-mannered language in describing critics of the Buhari regime, Mr. Adesina said life under his principal had deteriorated in the last 18 months. We have indeed passed through the most challenging times in the past 18 months, security-wise, economically, socio-politically, and in many other ways. Life has descended. So he goes on to do that Wole Soyinka thing that he attempts. So we abandon that there. Yoruba monarch Oni reacts to getting private jet from Osun governor aspirant Adeleke. The Oni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwese Ojajade II, has debunked the rumors that Senator Ademola Adeleke had promised him a private jet gift. This is contained in a statement by the Director of Media and Public Affairs of the Ooni of Ife's Palace, Moses Olafare, on Friday in Ile-Ife. Olafare admonished the general public to disregard a viral report that stated that a gubernatorial aspirant of the People's Democratic Party, Senator Ademola Adeleke, during a courtesy visit on Wednesday, promised to procure an aircraft for the Oni. For the Oni, he said that there was no such report issued from the palace, despite the fact that the politician's speech was twisted by some writers with hidden intentions, including to drag the respected stool of the Oni into the mud. The press secretary clarified that the truth could be sought from videos that emanated from the visit. Olafare added that Oni's singular request was for a credible election, devoid of crisis, for the betterment of all, which the PDP chieftain agreed to. According to him, it is the usual character of all political office aspirants and party candidates without exception, including the visiting Adeleke, to make several promises like the reconstruction of roads in Ile-Ife and completion of the Osun State Airport project at Ido-Osun, amongst others. Sadly, these developmental bullet points were mischievously ignored in the viral news report. On the controversial private jet, it is a common knowledge that the Adeleke family has a fleet of private jets, which could have been the basis for the governorship hopeful to have likely said, Royal Father, private jets you may need for your trips are readily available, he stated. So this is now double talk now. Private jets you may need for your trips are available. This is what an aspirant is saying to the Oni, but they are telling us that it is not the language of corruption. 2023 pro Oshibanjo support group gets APC nod to begin mobilization. Supporters of Vice President Yemi Oshibanjo under the aegis of the Progressive Consolidation Group have received approval of the leadership of the All Progressive Congress to canvass support for his emergence as the party's candidate for the 2023 presidential election. The approval was contained in a letter titled Letter of Recognition as a Support Group, dated October the 4th, 2021, which was signed by the Director Administration of the APC, Abubakar Suleiman, and made public in Abuja on Saturday. The letter, which was addressed to the PCG, reads in part, we write to inform that we write to inform you that the national chairman, His Excellency Mia Malaboni, has approved your recognition as a support group of the party. Addressing reporters as a result of the recognition, the head of the Progressive Civil Society Group, one of the subgroups in the PCG, Mr. Bala Gide, explained that with this development, the PCG has been given the rare privilege of becoming the first to be recognized. He said, while we laud President Muhammadu Buhari's forthright leadership and its populist direction, which we expect an Oshibanjo presidency to energetically sustain after 2023, we also applaud the focused forthrightness of the APC leadership, ably led by Governor Buni. We deeply appreciate the widening mobilization and deepening support that PCG and all associated groups working towards an Oshibajo presidency, all our grassroots and national leaders, as well as current governors, federal and state lawmakers, along with various labor and professional groups, will have further significant roles to play in 2023. The group appealed to the vice president to yield to public demand to throw his hat in the ring. It promised that members will conduct themselves with decorum and respect all other aspirants who may wish to fly the APC flag in the presidential race. So Shibajo throws his hat into the ring with the approval of Asurok. Abubakar Malami not paying salary, so I'm not really going to dwell too much on that, but that is just the narrative. Uh, okay, so
Hello?
Charlie Boy, yeah, Charles, I see you. So
Yeah.
what are you making of what's it called? Sorry, what are you making of what the Nnamdi Kanu lawyer was saying?
Yeah. Like, I think when Nnamdi Kanu, he basically saying, I think what he's saying, he said, why you get to West Nnamdi Kanu? He's fighting for his people. He did nothing wrong. But I do
Oh,
think that, because look, if Nnamdi Kanu was in America, the America will release him immediately. He did nothing wrong. Because in America's culture, America believe if you fight for your freedom, that's why in America you could talk anything you want. America's a free country. America say anything you want. Because America allows for free speech. In Africa, they don't allow that. And that's the reason why if Africa saw allow free speech, that might help Africa. But Africa's not. That's the reason Africa is backwards. Because Africa doesn't think for the future. He actually said, why China, America think for the future? Africa thinking
oh, oh,
backwards.
oh,
How
oh,
can how
oh,
can how can a postman 101 with cattle? Are we in
all right.
the 18th century BC? Come on,
How do you mean? Why do you say that?
because the way Africans, I'm kind of sad, but I think black people are dumb, in my opinion.
You think black? Well, you're a black person too, so do you
Yeah,
include yourself in that?
yeah, I think all of them are dumb. The reason I'm saying is, because black people actually say, why is white people making fun of you? Why white people make the reason why actually why is Europeans making fun of you? Why Americans are making fun of you? You ask yourself, it's the way we act.
How are they making fun of us?
Because look at Trump come. Remember Trump called Nigeria Cheeto? Remember that? You see? Because Nigeria's image make Trump say that. You
Trump
see?
never called Nigeria a shithole.
I know.
It said shithole countries,
Yeah,
which sweeps up quite a lot of countries.
yeah. And sad part, what Trump, I don't like Trump, but what he says is the truth. If you call Africa, you realize Africa need to change. Because Africa, actually, how is that France control Cameroon? How can European country control Cameroon?
How do you know that the Europeans control Cameroon?
Because France could allow countries, a lot of countries control very poor. Look at Congo. Congo controlled by France, but Congo having a war right now in Congo. It's controlled by France. That's what I'm saying. This is sad.
Where are you getting all these things you say from, Charles? Where are you getting it from?
See, woman. I tell you the truth. Listen, woman. You know the truth. Yeah, the reason why African Americans in America, of being disgraced, harassed, because people back home showing African Americans why they're being. That's a fact. You know why black people in America are being wasted and attacked, because us in Africa are showing them why they should be attacked. Because we're not helping them. We're not helping their image. You see, if Africans change the image, then people who live here, the white people have more respect.
You know, I somewhat agree with that. You know, if
Because
Africa,
that that's it too. Like every time, do I know it's too? I was watching one video of one go to Nigeria, and one lady asked the guy, why should you go to Nigeria? You'll be killed there. You see, that's the image you're putting out, and it's sad. And for all your immigrants, we face the bullying. We face discrimination because our leaders are constantly face discrimination. Even though we're not bad, but they're bad. They really see they really make our image bad. That's why I think that you should like good leaders who don't make it look bad. And Bradley is making us way backward. He showed the whole country. Come on, how can a guy who can't speak good English, he came from the village to become president? That's sad. A
well,
village guy become
it doesn't
president.
have to speak English. He's not an Englishman.
But how can a village guy become president? It should like somebody who's
All right.
business. See,
Oh, oh,
that's why African do African. I like people who have vision, who take you somewhere. Don't let people people have vision who will take you somewhere in the future. If you want to change, you can change stuff. I like people who have vision. That's why all the youth out there
all
step
right.
in, go to politics, step
Yeah,
in.
no, that's fine, Charles. Let me take you to the next talking. I'm not sure if you have any thoughts on the talking points, but
Yeah,
Tinubu returns to Nigeria. What are you making of that?
that guy Tingo needs to sleep. He's too old to become president. Why do you need another
Well,
one?
he's younger than the president in place at the moment.
No, that guy is a corrupt. He's so corrupt. Do I know he's
Okay.
corrupt? That guy Tingo. We don't need like him. He's too old. We need a new guy. We can't need the
Okay.
same people. Tingo, Buhari, about you. All the same people who cause
All right.
problems. We need new people coming in.
Okay. Can that new person be Oshibanjo, the vice president, because they are now promoting his name?
Yeah, I don't care. We need that guy. We need that guy. He's new.
Well, it's not new. It's Buhari's deputy, isn't he? So it's not new.
Because all the people we like, look at Peter B. I thought it was good, but look like he's corrupt too. You see, we don't need this type of people. They lie to you, pretend they're not corrupt, but when they're eventually gonna get you. That's what I like about America. When you're not corrupt, they eventually get you with your
Oh,
money.
all right. So Trump was not corrupt, was he?
No, Trump is corrupt too, but
There you are.
I think Peter B. I don't know what happened to Peter B. That he know he's corrupt, but he didn't want to say it. The problem, I eventually caught him doing the evil act. He can't hide now, Peter B.
Oh, all right. Okay. I'm not really sure that I'm not sure that you have any real thoughts. Okay, let me just run you through it because you've made the effort.
Mhm.
So the welcome party for Tinubu has been cancelled. So that you've already covered. Femi, additional, he is blaming the pastors for the violence going on in Nigeria. So what are you making of that? Femi additional blaming the pastors.
Yeah, I think he making a good point. I think because the pastor, why are the pastors doing that? The pastors should pray. Pastors are corrupt because the party to use them for political gain. Look at that Igbo pastor who voted. He said Buhari's gonna save us. Where is he now? Buhari's not saving us. The guy in Igbo said Buhari's gonna save us. That guy's funny.
Yeah, Father Mbaka, his name is.
He said Buhari's gonna save us. See, then eventually they've changed to another guy said they're gonna save us. They don't know what they're doing.
Charles, what are you making of the honor of Ife collecting private jets from political aspirants?
Damn, that's he. How can politicians have private jet when people suffering and die of hunger? And they have private jet. People die of hunger and they have private jet flying to different countries. Who does that? Most of the money used private jet is by people who are corrupt. You see,
No,
why should you fly private people back home? I don't care. I dare them to go back home and see the people dying in the street. What they will see. We find private jet. Who did private jet? People die in the street. Use the money, feed them money. People die in the street. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Co-op. That's one reason I like all the African countries co-op. At least they co-op people build something for the people. But Nigeria co-op people, they build nothing. They make the money and fly abroad and send the kids to college.
All right.
That's shameful.
Charles, let me bring you the last talking point. Nigeria's Ministry of Justice under Attorney General Malam May goes bankrupt, exhausts 2021 budget, unable to pay workers' salary. The Federal Ministry of Justice under the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malam May, has exhausted its personnel cost in the 2021 budget and is currently bankrupt and unable to pay the salaries of its workers, correspondents gather. Some workers in the federal ministry told correspondents that life has become increasingly difficult for them as they are unable to meet their financial obligation. They wonder how Malam May and other senior officials of the ministry would claim to have exhausted their personnel budget before the end of the fiscal year, adding that the morale of the staff was very low. The Ministry of Justice was unable to pay us last month's salary because of the ministry exhausting its budget, according to the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation. The Accountant General had written to call the ministry's attention to this before, but out of Malam May and others' negligence, they didn't take it serious because they refused to act. Hence, they could not pay our salaries. One other worker in the ministry stated that if the situation was allowed to continue, their productivity would be affected. So essentially, Abubakar Malam May has looted even staff salary in that space.
See, that's that. How can the people working for you but can't pay their salary? The whole Nigeria put the basis to the money. So when they do a project, half of the project go to their pocket. And the people who build the project and get nothing, they're suffering. Why can Nigeria pay people's salary? What's hard to pay people's salary?
And the money was there, so what's happened to the money? Because that's the thing. It was budgeted for.
Have it in the private bank like PWB has. Why can't you use that money and help pay people's salary? You say Nigeria is rich. Just show us why you're rich. That's what I always wonder. Nigeria said they're rich, but why I can't see the richness in the world and the building? So I get
no, you can see it in the private jets that people are giving to kings.
Private jet will not help you. Will private jet help you to move forward?
Yeah, it will help you get from A to B.
But would it help you?
Do you have a private jet, Charles?
But
why not?
Would it help you people have a vision? No, it doesn't. You gotta have a vision for a country. You don't have. How you have a vision? You gotta think about your future, your grandkids.
Oh, all right. Oh, okay. Thank you, Charles. Thank you for opening the session. Let me go on to Igo, who has joined us. Igo, are you there? No, we don't appear to have Igo. Let's go to Ola, who has joined us. Ola, are you there?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can perfectly. Thank you for joining us. So let me start you off from where Charles left off. Abubakar Malam May now not able to pay staff salary, even though that had been already captured in the budget. So quite what's happened to the money? A clue will be to point in the direction of all of these properties that is building all over the place. So Abubakar Malam May bankrupts the Ministry of Justice. What says you?
You know, what the problem in Nigeria naturally is we have some type of bureaucracy that the financial status of the country cannot actually support. And now we have some type of leaders that they are not necessarily in the position for how they can make the life of the masses better, but how they can expand their empire and how they can make sure that they fulfill their own holy ambitions. So now, whatever Malam May is doing, we have to factor it with respect to his ability. the thing is, when you pull those people that are not really, do not really have the ability to handle a position there, what they do is they are always this kind of unsecure. They are insecure, or maybe unsecure, whichever one you want to use. They are not secure, so they just want to loot as much as possible, and that preoccupies their mind, and that's the only occupation they have, and that's the reason they are occupying the office. They loot as much as possible, that they cannot really, they cannot really think of the consequences of their actions. So to me, that's the category that the likes of Malawi belongs to. So what is happening to the Ministry of Justice is not unusual. It's not unusual. Like, for example, I'll give you an example. If you go to the state, for example, you will see people calling Fayemi Omoluabi, and although it started from a Fayoshe side, many people got promotion twice, and their salary never increased. Even when you have some states that are still owing in area, they're still owing their workers like several months' salaries. And yet these guys, they have secretary to this, secretary to that, they will have some kind of advisor to this and that. So at the end of the day, when you even see all those advisors, the question is this: are they really paying them like the normal way they pay political office holders? Yeah, on paper, you can see like millions of naira budgeted, allocated to the offices. But at the end of the day, these guys, they are not even any more than a regular civil servant. So it's telling you the structural deficiency that we have in the country, just to make sure that it favors those people that are there to loot the country blind.
Okay.
That is what I say about Abubakar Salami.
All right, thank you. It's just really the salaries were captured in the budget, and they are not able to pay it. So there's certainly that's an area that needs to. So this is EFCC territory again. If something, hold on. If something is already captured in the budget, and you are saying you're not able to pay it, then where is the money? So it's just a simple, straightforward thing. If the budget already allocates for it, but you are not able to pay them salary, then where is the money?
Exactly. So if the budget was actually dispensed, and the money the money for it was actually dispensed, and this guy is not paying, then that one is so glaring, right? It's so glaring that is direct looting, clear stealing. But the situation now, another situation is this: if the salary, if the money for to execute those projects was not dispersed, that's another thing entirely, because the issue is the issue we have here sometimes is this: you have public officers that they take the public fund for a personal investment, and along the line the investment something may even go wrong, and it comes to where they now leave all those people, they now leave the victim now to sort themselves out. So I think you are correct about your point. Alexander Akasi, I agree with you, sir.
All right. What often happens in the Nigerian space is when those monies are released, what these people then do is they go and give it to this high yield 90-day turnaround banks, so they to take the interest of it, and then people are held hostage for their salary. So he may well just be round tripping their money, or maybe he has outrightly stolen it. But as ever,
you are very correct, because I can give you an example. It happened sometimes ago that there was a guy that needed money, but the guy didn't have a very good bank account, and he needed money to execute a project on behalf of his client. You know what some of these bankers normally do is this. We used to laugh at them. So some of them will even be desperate enough to even go to the money that is supposed to serve ATM. They will take the money out. They will lend it out like 10-12% a month, and they will get that money back, right? So there was a guy that time. The guy was working for one of the financial institutions. That financial institutions, they sponsor. They were trying to finance some housing projects. Now they gave this money to some Chinese guys. Those Chinese guys took that money to the stock market, and thing went wrong. That was around 2007, and the thing went wrong. So this is when they now started asking this guy that, okay, if you have money, execute. So wherever you at the level of the completion, we are going to reimburse you. So that was what they were doing there. So when this guy was looking for money that they could not see, now he now went to all these 10%ers or 12%ers every month just to borrow. So what we are saying now, you won't be surprised. You find the type of money that you give to Malam May in such market. And the risk in such market is this: things can easily go wrong because you find some contractors that, okay, they will execute the project. For them now to get their money back, it becomes very difficult. So I agree with you on that.
All right. Thank you, Ola. So now to this, actually, let me start it from here. Tinubu returns to Nigeria, which was something that Alexander highlighted yesterday, but now we have the full story. So he returns to Nigeria, still not the full ticket, still under the weight of ill health. So they had planned a fanfare for him, which they've had to cancel because his body just cannot handle the rigor of that of just that one party that they wanted to throw for him. So they've cancelled just a welcoming party, but this guy still insists he wants to be president. Are we just now saying that this guy rather's health is too just debilitated for him to be? Should they just step out of the way now because the health is just his body cannot hold up? That's just the thing.
Yeah, naturally, to me, and that's what I believe. A leader is not by a leader is not supposed to say, okay, I must be the one to do this thing at all costs. A leader should be someone that say, okay, then let me see how many people that I can raise. I know that in fairness to Tinubu, he has raised so many guys that should be able to step in, but sometimes too because of human nature, and because of the level of that ambition, because it's the topmost job in the country, and it has been his long-time ambition. So that is why if we want to, because the way our politician thinks, we should understand that these guys, they are not normal human beings, because they think as if they are going to be there forever, as if they are immortal person that when we are there, we'll be there forever. So they don't think about whether they are old or whether something can happen to them tomorrow. All they care about is the current situation, the ambition. They don't care what happens to anybody after. So now what I'm trying to say is this: if you tell Tinubu to step aside, he is not likely to listen to you. People that are able to tell him to step aside, they may not want to incur his wrath.
Will he not come to that conclusion himself, Ola? If he cannot even hold himself steady on his feet, and he knows that he cannot hold himself steady on his feet, will he not by himself come to the conclusion that no, this is not something that I can any longer hold on to?
If it comes to that conclusion, then congratulations to Nigeria and Africa. That means that we are actually moving forward. The way it is this: I've not seen that typical African leaders that will still take that step, because even including our main man, FEMI and all those, these people, they will never quit that position of that position of influence. They don't want to. They want to be the only one that will be commanding, that be controlling every situation. So to me, I don't see him, except maybe he now senses some kind of forces that he thinks he cannot withstand. That's the only situation. But as far as this man is concerned, his endpoint is he believes so much in that 2023 election presidential ambition. Assuming even the man there, because we'll be hearing about this third time story, all this kind of thing. Assuming the guy there is even ready to quit, so you will see the type of
it's the same thing, isn't it, Ola?
Exactly.
No, that wasn't what I was saying. The same thing that Buhari himself, his health cannot withstand another 4 years of being. That guy is ready to go, It's just that he just cannot go. I don't think Buhari is doing any third term thing. Have you seen him walk? The way he walks like Scooby Doo. Just that guy. I don't think his body can withstand another 4 years in that space. Do you
Yeah,
think he
yeah.
can?
Yeah, one man, you are seeing that thing as a regular, as a normal human being. But like we say, these are politicians, they are not regular human beings. They don't think the way we think. So till death do us apart is the way they think whenever it comes to the political office. To the political office. I was reading one cartoon that the only thing that some politicians, if they even die on that on the throne, you have to even call the seat of their put up before they can even allow that seat to go. That one is just an illustration of how terrible our African leaders can be when it comes to political power. So, because what we are saying now, by now, even Tinubu should, if it's a normal thing, if they reason like normal human being, now they should even be talking about who is the right person who is the right successor, who should be able to hold that office. We should be talking of whether it's Osinbajo or Fashola or whosoever, or maybe another person, maybe now Wiki or whosoever that should be able to step in. But these guys are not doing this. So it's only one person, and unfortunately, even those people that are even mentioned, some of those people that are even mentioned, they are even rooting for this guy to become the president in 2023. So is because nobody want to move against him, because he has hijacked the political, to some extent, maybe within the southwest region, he has hijacked the political machinery, or should I say he was the one that even built that, is the one that even built that political machinery. So nobody want to move against him. That's where the problem lies.
Oh, okay. You say nobody wants to move against him, but 2023 pro Oshibanjo support group get APC nod to begin mobilization. So a group that has set itself up just to promote Oshibanjo for president, they have now been approved by Malam May as one of the groups that speak on behalf of the APC. So that then tells you then categorically that the APC haven't weighed and assessed Tinubu and not willing to wait for that much longer for him to recover, have now decided to move on to substitute him with Oshibanjo again. So 2014 revisited, pro Oshibanjo group approved by APC. What are you making of that?
Well, it's going to be interesting, but this is we have to watch for some signs, because now Malam May made his own statement, right? Maybe boldly. Where he's doing that, watch out for others that will be treading cautiously. Look at this. What's this name of this guy in Lagos? This Sanwo-Olu. Yeah, I read this. I read how he's trying to eulogize Tinubu about 2 or 3 days ago. I was trying to praise him for his achievement. How he's ready, how he's ready to support his ambition, that he believes that is the one that will be able to take Nigeria to the next level. And that guy is supposed to be an APC member, right? Now, when you look at the guy, when you look at guy in Osun State, for example, in Ogun State, for example, what's he saying? None of them is talking about what this guy, what this pro Oshibajo group, what I say. See, 2 things can happen. Some people may just be supporting Oshibajo just to cause some this division between him and Tinubu on one hand, and while on the other hand, you have people like this guy, the state governor Fayemi too, that is ambitious too, that want to take that position. So the political calculation, if I would say, it won't be clear to me the direction they are headed until maybe we find some things like maybe in like 2 or 3 weeks, or like within a month, we'll be able to see clearly. But as it is now, if they are getting the situation right by now, a person like Bola Ahmed Tinubu, nothing stopping from coming out that, okay, I'm endorsing this guy to go for this position, but he's keeping quiet. Don't forget that this is the way that this guy kept quiet when Amechi too was even trying to become the vice president before Oshibajo. At the end of the day, Tinubu was not saying anything. At the end of the day, when this guy knew that he was going to destroy his political this in the career, he has to find some people that are very close to Tinubu to go and beg Tinubu that he should just pardon him. So that's how this thing. So Tinubu is a kind of person that until he talks, you have to be very careful how you deal with that guy, because like I said, they are not normal guys. These guys, they sustain themselves, and please don't quote me with some things. So they do, because they need some kind of energy, unusual energy, to sustain themselves, that make them believe that they will even live longer than they are. Even though I'm not praying for anybody to fall down, but we understand old age. So to me personally, whatever Manabuni is doing, I will see it as normal politics until the event start unfolding. It is very premature for me to just calculate, pre-calculate what exactly you are trying to do. It may not be out of love for Shibajo. It will be out of political manipulation, to set Tinubu again, to set Shibajo against Tinubu, maybe to still move to see how the agenda back to the north. I'm not sure. It's just my speculation. So I just have to be very cautious along that line. That's for me.
All right, thank you. So now this language now from Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, conciliatory language, opening the window for negotiation and asking that they've never walked away from the table of discussion. So essentially the language of a plea bargain. What are you making then? And of course, if they are going to plea bargain, then they have to concede something. So what are you then making of this conciliatory tone that we're hearing from Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, plea bargain from IPOB?
While you were reading that, the way I see the thing is this. Mazi has never said he was going to war with Nigeria. He was asking for referendum to let my Biafra people go. So all the basis of his agitation has always been negotiation. It is the federal government that always closes that chapter of negotiation. Okay, for example, we were talking of plebiscite and referendum the other time, Maybe if they've told the federal government something like plebiscite before, like I said, maybe they will actually agree. But when it is coming to something like a referendum, you know that when you lose in a referendum, it has become a law. If you win, it has become a law. You understand? So this federal government, they don't want to listen to anything that, because they want forcing that's okay. Nigeria, the basis of Nigeria existence is not negotiable. So for Mazi, all his statement and whatever the lawyer is saying now, they've been consistent. It is the language of negotiation, irrespective of whatever he was saying before he was arrested. It has always been about negotiation. Because if this guy is not ready to negotiate, nothing stopping from the first day for him to start he will have started arm struggling a very long time ago. You will see all agitators in Nigeria, none of them is talking outside negotiation.
What do you think he'd be willing to give up for his freedom?
I don't know, because I cannot really read his mind, but based on what his lawyer is saying, is what I know, that it has always been consistent with what Mazi Kanu himself has been advocating for. Every tribe in Nigeria, every tribe in Nigeria wants to negotiate. For example, the way the South will just see the Northerners as useless.
What I was getting at, Ola, is if you are negotiating, you have to concede something. You don't negotiate and hold your original position when you came into negotiation. That's never been the case. So if you are negotiating, you concede something, the other party concedes. So what then would Nnamdi Kanu, and he has to concede significantly for his freedom. So what would he have to concede for that freedom?
The issue of Biafra is beyond Kanu. That's just the point there. If Nnamdi Kanu says, I'm not going to fight for Biafra, I'm not going to agitate for Biafra today, it doesn't stop that agitation. The more Nigerian federal government is running away from the reality, the more the reality will keep chasing them. So even if Mazi said today that, okay, I'm no longer fighting on behalf
would you concede that the biggest space in Biafra is IPOB? The biggest activity in that space is IPOB.
It can be IPOB. Mazi Kanu might have be instrumental to the creation of IPOB. But when a leader creates an organization, a well-established organization, we actually outgrow the leadership.
Do you think they have outgrown him, or do you think they follow his voice more than ever?
Okay, for example, now since what's the name of this man that established Odua People Congress for Dr. Frederick Fashion? The man died several years ago now, for example, and we still have OPC today. So the thing is this: Mazi Kanu can even decide, okay, I'm not okay, I want to renounce my membership of IPOB or those stuff. We don't stop IPOB because he has already started.
No, I don't think he would necessarily renounce. What I am trying to hint at is that he will have to concede something, and that concession almost certainly giving up on a breakaway country, and then he will start to speak the language of restructuring and confederation, which was his original language. So he will revert back to his original language and put down the guns, and they will let him go. So this is what I think they are going to negotiate out of him.
Well, in Nigeria, anything is possible, but the way I see it is this: like you already said, Mazi Kanu has always been pro restructuring, but when you try to ask someone, okay, let us renegotiate this our relationship, and you are saying, okay, we don't want, because this guy already shown to you, okay, he told you before, he showed you everything that, okay, I would like to live with you, but based on some arrangement. But you are saying no. He's saying, okay, and I said, okay, if you don't want us to have pre-contract agreement, or maybe it's the kind of agreement that we ensure our existence together, then let me leave, and you can do whatever you do. You understand? So even if the guy is still coming back to restructuring, it doesn't mean that he has left this idea.
If he goes back to restructuring, then he's giving up on Biafra.
It doesn't mean it's giving up on Biafra.
No, you can't have Biafra and have restructuring.
Because Biafra is bigger than any Igbo guy or any South guy. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yoruba, for example, now Yoruba agitation with whatever is bigger than Sunday Igboho. It's even bigger than all this prof. Those people that are there today, they are just leading because that thing will never die. That just like when we're reading Animal Farm. That vision never died.
If Nnamdi Kanu gives up on Biafra, that is the end of that space. That's just it. If Nnamdi Kanu gives up on Biafra, which they would have to ask him to, if they release him under Buhari, then he will give up Biafra to get his freedom.
So that will show how naive or inexperienced are those people in the government. If they are really leading this country, it will show how inexperienced they are. When people have movement, truly they have a leader. You understand? But the leadership, but the group itself is bigger than the entire.
Are you saying is IPOB bigger than Kanu? Is that what you are suggesting?
Exactly. IPOB is bigger. You see, okay.
You think so? You think IPOB is bigger than Kanu?
The issue of Biafra was there before I was born.
No. Not Biafra. IPOB.
That's what I'm saying. IPOB is instrumental to achieving Biafra vision, right?
No. Yeah, no. But the organization just at itself, not the greater Biafra narrative.
Exactly.
Hold on. Just so you understand the question. IPOB as an organization, not Biafra as a narrative, but IPOB as an organization, with Nnamdi Kanu being its arrowhead, is IPOB bigger than Kanu?
Any organization will always be bigger than its founder, no matter how we see it.
Really?
Yeah. Any organization that is not bigger than its founder, that means that was never an organization to start with.
Please, is IPOB bigger than Nigeria?
No, not be. No, that's not where. That's not what we are saying. I won't say IPOB. I won't say IPOB is bigger than Nigeria. You know, it would be so naive for me to say that. IPOB, if IPOB is bigger than Nigeria by now, you understand they will have got out of Nigeria. So
let me just chip in a little bit on what you were saying about, especially as it relates to plebiscite and referendum. The Nigerian constitution is clear. Until there is an amendment on that constitution, we are not going to have referendum or plebiscite in Nigeria. It's not going to happen, because in order to have a referendum, there must be a legal basis on it. As we speak, it is not there. So my issue was that I was thinking if people were really serious about it, they could bring it as a constitutional amendment in the House or in the Senate. It has to start somewhere. There is just no way that you can actualize anything without.
Can I add up to that? To me, I believe if the lawyer of Nnamdi Kanu is going for a plea bargain, Nnamdi Kanu should at least be in the same line with that lawyer, because that lawyer, for him to go for plea bargain, might have seen something, and that's why he's pushing for that plea bargain. That's what I think.
The lawyer cannot speak.
An experienced lawyer.
The lawyer cannot speak outside of his brief, and it did not say plea bargain, by the way. It said negotiation, which is another term for plea bargain. But thank you. Sorry,
let me respond to Jafar. Okay.
Now, just add this as well. Do you think Buhari should make him kneel down if he wants to plea? Make him plea. Have him. The
question I don't think.
This thing moves from culture to culture. Kneeling down, what is the significance? What type of what symbolic significance is this to the Biafran people?
That was just a joke, by the way. I was just prodding at. I was prodding at I was prodding at in CBD, but he didn't react.
Because for me now, if I'm cornered, I can kneel down for anybody just to get out of that impasse. You understand? And fire you back.
But is that not a typical Yoruba man? That's a typical Yoruba.
Because I know that kneeling down for anybody. I know that kneeling down for anybody does not depreciate me. You know one thing in Yoruba is that we can use for something that is someone that is even junior to us. For example, even for someone that is junior, it doesn't mean the person is older than you. Sometimes in Yoruba land, so sometimes you use that as a diplomatic way of even pushing the person to one side before you now key in your real request. So what I'm saying is that what Jafar was saying, you understand, you were totally right. You see, these guys, when they were calling for restructuring, constitutional amendment was part of the request. These guys are saying, okay, the National Assembly can even review the constitution and amend the constitution to include referendum. But these guys, all this our political class, they've mastered everything, that even those people that are organizing that constitutional conference, they will put it there that please note that the basis of our existence is not negotiable. They are already sidelining that part that we even give room for negotiation. That's part of the agitation. If you look at the agitation now, people say, let us suspend this fraudulent 1999 constitution. This 1999 constitution has divided us more than any constitution we've ever had.
Okay, back to Kanu. Do you think him saying that he's for restructuring will be sufficient enough to let him go? If he says he's for restructuring, would that be sufficient enough to let him go?
You see, it depends on the actors there. You understand? It depends on the actors. For example, when Buhari and co were coming, even Buhari kept quiet. He was watching his party to be saying, we are going to restructure, we are going to do this, we are going to do that. At the end of the day, when he got to power, what did he do? Everything.
It's just but yeah, just yeah.
So if you are dealing with actor like that, the word restructuring may not be enough to set him free. But if you are talking to a politician that needs that issue of restructuring to prove a point, to win people to win people's vote for 2023, of course that restructuring will be enough. And if we even include the like of Kanu in his campaign train,
But
just to,
the greater point that I was getting at is that the number one thing that seems to agitate them about Nnamdi Kanu is his intent on balkanizing the country, to dismember the country, and to carve out a nation for himself. So if he's now saying that he's for restructuring, that then departs essentially from that Biafra narrative. So it is
no,
the
no,
Biafra that they have an issue with, not Kanu himself. I don't think.
not necessarily, not necessarily, because when we say restructuring, for example, we have restructuring like that type of Scotland,
Let's not
England.
go. No, hold on. I don't want to go into restructuring. It doesn't even restructuring means nothing. It's just for him to change his language from secession to a different language. That's more the space rather than what restructuring is.
Yeah, like,
Okay, maybe you don't get.
look, like I said,
What?
like I said, this Biafra is the vision for the entire people of Biafra. For example, Kanu is an individual, is a leader. He can do anything to get himself free from that, from the hand of his oppressors. But it doesn't mean he's going to change anything. That's what I'm saying. Even Ojukwu initially was for restructuring. It's only when Nigerian government became stubborn that this thing degenerated into war.
All right.
So every Nigerians would like to live as long as you are not saying that I want to impose my own will on you. Let everybody live according to how they want to live. That's the problem in Nigeria. Nigeria is this: I want to stay here and control someone else there. That's what we say. We want everybody to be equal. What everyone,
but that is a different argument. You see, okay, what you are saying now is where I wanted you to go to. So that is a different argument space that you're against marginalization. You want a more equitable society. You want the rebalancing of Nigeria. That is one argument. But I want Biafra is a different argument because you want to break the country. So if he moves his argument from Biafra to that argument that is ongoing about restructuring, realignment, etc. That's what I was asking if that would be sufficient enough for his freedom.
yeah, like I said, it depends on the actor. You understand? It depends on the actor and those people that are involved. If they need him to say that to free him for the purpose of 2023 ambitions, there we go. But if you are talking to a person that doesn't even want to hear either restructuring or balkanization of Nigeria, of course it will never be enough. If they want to use that for political purpose, of course it's more than enough. So
They are not locking up everybody that is asking for restructuring, are they?
They are they are not locking everybody. Who are those people? Okay,
I'm not sure if we are aligned. Okay, let me move you to another talking point because I don't think I'm putting the question across in a way that you fully get what I'm trying to get out of you.
I got your point. I got your point. The word restructuring seems to be lighter. You understand? When balkanization is an escalation after you try your best, I understand what you are saying. Right. Even those people that are saying restructuring, they allow them to talk. But those people that are now agitating that, okay, we want to leave the country like Sunday ago, like a Mazi now, they are now after them. That I understand what you are saying. It's not because when you look at the people that are shouting restructuring, you will even see all those governors, all those political leaders, they are even part of those people shouting for restructuring because they are using that to capture the mind of the people. But when it comes to the extreme side, that people are now saying they want to go, you now see all those governors that they are benefiting, they are even benefiting from the system. They are now saying no, because already the basis of restructuring right from time has been for political reasons, not for the sincerity of purpose. I got your point.
All right. Thank you. Let me take you next to this guy again, Femi Adesina, who is now blaming the bloodshed in Nigeria on pastors, imams, and media houses. He's saying it is the rhetorics from the pulpit and the mosques, and especially in the media space, that is responsible for the carnage that we have in Nigeria. Femi Adesina again, what is he talking about this time?
you see, sometimes when you point a finger at someone, the remaining four will be pointing at you. The question we should be asking FEMI Adesina too is, what has FEMI Adesina done to make sure that it dials its tension in the country? Look at this an example. For example, now, the northern people forget about their politicians. They are peaceful people. You know, I've always said that whenever I say north south, I'm only referring to politicians. I don't talk about common man. For a person like me that have been to all states in the country while doing my techie job around. So I've never seen any Hausa man or any northerner or any Igbo man that maltreated not maltreated me during those periods. So I used to be at home with them. So it's telling us something that the problem is not even the common people. It is our political elite. Now, look at FEMI Adesina, for example. When some people are saying foreign Fulani men are the one creating problems for us in the country, and someone now brought a solution that, okay, we should give up our land for us to resettle those people. So what you are saying now is what he was telling us that time, that the federal government could never defend the territorial integrity of the country. The only thing we have to do is that we have to force him to the hand of black.
Yes, that statement, it was your life, your land, or your life.
Your life or land.
Yeah,
now,
your life or land.
When you see something like that, what exactly is this man saying? You are saying, okay, you guys, you've got to accommodate killers against you. And people are now saying no. As a Yoruba man, not as a Yoruba man, even anywhere in the world, we know that when the issue comes to the issue of land matter, na serious matter.
People die routinely over land. Anywhere in the world, the one thing that people will give their life to is their land.
Is the land. So when you are now saying this thing now, you are now saying, okay, give your land. You are telling people that, see, the thing is that give up your land so that you can live. How do I live if I give up my land, for example? If I'm into agriculture and I give my land, how do I live? Because maybe a subsistence farmer that all he does is subsistence farming and feed his family, sponsor his family. You are saying you should give his land to foreign. Now, we are talking of foreign experts. Now, if those people succeed in grabbing your land, another one will come tomorrow. You say, okay, your life or this thing, until they get everything. You see, you were not addressing the issue, but you made people to be more angry. And after the one you've caused as a media person again, you now open up. And I hope, because I learned that he's also a pastor too, for example. And
FEMI Adesina.
That's what I heard. I'm not sure if it's true. I heard it, so don't hold me to that. I heard. I'm not sure. So now, when you see the way the guy has managed the media space, he has managed the emotion of Nigeria, you know, it takes a country like Nigeria to retain those people. A person like FEMI Adesina in a critical position is holding now, for example. So
a senior APC chieftain came out just a couple of days ago to say that FEMI Adesina and Garba Shehu, they really should be sacked because they have mismanaged the information of this government and made them look bad. And a good example is that give up your life or give up your land that the spokesperson of the president is making.
Exactly. Now, all you are now doing is this. You are now blaming pastors that are just merely just telling the people to wake up to the realities on ground. What do you expect? If I was a pastor, if I were a pastor, for example, you are expecting me now to tell my congregation that, okay, when someone comes to your land, just don't do anything. Just let them do whatever they want to do. Let them kill you. Let them take your children away. Does that make sense? So how will you now? It's part of the duty of the clergy people to help their congregation members understand what is happening and what they can do. Now, as he's talking about this pastor that are crossing bloodshed, for example, how many pastors can this man point to that carry cutlasses, gun, all these things now and club that have given the
no, I think it's hate speeching that is talking about hate speech.
Exactly. So you don't just come and from OSA point of view, you just try to now blackmail the clergy people because they are not supporting you, or maybe they are saying something that is against you. It's all ridiculous. It's all ridiculous. That Femi Adesina, Gabashew, they are typical example. They are representative, for example, of incompetence. The gross incompetence that we find in this present administration.
Ola, please. I don't think it's a blackmail. I think what he said has some basis also of fact. But I personally would not limit it only to them. Like you rightly stated, the elites, our political class, and even our clergy have become a problem to our nation. That's a fact. You go to churches, you go to mosques, there is hate speech being propagated on the altar. That's a fact. They do it. So in as much as we may not limit the problem entirely to them, but they have made themselves the problem. We look upon them.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think the tone in the churches and the mosques, why do you think the tone has gotten aggressive? Why do you think that is?
Because the nation is divided. There is a lot of misinformation, fake news, and propaganda. So that's the problem. It's a divided country.
Jafar, the point is this: it is easier for us to say this, but the thing I can tell you is this: I've not seen such pastors that's listening. Look, let me tell you some of these pastors.
Have you listened to Yedeko recently?
No,
or what is his name? Is not Bakari. All they ever do is hate speech.
No, that's exactly where. Okay, for example, I was even going to mention Bakari or Yakilome and all those people that I follow. I don't see where they do a speech. If you are saying one of those people that love Nigeria most, Pastor Tunde Bakari is among them. You know, even when people were even accusing me that you brought this guy upon us, he now told people that the friendship that ends today never started before. That he can't say because Buhari is not doing very well now that he's going to deny him. He agreed that Buhari may not be doing very well, but just deny him based on that. That's what he's not ready to do. Even the recent prayer they are doing, if you've been following all the series of fasting, the prayer they've been doing recently.
Don't worry about that. They are all hate mongers. They are all hate mongers.
But the thing is this: what I'm saying is this: you don't expect someone that maybe in the north or maybe in Jos.
Is it not one of them that is saying he's going to lead a revolution? Then he will do it. We covered it on this platform.
What he said is Nigerians for Nigeria. That is the diaspora.
He said he's going to lead we played the video now on this platform. He said he's going to lead a revolution that is going to bring Buhari down.
That man has been consistent. When he came here before the second time of Buhari, you understand? I have the record of what he said at the Nigerian house here in my city. Look, see, if you don't follow Pastor Tunde Bakari very well, for example, it is easier for you to say that it's not consistent. It is easier. This man said when you say revolution, he said Nigerians for Nigeria. He has been consistent with it that those people overseas, for example, that he wants a situation whereby with time he wants them to return home to come and replicate what they be able to achieve overseas back in Nigeria, so that the economy of Nigeria will recover very fast. He said the type of revolution he's talking about is that it's just like, look at it this way. We were saying something yesterday that when some people said, okay, the younger people should come into politics. You know, I countered that. I said, no, it's not a matter of younger people. And I cited an example of one guy, Ademola Adigun, that wrote an article that the part of the problem of Nigerians is the middle class that sit down and do nothing, and this thing impact them mostly. In the sense that, okay, you will see middle class, election campaign, they will not join. To even go and vote, they will sit down at home. They won't do anything. You understand? And they leave the country in the hands of the political looters. So what this man is saying now is that he's trying to create some kind of awareness to spring people up, including those people overseas. And as many, so that everyone will join hands together and force these political looters away. So it's not Mr. Alexander, I'm not defending Bakari. It's not a matter of defending him, because I follow him. I understand his messages. Just like I mentioned some other pastors. Like I said that I said it here because I don't go to church. It's also I don't have business defending pastor, but because when you say the right thing, I will separate your message from you as the personality. You know, I've
when
done that
Bulo was
to
there, Pastor Bakari was in the street protesting alongside Buhari. Was it not along Buhari than that time?
he said he already told you that Buhari is his friend. So what do you expect? He said Buhari is his friend, that is not going to
Bakari is another pastor like Fani Kayode. To
Is
me,
it
you
419?
can't just be
419.
saying misleading Nigeria. The real one, Fani Kayode stuff of Bakari. Is
Okay.
that what I'm seeing in that Bakari?
And anyway, no, of course that's your opinion, but I'm just saying what I understand from its own context. It's your opinion, which we're entitled to. You understand? So the thing is this: the Nigerians for Nigeria is all about people in diaspora, all about pulling them to participate actively and just make sure that they push the bad leadership away. Look at it from this angle. I made an example. When Adekunle Ajasin was a civil servant before he became the governor of Ondo State, and that guy went on with his old 504 and is the building that he built as a civil servant. Ambrose Ali, let someone tell us the house that Ambrose Ali built when he was in power. The same thing Jack Conde. You understand? But we have these people today that we didn't even know where they are coming from. They never belong to any reasonable middle class. All of a sudden, some people were even returning from overseas after they served the J term, and they were grabbing the position of power. What do you expect them to do? So that's the thing. That's the way I see it. That's the way I see it. So until the bankers in Nigeria, the people in telecommunication, the people that the people that hold IT network and the banker investment, until they come together and say enough is enough. If we are being successful in our industries, then let's take the political industry in Nigeria as a serious industry and push all these bad people away. Okonjo Iweala has shown an example. Soludo has shown an example. Even before this guy become a politician, this man of Kaduna, this El-Rufai, they have shown us good example why they were serving under Obasanjo. Those are the kind of thing we need in Nigeria today, and that is exactly what I understand. That's my understanding of what Tunde Bakari has been preaching. I'm not defending him because it's not the only person I listen to. So that's just my point there.
All right, thank you, Ola. Good to hear from you. An impassioned opinion by Ola. So thank you, Ola. Let's go on then to Jafar, who has joined us. Jafar, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Good to have you, Jafar. So let me take you to the beginning.
Yeah, man, you're not going with the queue, or you're going with the.
No, Jafar came first.
Are you sure? I don't think so.
I think so.
Jafar, please tell us the truth. I know our northern brothers hardly tell. I mean, the ordinary northern brothers.
I'm sorry. I really did not pay attention to who came first.
Actually, hold on. I usually just go with who I think is flowing with the conversation. But in this instance, it was first Jake that came, then Jafar came, and then he had connection problems. And then Ola came, and then
probably because of the connection problem.
So to you, Jafar, let me take you to the beginning, and then to IPOB. So Nnamdi Kanu essentially, effectively on his knees now, begging for his freedom. What are you making of these words now coming out of his lawyer, Jafar? Nnamdi Kanu on his knees.
One man, these questions.
I don't think that would be a fair characterization of what the lawyer might be suggesting. So my view is that if you are in court, the defendant
Oh yeah, that was so. You go carry on, yeah.
Yeah, so I think when you are in court, I don't think the defender is the one to propose to take the first step for a plea deal. I want to believe it's the prosecutor that would first propose a plea deal. But if it's coming from the defender, I would not say that's not a good sign in my view. It means probably they don't have a case.
Jafar,
Maybe.
Jafar,
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
A defendant can can initiate a plea bargain first. Yeah, it's possible.
So yeah, to me, that would be an acknowledgement of guilt. So for the most part, the defendant should not be the one to first. You usually have to wait for a prosecutor to extend the olive branch.
Yeah, but even irrespective, it's in the language. It's saying essentially that they are amiable to that. From 2014, Nnamdi Kanu had been in discussions with the government via the state governors in the East, and he has not left that dialogue. So essentially then inviting the government to come and dialogue. So an invitation to come and dialogue, essentially.
I don't see that happening. I think the case in court will go to a logical conclusion. There will be a verdict from the bench. Then probably they might go to appeal. Then maybe that's when negotiation will come. Because now with how divided the country is, and with the tension and everybody.
What do you think the mood of the country is? Do you think the mood of the country is for a negotiated settlement?
No,
or
it's
do you
not.
think the country wants to push it to the end?
I think both the Nigerian state and the IPOB are at their extreme. Everybody is at the extreme level now. I don't think anything will come out of any negotiation at this time. And plus, election is approaching. Nobody is going to make the first move. Elections is approaching. Everything is political.
I don't know. Is this not then the time they can use Nnamdi Kanu as a political tool to sacrifice to the East and say, "Take your boy," you know?
It depends if they actually care about the Eastern vote.
Politicians care about every vote. So,
no, people make calculation. People know, okay, if I can get this region, I don't care about the vote of this other region. So it's a game of chess.
Yeah, if Kanu was to negotiate his release, what do you think he should be made to concede for that release? What should he have to give up?
That would be a difficult question. I don't know what he will have to, because he actually believed in an independent state of Biafra. He believed in self-determination. So, and the Nigerian constitution does not allow for that. So how is he going to renounce what he believed in? And he does not only, as Ola rightly said, even if he changed his mind, what about the people that have been, I'm using the word indoctrination.
Yes, indoctrinated. Yeah.
So how do you deal with those people? These young people that really believe that this is achievable. So will it not be a case where he would be considered a sellout, a hypocrite, a betrayer?
Not if he gets the language right. You will have to remember, I don't know how long you have been following the Nnamdi Kanu storyline, but his first argument was for a confederation. He had that interview with Kadira Ahmed when he said that was what he wanted, a confederation. So if it goes back to that confederation, then that is in the catch-all of what is it called, restructuring. So he can find language to, but he has to give up that Biafra to get a freedom, would you say?
I don't see him giving it up, because that's the only leverage he has.
Okay. But why is his lawyer talking about dialogue then, if they are not looking to negotiate?
The lawyer can say whatever he wants, right?
No, he has to speak to the instructions of his client. He can't speak.
Because look at the facts on the ground. That's what interests me now. It's not about what Nnamdi says or what the lawyer says. It's what the people in South is believing. That the entire Southwest, that Southeast space is absolutely under the control of IPOB. So it would not only take a Nnamdi Kanu to actually make this 180-degree shift. That's my issue. That's my concern. Mm-hmm. But If I were a member of IPOB, with the knowledge that we have absolute control of this region, I would personally engage in politics, sweep all government positions in that area, House of Representatives, state governors, local government
Would that
chairmen.
not defeat their prime objective, which is if the moment they start to
No,
politic,
now you fight for what you believe in within the system. Since we already know that our political class, the kind of restructuring we want, is never going to happen with our present political class. So if you have senators from your side of the country who believe in what you have, they will bring the motion on the floor of the House and the Senate. Then maybe the nation will start going from there, as opposed to fighting out of the political arena.
all right. And just to that question that I was asking Ola, do you think, and when I say IPOB, I don't mean Biafra, I mean IPOB as an organization. Do you think IPOB is bigger than Nnamdi Kanu, or Nnamdi Kanu is bigger than IPOB?
I think IPOB is bigger than him now.
Why?
Because what he has done is that he has successfully sold that vision to the people in such a way that if he made any form of withdrawal now, he will definitely be considered as a sellout, a betrayer, a hypocrite. They will call him all sorts of names, and it might even endanger his own personal security.
You don't think they'll just follow him wherever he goes, because this is what they have been doing.
Nigerians are not foolish people. Nigerians don't follow people just like that. You have to sell them something.
All right, but I disagree. I think Nnamdi Kanu is bigger than IPOB, but then that's just my own personal view. But your personal view on this, Jafar, Ailing ex-governor Tinubu quietly returns to Nigeria from the United Kingdom. Sean's planned fanfare. So Tinubu returns to Nigeria. They had planned a party for him at the police college in Ikeja, but because his body, his health, cannot carry even that welcome party, he has had to have that cancelled, possibly postponed to times unknown in the future. So if he cannot even go to a celebration of his return, how then does he intend the rigor of a campaign and the even greater rigor of governing a country? So Tinubu's health continues to be a source of concern. Jafar?
I don't think so. I won't characterize that as such. He just had a surgery, so to be fair to him, he needs some time to get back to his health. And technically, by law, he's not allowed to carry any political campaign rally now, because INEC has not allowed for any campaign as it regards the presidential election. He has to follow the law. There is law in Nigeria.
All right, but it looks as though the APC have given up on him, Jafar, because now pro-Oshibanjo support group gets APC nod to begin mobilization. So here is an organization that has been set up to promote Oshibanjo for presidency. They call themselves Progressives Consolidation Group, and they have gotten approval from Mia Malabuni and recognition as an activist group within the APC. So their primary mission, of course, is to promote an Oshibanjo presidency. So if they are setting this up with the knowledge and approval of the APC, is this then the Buhari administration conceding that yes, the power will transit to the south, but not to Tinubu? So is this now essentially the might weighing behind Oshibanjo? Mayor Malabuli approves Oshibanjo. What says you?
No, I don't think so. I think the people that are actually clamoring for the vice president now are a little bit late, because the people that are actually clamoring for a Tinubu presidency a little bit ahead of every other interest group within the APC. If you remember, yesterday there was equally another organization that was actually clamoring for a Tinubu presidency, which you see when you see swagger. I know you did mention something like that. If you see the caliber of people within the party that were present at that occasion, and with the endorsement of all the Yoruba traditional leaders, something they really do, like as a group, traditional leaders coming to endorse a candidate. That just tells you that the Tinubu people are a little bit ahead in the game. That's my view. I was listening to
but his health.
No, we can't talk
does
about
it not concern you? Are you not concerned about Tinubu's health?
No, I'm not. He had
You
a
are not.
surgery. I wish him well. I wish he could recover as far as he can. Anybody can fall sick. I don't think he has a terminal, even though it has not been disclosed to us. So I just can't sit here and assume probably he has a terminal illness. But based on what I heard on the TV, they say he just had a knee surgery. If it is a knee surgery, that's not something that I should worry about.
Are these not the smoke signals of another sick note president? Another sick note, just like Buhari permanently in hospital. Another 8 years of a president permanently in hospital.
No, I when it comes to illness, we have to be very careful because even young people die. Children in their mother's womb, they die. So this issue of illness and death, these are very sensitive issue that
no, I don't wish him death. No, certainly not. But I don't think his health is. Okay, being careful there. Let's move on from that space. But you said the monarchs endorse Tinubu. So another monarch that is in trouble for endorsement now. Let me take you to the palace of the Oni. So allegedly, apparently, Senator Adeleke, I don't know if you know him, is that short little fat man that is always dancing, the dancing senator. So he is contesting for that Osun State space again, which they rigged him out of the last time. He's going again. And as part of the usual traditions, he's gone to the Oni's palace to say that he's gunning for the state governorship again. And as part of the conversation, he promised the Oni a private jet. But the Oni has quickly now come out to try and peter it down. So what are you then making of this now? Private jets for political post Oni style. What are you making of that?
So I think there too, that statement was taken out of context. What the senator was, what the former senator was referring to was not like a donation. He was not making a donation to the palace of the king. He was just saying that going forward, all the outings of the Ile of Ife the Adeleke will provide him with a private jet. And I don't think the Adeleke are rich. They own quite a couple of private jets in their fleet. So I don't see that as a corruption, because if you go to a place like Kanu, for instance, you come to Kanu, the rich people in Kanu, they will not allow their king to, even if he cannot afford it, to fly commercial, right? If that's what it's done in Nigeria, nobody wants to see their monarch if they can afford it. So I just think maybe the dancing senator was just trying to be patriotic and being a nice person who wants to protect the image and integrity of this monarch.
All right. At the time of election, you forgot to add that one at the time of election. But Jafar, are you sure you are not a politician yourself? Because you seem to have mastered the language of double talk. Jafar,
no, it's not double talk. At all times, we have to be fair to people. We have to be fair to people. We have to be fair to people. We don't, if we don't have a fact, let's not impugn motive on individual actions.
Okay. Be fair to people and double talk. He strikes again. That dollar lover Minister of Justice, Malam May strikes again. This time he has pocketed the salaries of the people of the Ministry of Justice. This guy just a glutton. Nigeria's Ministry of Justice under Attorney General Malam May goes bankrupt, exhausts 2021 budget, unable to pay workers' salaries. So this guy now, every corruption thing, every allegation, every stealing, every dollar that is missing, you just look a little bit and it's this Abubakar Malam May, to the point now that he's looting workers' salaries. What are you making of this guy? Should Abdul Rashid Bawa not be knocking on his door? The dollar lover Malam May, Jafar.
So when I read a piece about workers at the Ministry of Justice not getting salary, the first thing that came to my mind is, how are federal workers in Nigeria paid? Is it decentralized in such a way that every ministerial department or MDAs actually pay the salary within there, or all salaries are combined within a centralized data system in the Ministry of Finance? Then that's the first thing that came to my mind. Okay, if it's centralized in such a way that at the end of the month, the salary department at the Ministry of Finance just pay this salary, direct deposit into people's account, how come a minister in a different ministerial department could have access to their money? That's the first thing that came to my mind. The second one that came to my mind was, I wanted to know which category of workers, were they the personal assistant that politicians usually, when they come over to a ministry, the people they bring along with them, who for the most part are not civil servants. Okay, if we're talking about civil servant, I don't really understand how that could happen.
No, he has co-opted their money and mashed it into other monies to do whatever it is that he does with money, and people are now not able to, meet their own bills, because the office of the accountant general was alarming to him that, look, the rate at which you're spending this money, you are not going to be able to pay salaries, and he ignored it until the point that he spent the whole budget, exhausted it completely, bankrupted the ministry, Abubakar Malam May.
It therefore means the budgetary guidelines were not respected, right? Because if you are spending money, in a budget, there is budgetary lines, right? Payment of salary, probably mission abroad, maybe office materials. I mean, it's budgeted. It's not like you can just be spending like that. So if he's spending money, I know that I want to be careful here first. Let me take a better look at this. Let me get my facts first before I could comment about this, because it just doesn't seem to make sense to me.
But what seems to be a recurring decimal, Jafar, is that anytime we mention corruption in Nigeria, you read the second line, then the name you come across is Abubakar Malam May. Every single time is always that name in the mix. Emefiele is the FCC after Emefiele and Abubakar Malam May.
So why don't you?
And Abubakar is always Abubakar Malam May.
Yeah, maybe they like his name. Maybe the maybe the name is so sweet in their mouth. I don't know. If we have most of the states in Nigeria, most of our states in Nigeria, the governors don't pay salary. We know of states that people could go for 19 months without salary, not to even talk about the pensioners, who for the most part will die without even getting their gratuity. So I think that's something that needs to be looked at holistically. But the idea, the fixation on one man is actually really, really not helping the matter.
Okay, tomorrow we'll do another story. I won't look for it. It will be in the headline. It will be corruption and almost certainly Abubakar Malam May. Always Abubakar Malam May. Thank you, Jafar. Have you spoken, Jafar? Is it Abdul that is making you laugh? That he says if Malam May catch you, you will smell pepper. Don't worry, that's fine. That's fine. because they now go into other countries to kidnap people, don't they? So, none of us is safe. Have you spoken to that space of Femi Adesina and his double talk, blaming the pastors for the bloodshed in the country? Have you spoken to that?
I just reacted when Ola was speaking.
Okay, do you want to expand on your thoughts on that?
No, I will just be brief.
Okay.
I don't want to brush what the media assistant to the president said about our clergy, both at the mosque and at the churches, about hate speech. To me, I have evidence of hate speech coming from both people, from religious leaders, which is really, 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 in my view, very, very pathetic. We expect them to be the one that should be dousing the tension, to be moderate in their utterances, because we look upon them spiritually for guidance. Then if they, as the saying goes, if gold could rust, then what do you expect an iron to do? So but to be fair to him, I think what he said is factual, but they are not the only people involved in the division of the country. We have a divided country. The elites are doing it. We on the social media are doing it. So it's a collective responsibility that we cannot put on one people.
All right. Before I let you go, I was playing a game with Mike just yesterday. I was saying it was a fit for purpose delivered or not. So fit for purpose means are they qualified for the position, and delivered, of course, means have they delivered on their brief. So Femi Adesina and Garba Shehu, are they either of them or both of them fit for purpose, and have they delivered on their brief?
Yes, they are fit for purpose, but I don't think they have delivered. I wish the president could have used. There is another guy who is also a media aide to him. I can't remember his name, but he's very fair in complexion. He used to work with Arise. Is it Arise Television?
Oh, is it that one that looks like an Arab?
Yes, okay, the guy from River State.
Yeah, he looks like an Arab.
If I were the president, he could have been my principal media.
Azuri.
Yes, Azuri. Yeah. Yeah. When it comes to delivery, to me, he has delivered more than these two people.
Have they checked his passport? Is he even Nigerian, that guy? Who? He doesn't look anything. Yeah, he doesn't look anything.
He's from River State.
He's mixed. He's mixed. He's mixed.
What?
He's mixed of River State and white. His mother is white.
Look at that. Thank you, Jafar. So we go from Jafar to Nsibidi. So Nsibidi, thank you for waiting. Even though you were a bit impatient, but then that is Nsibidi for you. Nsibidi, so to you, and we take you then to the starting point. Nnamdi Kanu essentially looking to negotiate his way out of the situation that he finds himself. Conciliatory tonality we're hearing from his lawyer, and a lawyer does not speak outside of the briefing of their client. So Nnamdi Kanu now saying that he was in negotiation as far back as 2017, and he has never left that negotiation table. So essentially inviting the government to come and sit again, and so that they can negotiate his way out of their clutches. So Nnamdi Kanu now looking to plea bargain. But what should Buhari do? Should Buhari make him kneel down, put his hands up, and say, sorry, sir? So to Nnamdi Kanu looking to plead out of the situation he finds himself in CBD.
Yes, thank you, Woman. Nnamdi Kanu, in one of his broadcasts, said that what is stopping the government, or I think he was referring to the Southeast governors. There was a time he said, what is stopping them from calling the IPOB? I think was it IPOB or just those people that were, I think IPOB. He said, what is stopping them from calling them for negotiation? And that was before all these things happened, this recent event took place. So I'm not surprised, because it all depends on what, like you said, it depends on what the negotiation, if it will happen, it depends on what is going to entail. So obviously, Nnamdi Kanu, there was a Southeast politician that said that he met Nnamdi Kanu in River State, But I'm just trying to look for the name of that politician. I think I'll find it. I don't know if it was even Abaribe or someone else. It's either Abaribe or someone else. He said when he met Nnamdi Kanu in Port Harcourt, and he told Nnamdi Kanu that why did he stop talking about the. He asked him why did he stop talking about the referendum and the confederation and all that. And Nnamdi Kanu said that these people will never. Um, and the restructuring, I mean. So, and he said what Nnamdi Kanu told him was that they will never agree to restructuring. That exactly the same thing. I think you're the one who mentioned the one man. They will always use that that rhetoric for political purposes to just kind of create some kind of, you know the way politicians are.
Talking space. Yeah.
Yes, yes, so that the masses or the people who want something like that will just feel like there's a way they really know how to play on the psyche of, they know when to make you think what they want you to think, and that's what our people don't know. They know how to do all that. So he said Namgani told him that they will never agree to that, so that there's no point in there's no way he should just continue pushing for something that will never happen. So, and that's what people need to understand, that this whole thing got to where it is right now because these people have refused to listen to the voice of the people. And earlier on, Jafar said that why don't they have to go through the legal process. I don't know if you remember, sometime this year, early this year, there was this lawmaker that took that request to the was it the House of Assembly or something like that? And he was like, they tried to shut him down and all that. I don't know if you remember. That was after that incident of the thieves in America. You know, the TV people of Benue. It was that same deputy speaker. Some I forgot his name. So these things have been there, the people have been they brought it. So it doesn't mean what I'm trying to say is that at least they've made the move to officially present the case of, so that at least referendum and all that can be. I don't know how they go about that. Their constitution can be added in the constitution and all that. But it's clear that even if, like what Jaffa also said, even if they bring all, even if the entire south, the way the country is structured already, do you think that even if they bring, if the entire southeast representatives, you know, are for that kind of change, do you think that these people do you think it will go through?
Um,
Based on,
um,
it
and
will not go
CBD,
through.
do you concede that Nnamdi Kanu is never going to law his way out of the situation he finds himself? He's not going to get out of the situation via the law courts. Do you concede that, especially the sort of
Right.
courts we have?
Yeah, with the sort of court we have, but I think he got his way out of it in the first, the first time. The judge, the thing is that obviously the rule of the court was not obeyed. I think there was a time he has always gotten himself out through the
So
law.
where I was trying to lead you to is that almost certainly, if he's ever going to get out of this situation, he has to politic his way out of this situation. He has to negotiate his way out of this situation. That seems
Yeah,
more feasible than through the law courts, because the law courts, of course, Tanko Mohammed. So
yes, yes. The truth of the matter is this. The reason why people are so, it seems like the southeast or the Biafra uh, faithfuls are so, bent on this Biafra thing, is because every other thing that people have requested for, it has not been considered. So what do people? The people just want a total, exit,
mm,
because it's the same referendum. Even in Nnamdi Kanu, it's just that I think some of us here don't probably did not listen to some of, or maybe as much as his broadcast. He said it several times that even if they want, if restructuring will work, he would be supporting for
and
restructuring,
no, it
but
wasn't
it will
actually.
not work.
It wasn't there that I was trying to lead you to, CBD. Where I was trying to lead you to is that the only viable option for Nnamdi Kanu's release is to negotiate his way out of the detention by the authorities. That's the only viable That's the only plausible way. So if that is the only plausible way, then he has to give something up for his release.
Yeah, well, I think maybe I don't know, but probably they'll give up looking for because as it is right now, maybe they'll maybe they'll, I don't know, but I feel like probably they'll give up trying to all those people that are coming with their cows in the name of
No,
doing.
no. What would Nnamdi Kanu have to give up for his release? Is
Yeah,
essentially what I'm. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. That these people that are disguising that they are doing what's that thing called? These people marching with their cars all over the
Heading.
place,
Yeah.
and in that using that opportunity to kill people and take stay on their farm. Maybe they'll stop. They'll reduce the rate at which they attack them. So, but in terms of stopping or maybe changing the narrative, like Ola said, the Biafra demand is not. It did not start with Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is how old? I think 54 years or so, or 53. I can't remember. But he did not start with him, so he can't give up what does not belong to him. He can't give it up. Probably he can for himself. He can decide to maybe they'll tell him to tone down some things he's saying, or they'll tell him to just talk about referendum and
Yes. So
restructuring and all
and
that.
and if they ask him to do that and he concedes, is that treachery? Is that betrayal?
Yeah, the truth of the matter is that if you notice, even when he was when he gave this instruction that Simon Ekpa should be broadcasting, and I think the director of it's called the director of state or something for IPOB said no, and they took the message back to Nnamdi Kanu that that the director have said no. Nnamdi Kanu did not use any force or insist that no, Simon Ekpa must be presenting in Radio Biafra. So it shows you that it's that the organization has outgrown, definitely as it should be. It's obviously outgrown one person, Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is like the voice. It's just like what Steve Jobs was to Apple, and it didn't stop them from firing him and later bringing him back to speak for Apple. So it's just how it is. It has outgrown Nnamdi Kanu, but it doesn't mean that he's not the mouthpiece. You know. So
Or,
yeah.
all right, thank you. So now to Tinubu now, who sneaks back into Nigeria. He didn't even go through the processes. As it's just this above the law thing. This just as an aside, this was what led to the demise of Abakari. You remember, he went to Germany, contracted C-19, came back
Yeah,
to Nigeria. He did not go through the C-19 protocol because he wanted to be big man. If he had gone through the C-19 protocol, then perhaps they would have picked
yeah,
up on the fact. But at this Tinubu again, he comes into Nigeria and they go and stamp him inside his plane to say welcome back, and he gets into a fleet or at the tarmac and zooms away. It's just the audacity. But leaving that aside, he sneaks back into Nigeria as an ill man, a fanfare set up to welcome him, which is not able to attend because of the rigor that will require on his body. So if this guy is not even able to attend a party, so what then him propelling towards Aso Rock to say he wants to be president? Is his health now the final decider of his political fate? Is he too ill now to continue? Tinubu Nsibidi.
yeah. I'm wondering why Tinubu has not asked Buhari what he did for his body. Although we are still seeing him going for checkup, I don't know, every now and then and all that. Almost every, I don't know. Let me not give wrong figures, but
Booster injection now,
every time you got the
Booster.
doctors. So you should do the same thing that his senior colleague is doing. So maybe we will see if it can help him also, because I feel like they are just having almost the same pattern of old and frail, and yet somehow not
Clinging on.
dying, somehow hanging on to the. I don't know. Maybe it's just Yeah, but to be honest, Tinubu, obviously, I'm not like Jaffa said. I think they have not announced the. Is it INEC or so? They have not announced. I think they've not
They've
announced.
not kicked it off.
Yes, they've
Yeah.
not kicked it off. So
Mm.
probably those are the reasons, and also the safety measures you said could also be a reason also for him to be to kind of probably they need him. I don't believe this thing of. I feel like it's just exactly how you said. His body and all that is not yet fit to come out and be. Lagos now. Lagos, even the weather itself will blow some kind. You need to be strong to
Mm.
withstand. Even the shouting. Our own shout is not this
Is
Oyibo people shout.
somebody say you have to be mad to live in Lagos. If you are not mad, forget they will consume you in 10
Uh,
seconds. They will consume you.
exactly,
Mm.
exactly. So I feel like that is what is happening to Tinubu. Tinubu is not yet okay, or maybe he's trying to recover. Maybe they gave him some time to stay indoors and recover himself before
But
he
but
can.
do you think for him to stand a chance, he must visibly, publicly demonstrate his physical fitness, not to go for a jog, but at least to go for a walk and to look upright, to look steady on his feet, and
Mm,
to speak lucidly. Because I don't know if you've heard him talk, but
mm.
but he talks with a slur, and it's just very weird, little man.
Exactly, but you see, the whole thing is that, like, as much as people are talking about, are trying to go with, are trying to maybe bring a change in how they vote. In the Southwest, I don't think Tinubu need all that so much. Maybe he just goes out once a while. He doesn't even need to. Even I'm sure even if he didn't go out at all, as long as people,
To
his voice.
campaign, to campaign.
Yes, yes. I'm sure as long as his boys are always like the Lagos State governor that was almost singing praise for him the other day. As long as all these people are out there talking about him, he don't need all that so much. Maybe when he's trying now to go to south or south east, which I don't even see the possibility of that for now. But that's when you will need to be coming out. But in in southwest Lagos State, obviously, even if he does not come out that day, the Yorubas will vote for him.
And the Northerners feel they owe him one, so he doesn't need to convince them too much.
No, but you see, the thing with the Northerners, unless if we are to believe that they all go according to their political leaders, to be honest. But I feel like we are probably we're having this kind of view of the North that might not be so accurate. I feel like there are also some of them there. As much as
No,
I
they have
feel like,
some rascals. They have some rascals in their midst. But
yeah,
if Tinubu
I,
is on the ticket, the North will vote for him because I think they like him and they respect him.
yeah, and also because of the relationship, as long as he maintains that relationship with his senior colleague, the Buhari, as long as he maintains that relationship, I'm sure also he stands a chance in the
So he
North.
doesn't
But
even have he doesn't even have to campaign to be president. Is what we are discussing now. God,
he
it's almost
doesn't
unbelievable.
he doesn't need to campaign in the southwest. That's I believe he doesn't need to campaign so much. To be honest, we are okay. If we are being honest, do you think he needs to campaign
No, I
in
think
the
he only
south?
needs to campaign in Biafra land.
Yes, in Biafra land, south, in
Even South South, he doesn't need to do that much.
maybe in
But
Edo
just
State.
yeah, just
But
in
to be
Biafra land,
honest,
yeah.
in places like Delta and Cross River and Akwa Ibom,
Mm.
obviously he needs to do something. But the way Calabar Cross River is also going with this Ayade, I think is a very loyal Tinubu boy. I think so.
Mm.
So probably you might not need to do. These people, if their people refuse, they know how they multiply the thing and just take it there and say this is for their states. I think is I don't know if INEC is relying on the governors or if they have if they rely on their returning officers. But in Nigeria, we've all seen that it's all the same thing. So yeah.
In CBD, do you know some of the telltales? One of the key telltales of depression is somebody gaining weight rapidly because they comfort it to escape the demons in their head. So I'm talking about the fat boy, Femi Adesina. He speaks now. He's saying that the bloodshed in Nigeria now attributed to the imams, the pastors, and the media. Nothing
Me.
at all to do with Malam Buhari. So the fat boy speaks. What says you?
Yeah, so it means he's also attributing to himself because I think he's also a media. I think he was an editor in chief of which was it Nation?
Yes, or something like
Yeah,
that, or
yeah.
trust or something. Yeah.
Before they brought him to become, so he obviously is part of the media. So he's also part of the problem. But with the church and all that, I wouldn't. I can't say
Do you think there's hate speeching going on in the churches? I was debating
one
that with
man, one man,
Ola, but yeah.
one man. That is a lie. I'm totally on the side of Ola because
Mm.
the hate speech. So if did this pastor just come out one day and start talking about hate speech? And also, what is the hate speech? Because I know Odepo one time said something about if you see any of those people, say you should take like you should take. He said you should defend yourself, something like that. You know, if you see, so I don't think that's hate speech because the Christians that are being killed, or they were killed and also still being killed in Southern, in Kaduna,
An
in
eye for an eye, Abby.
Plateau. No, not about an eye for an eye, woman. You know, these people are being killed all over in the North, Christians. So imagine how um, heartless the pastors will be if they don't speak about it. You know, so they have that they owe the the Christian community that courtesy of talking about speaking against what is happening to the Christians. And for the imams, to be honest, I don't know which hate speech are they talking about because obviously they are not. Where
Their
Christians are
man
not.
is in. Okay, it's
Christians are
Chris.
not. To be honest with you, I'm not a religious. Well,
Mm.
I'm I'm not those kind of people that is just like against. Obviously, I have a lot of Muslim friends and I like Muslims so much, but I'm not. I
Especially
don't see
during
any
Salah.
Yes, yes, yes. I don't see any Muslim Christian going that he wants to go and look for one Muslim to attack or something. So I don't know what the imams exactly are talking about, unless maybe because of this narration of is it the Boko Haram? Maybe probably not trying to radicalize their people.
No, no. I think what he's saying, Femi Additional, is that extremism is being preached on the pulpits and the mosques from the two extremes.
Oh,
So
extremism.
yes, there are mosques that are preaching extremism to their adherents, which is leading to the adherents acting on that, and there are churches that are speaking the language of extremism, which is leading to ethnic clashes, and is saying that the media propels this. That is
No,
essentially
but
what the fat boy said.
that's a very unfair comparison. That context that is putting the two, they are not the same because what is the pastor? What exactly is the extremist message they are putting out? Obviously, a pastor with all his senses um, intact will not tell any of his members to go and attack anybody that is not a Christian or that definitely that's not possible.
But
The
what
only
about Tunde Bakare declaring war?
No, no, they do. They do. We have seen cases where pastors on the pulpit asking, praying for people to die. That's extremism. That's extremism. That
that
same thing when for every action there is a reaction. When it is done in the churches, there is a reaction coming from the mosque. When it's done in the mosque, there is a reaction coming from the churches. So it's
yeah,
our country. We love the country so well. All of us we love the country, but that's a fact. It happens.
yeah. But to be honest,
SCBD,
even before, I think we have
let me say
always been
something.
praying. I don't know, because I also went to
SCBD,
church, obviously, for many years. We've been many of us that are not Muslims know these things about the church. We pray in Mountain of Fire. I think they still pray till tomorrow, probably about people that are trying to attack them should die. But I think those are just some kind of spiritual. Uh, why don't we let God now be they want to answer the prayers, because as long as, what I mean is that these people are not marching on the street looking for trying to do some violence to their enemies. It's more like a spiritual battle. So they say pray for anybody that wants you, or pray for the enemies of the Christians. To even if a pastor now that is so extreme comes out and tell his congregation, pray for anyone that doesn't want Christians in this nation, they should die. Uh, that's just some kind of religious talk, so you wouldn't really consider it as a threat, a direct threat, because some people obviously don't even, this is a secular country. Definitely, let's not forget that we are it's a secular country. It's supposed to be a secular country, so we can't.
Yeah, it's a secular country in name only.
So we cannot be taking this. We cannot take a side, and we can also, nobody will just come out and support, or maybe be scared because of a prayer of another person. People pray all manner of prayers, to be honest. People pray all manner. In fact,
No, the issue, simply, it's not about the prayer. The issue is about the message. Who you are addressing a message to a congregation of which you don't even know all of their mental capacity. That's the point. That's the point addition I was trying to make. It's okay if you are intellectual, you can do your thing, you can say your things, but the message you are addressing, you don't know how people will react to it. That's the point he was trying to make. And the extremism on both sides.
Jafar, can I say something?
Yes, sir.
See, like this thing, I will not discount the fact that some people among the clergymen can say that. But what are the percentage of these people? Because we watch TV, we see all this religious program online. We can hardly find maybe 1 out of 200 or 1 out of 500 that will say these things. So
it's not the percentage, it's the influence. If somebody, like, I'm not saying he said it, but just to make the point that it's not the percentage, it's the influence. If somebody like Pastor Adeboye says something, it carries more weight than if 1,000 pastors in Nigeria say the opposite, because he has just an influence. So when you have people like Oyedepo and Bakari bouncing on their pulpits, asking people to rage and wage, so that is hate speech.
What you are saying makes sense. But I'm just saying that when you look at the like of Oyedepo that you just mentioned now, is that we cannot erase the fact that maybe his ministry or his part of branch, they've suffered from what has happened in Nigeria, but without
exactly. In fact, I had a
without
any
response from the government. So it's another. So we have to be very careful of how to generalize the issue. For example, if some criminal now go and burn down some churches, for example, and the government is not doing anything, but when the church now is now trying to carry cutlasses, lady club, or just to protest, for example, and someone is now saying is misleading the congregation, it's another thing entirely. This one, for someone to speak as you as a Christian, defend yourself when you see someone that want to kill you. It's totally different from inciting people to say, okay, go and cause nuisance on the street. No, even for what Pastor Bishop Oyedepo has said, to me, to the best of my knowledge, I could be wrong. To me, it's all about self-defense.
He narrowed his speech to a particular group who he feels were savaging. So he was essentially calling for an ethnic, response. So he was speaking ethnic language.
No, one man, I think you're...
One man, can I say something?
Exactly.
Yes, okay, yeah.
Just, sorry, rational mind. So what I'm just trying to say is this. In that context of what's the name, Femi ADESINA, you can't look at it the same way, because to be honest with you, in whatever Oyedepo said or Adeboye, I think Adeboye did not say anything because he's very close to the government, I think. So, but whatever Oyedepo said, did it make people to march on the streets or of I don't know, Kaduna or Kano or anywhere, even in the south, looking for who to? It's just a matter of, just like Ola have said. Is I remember some years ago, there's this story of there was one winners church in the north. I don't know if it was in Plateau State or just somewhere in the north, and because they used to, every Sunday there's this the guys around, obviously all their neighbors are, majority of their neighbors are Muslims. They will come throwing stones and just all manner. So there was one day, even they even threatened them that they are going to come there and attack them and try to kill them. So I think the pastor told them to, the next Sunday they should come with things that they can use to defend themselves in case they are attacked. And that Sunday, these people, when those other guys came trying to intimidate them and even really wanted to harm them, these people, some people came with cutlass. Some people came with sticks. Some people came with knives. Some people came with. There are even few people that came with guns. So and when those people came, started throwing stones, making noise, bringing the fence down, these church members came out with those things. And when those people saw that these church members are ready to fight, they ran away. But that was in those days when they don't have, when these terrorists don't have sophisticated weapons that they used. Those days it was just this kind of confrontations with those small arms. So this is the thing. It's not like go out there and start attacking people or go and It's more about, it's more of a defend yourself message, because no matter how Christian you are, if anything happened to your member and you do not give them guidelines or tell them things to do to protect themselves, or you do not even call out the security, the government on what is happening, then it means as a pastor you are, you're failing. You're failing, and it means that you're not even you're not supposed to be, in that position. So I wouldn't really want to look at it in the same, you know,
Let me say
Concept.
something.
All
Let
right,
me say
yeah, go on,
something.
rational mind. Yeah.
Well, recently we heard about what happened in the north this past few weeks. I think I mentioned that here, but I just want to speak to. Um, the pastor that was killed because he was trying to do the right thing. He was trying to follow the Constitution. By the Constitution, I mean that when somebody is a criminal or is alleged to be a criminal, you report him to the authorities and hand him over to the authorities and let the law of the land take its due course. But then now let us reverse role. If the person that was killed, that is the pastor that was killed in Kano, happens to be a Muslim cleric or a Muslim sheikh or whatever it is, and was killed by some mobs that are said to be Christians, we won't be sitting down here, all of us talking. We'll be hearing another, we'll be hearing another story entirely, either from the presidency or from the whatever. We'll be hearing stories about what has happened. But so far, we've not had anything done about that case. Now, this is a pastor who had somebody who converted from Islam to Christianity, and he had skirmish with his family member, and then it resulted to the death of the wife of his younger brother or elder brother. But the people of that village or wherever, they were not happy that he converted to Islam. Maybe they could not hurt him, I don't know, because usually they say he goes to the pastor, he stays with the pastor. But anyway, now the pastor, when he had his skirmish and then maybe he hit the lady and then the lady fell down and she died, the pastor said, go report yourself to the authority, hand yourself to the authority. The mob came, the Muslim mob came, they wanted to kill this guy. The pastor says, no, you won't kill this guy in my house. He handed the guy over to the police. Maybe the boy. Well, anyway, the police had the boy in custody. The Muslim mobs came back. They were annoyed that the pastor did not hand him over to them to kill or to do whatever jungle justice they want with him. Now, this pastor was killed eventually. And there's silence everywhere. And they were hearing this idiot, Opono Adesina, talking. And he feels he's being politically correct. When issues like this is brewing, they don't nip it in the bud. It's only when it escalates. Now, let me tell you, I don't want to say that to Jaffa alone, but to any other Muslim people here on this platform. I practiced Islam before. I've done it before. I live in North Africa. I've been to the Sahara. I know what it is all about. Yes, there's fanaticism in every religion. But in the history of Nigeria, it is very rare you will hear of an aggression by this so-called Christian sects or whatever Christian sect. It's usually a retaliation against them that usually brings about a full-out, killing and everything, but usually started by the Muslim sects. That I can tell you because I've studied the history of Nigeria when it comes to religious violence. Now, the point is this. We know, like I said, or like all of us have said here, there's fanaticism in every religion. But you see, sometimes the way we reason in that country, we try to justify things like Ponadeshino was talking like, yeah, we know they talk, but the thing is, who acts more on their so-called fanaticism? It's been seen that those who belong to the Islamic sect act more on their fanaticism.
Are you essentially of the view that it is a violent religion? Is that what you are hinting at?
Well, you see, I think I've said that on this platform. I won't say it's a violent religion, but I would say it's the interpretation that some people give to it. People can, the Quran is open to many interpretations. That is why you have these two. Basically, I won't say basically. They are the only two sects in the Islamic religion: the Shiite and the Muslim, and the Sunnis. And these two sects are very, very violent. They are against each other. Now, what is the reason? Is the way they interpret the Quran. The Sunnis interpret the Quran in one way. The Shiite interpret the Quran in one way or another way. And they interpret it based on how they feel. And whoever is one of their members goes with this idea or this fanatic idea they carry along with them. So what I'm trying to say in essence is this, that I'm not saying categorically that the religion is violent, but the interpretation, it is susceptible to many interpretations. And that is the reason why that people tend to use that interpretation as a basis for them to perpetrate the heinous act or whatever act of violence. So the point I'm trying to make is this, that in the history of that country, it is very rare you will see whatever Christian sects they call themselves go on the attack force. If they not be attacked, like ECBD said here, when ECBD said something about what's it called, that there was this church. Now look at them. They were throwing. I've lived in the north before. I've seen that happen to me. I used to be a preacher in northern part of Nigeria, and we had Bashiga. You don't enter. There's certain areas, certain quarters you don't enter. If you enter there, you are in problem. You're looking for trouble. So what I'm trying to say is this: that the extremism in that. I mean, I've been stoned so many times.
How many countries have you lived in, Rational?
Well, I don't want to go. Let's not go into that. I've been to several, but I just don't want to go into that for the sake of the time on this platform. So what I'm trying to say is this: it is time for the Muslims to think inwardly. I'm not saying they should look at that religion. I have a second look at that religion and see how they can, be peaceful as they say they claim to want to be. I'm not saying Islam is
a rational man. I think the idea that rational man. I'm sorry to project. I think the idea that it is time for you, in your view, for Muslim to have a rethink of their religion is not only misguided, but it's insulting.
Okay.
It's very, very insulting. Because if, as you claim, that you have studied religious violence, especially within the Nigerian space, you will understand, that among the major religious groups in Nigeria, the one that insult the other the most is which one? Do we have history?
You want me to take you on that?
Other prophets? But no. But every time the least opportunity.
Hello.
Sorry, we lost Jafar. I didn't. Oh, okay, Jafar.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. When a Christian is in power in Nigeria, for example, if Northerners want to criticize his administration, you will never hear a Northerner referring to his religion. right? But there's just no way. Southerners and Christians in Nigeria have not been able to separate between a tribe, a religion, and an individual. There is always this holistic or stereotyping type of idea. Even on this platform, most of the time I hear, we do not want a Muslim president again. We do not want a Muslim president. It's like you give
No,
the
no, no,
impression that,
not a Muslim president. To be
Well,
fair, a
can I address this,
Muslim
please?
president. But just
well,
before,
but let me land on my
Yep.
point.
yeah, land on your point, and I would like to
Let
say
me start.
something. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So it gives the impression that the country is not only divided along regional life, along tribal life, but even within the religion life, there is a huge divide.
Obviously,
There is
this it has been.
Well,
So,
okay.
Jafar, let me
Well,
just say this.
just before you say that, Rational Mind and
Yeah.
Jafar, I'm all about free speech and everything, but this particular topic is a very delicate topic, which has to be spoken to in delicate tones and only to what you know, because we are talking about people's belief systems,
Okay.
and these are beliefs that people have held for generations. So I'm happy for the conversation to carry on, but in a delicate tone and only speaking to a knowing manner and with
All
respect
right.
to the
So
person that
if I said what
you
I
are
said,
speaking to. Yeah.
if I said that they have to
Not
have a,
not to you specifically, but just to the conversation, just to the tone, because it's a high octane
yeah, I know,
topic.
I know that. That's why sometimes I usually try to speak in a way whereby it will not be offensive, it not sound offensive. But you see, one thing about religion is that, like he said, um, you see, it's very difficult for us talking about this religion thing. For me, you see, talking about the issue of the so-called Christians being the ones to offend those of the Islams, I mean the Muslims, by maybe like what, for example, when we heard about the Danish cartoon that was drawn some years back in Denmark, and then the Muslims in another part of Nigeria, they went crazy and then they were killing people. So we talk about those kind of things. It's like they say, okay, the other religion. You see, we're talking about this here. If some of you have been to Asia, you know what is going on in some part of Asia too, especially southern part of Asia, where you have the Buddhists, the Hindus. This is not just. Hold on, let me see. I don't know, Jafar. We're getting some feedback from you. I don't know. Are you trying to say something? Okay. So now in Asia, we have the Buddhists. In fact, like in India, the Hindus and the the Islamics, they fight a lot. So the point is this. You see, I'm not saying that the so-called Christians don't sometimes annoyed. I mean, these people that the Danish cartoon, I won't say it was written by. I mean, it was drawn by a Christian. I mean, it could be somebody who is an atheist, who's not just who doesn't believe in anything, but then they pin it on the Christians.
Sorry, Rational Mind, you will continue, but just to what you have said, that's something that also some people don't take into consideration. It seems they see atheists and Christians as just the same, probably because of the kind of name that they all bear. And also, one thing I'm going to also ask Jafar, does it mean that you do not agree at all that there is a very strong extremist, aspect, or should I say group, in the that call themselves Muslims? I'm trying to use my words very carefully. That call themselves Muslims. Are they not there? They are there, obviously, all over the world. But I just need to ask you that: do you believe that those people are not part of Muslims?
I don't. I would not base any form of probably like if. Okay,
no, not
let me
probably.
let
Like
me
what
just
we are
take
seeing, even with
an
Boko Haram,
example.
with ISIS, all these people we are seeing all over the world. Do
I
you
just want to
believe
take an
that they are part
example.
of Islam? Do you believe they are part of Islam?
I want to take an example, maybe what is happening in Afghanistan, right? Would that be a proper example?
Go on, please.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. I can hear you. Go on.
Okay, so if you go to a place like Afghanistan, right, with the Taliban in power, right, they are Muslims. Yeah, Afghanistan is mostly a Muslim nation of probably 99% are Muslims, right? But you have to separate the issue of nationalism and religion. You have to understand the Russian invasion of Afghanistan, how they regrouped themselves and fought for their independence to build their nation. So whatever they do, look at it as a geographical and territorial aspect. The nationalism in Afghanistan is not the same as the nationalism in Saudi Arabia. It's not the same as the nationalism in Malaysia. Rational minds, I know you are an international relations student. You might be able to help us better in this regard. So there is this confusion that we keep mixing. We keep missing. If somebody, a group, maybe the Palestinian Liberation Organization, the first thing you will see, if they are fighting for their right, you will term them Islamic terrorists. That's what everybody says. That's what it is fashionable to the mainstream media in the Western world. But they will negate the most important aspect, that they are not fighting for, this is not a religious war. This is a war for nationalism, a war for sovereignty, a war for land grab. So that's what I'm trying to make.
Can I say something, please? Can I say something?
Let me add to that. Sorry, Ola, please. So you also don't agree that as much as these Middle Eastern, or should I say Muslim Islamic nations, are fighting for, national purpose, will you agree that they always add, bring in their religion to it, bring in the religion, the religious aspect? Because we've seen countries
but you can't separate a man and his belief system.
Purpose.
You can't separate a man and his belief system.
So I think
religion is the most important thing in any human's life existence. Our values
sir, you're not getting my point.
Our religious belief.
I'm just talking to you based on the same logic you're using, that we need to be able to separate. And now you're telling me we can't separate. You say we need to be able to separate the religion of the man from his nationalistic. So I feel like we are confusing ourselves a little bit.
Yeah, we're going off. Yeah.
So it's just the same point I'm making. There are many countries that have fought for nationalistic views and all that, but I'm talking a bit that this is peculiar to our Muslim brothers and sisters.
There is a history. There is history. You see, one thing we cannot deny in life is history. There have been religious war in history. Religious war and religious war. Jihad is a religious war. The 100-year war was a religious war. The crusade was a religious war. Those are different. The second one, those are different issues. Let's not mix them up.
Can I say something, please?
When people decide to rise up, maybe to defend their land, that can't be equated to a religious war, regardless of what they believe. What they believe.
But when they bring in
there's something we're missing out here. Let's get this straight. You see, give me any of the country on this earth. I mean, in this world. Mention a country that is predominantly Muslim, that the country is not. I mean, this whole structure of the government system in that country is not based on the Islamic principles. Mention that to me. There's hardly any. In the Middle East, all of them is based on the Islamic principle. In fact,
I just told you Malaysia, Indonesia, United Arab Emirates, Turkey. There are a lot of them.
Well, you won't tell me that the United Arab Emirates and Malaysia is basically
these are secular states.
No, they're not secular. They're not secular.
You can't drink alcohol.
You can't tell me they're secular.
In the public.
They are moderate. Like what I can only say is this: they are moderate.
I've drank alcohol in Dubai.
In the public space, you can't do it, one man. You can't do it.
Can you in London? You can't do it in London.
Even in Bahrain, all these places, you can't, as a lady, you can't expose your hair in the public. So as much as
should I tell you something funny, in CBD? When my very first visit to Dubai, I had those views as well, that they will be stoning people on the streets and savaging and ravaging. But then my shock when I went out of my hotel room to the streets to have a cigarette, I saw two men holding hands and walking down the street in Dubai. So I think some of these things, yeah.
No, I think one man is correct about Dubai to be honest, but my own contribution here is this: when we discuss religious matter, we have to be very careful because neither side is ever going to win. Whether I see with this thing, look, this is where I see this thing as someone that believe that I'm a Christian, even if I don't attend church, for example. I believe that not everyone that goes to church is a Christian because there is a standard for you to be a Christian. Attending church doesn't qualify you to be a Christian, no matter how you say it. But by association, you can call yourself a Christian. Likewise, too, I want to believe that maybe the Islamic, they have their own part of it. But where I'm heading to is, you see our leaders over time, the leaders in every country over time, they've mastered that tactics of using religions as a weapon to sustain whatever agenda they have. So based on whatever agenda they have, they are going to pass a message to suit their purpose. That's just the way I see it. What Rational Mind was saying, you were not wrong. What Jafar was saying too, to be honest, I'm not trying to be diplomatic though. Jafar too is not really wrong, to be honest. But the way I see this thing is this: when you bring politics into religion, it's like just pouring petrol into fire. That's just the way it is. To me, I understand how everyone feels whenever you mention their religion. Unfortunately,
the religious aspect into politics, into governance, and
exactly.
They do this all over the. I'm not saying all, of course. I'm just talking about their leaders, the leaders of the political leaders in those countries. They use there's a way they bring this belief system just to play on the sentiments and the minds of their people.
Exactly, because they've already used religion to capture people's minds.
So that it's not supposed to be so. That's what we are trying to tell Jafar.
Exactly. So
the secular country.
Okay. Thank you. I think Jafar does not disagree that religion should not be weaponized as a political tool. I think what he is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jafar, is that we seem very quickly, both in the West and even on this platform, we seem very quickly to point to his faith in a tone that is a bit disparaging, and he cited the example of saying we don't want a Muslim president, etc. So I don't think people essentially object to a Muslim president, but people want that balance because religion, as we've just heard in this conversation, again, a volatile topic, they want that balance of a joint representation. So either or, a Muslim lead, a Christian vice, a Christian vice, a Muslim lead. So that is still where we are. We are not civilized beyond that point yet in Nigeria, unfortunately. But back to you in CBD. Let me take you to. We've just tried to leave Islam, but this is not Islam. This is criminality. Abubakar Malami strikes again. He has now dipped his hands into the accounts of the workers in the Ministry of Justice to the point that he has bankrupted that ministry. So the dollar-loving Attorney General of the Federation in CBD, Abubakar Malami, he strikes again.
Yeah, man, the same Malami that somebody was telling you that if he catch you want me to talk about Malami?
No, don't talk about Malami. Because their reach is very long now.
We don't know. That man might just be one of the DSS. Even this Jaffa that, the way Jaffa has been defending.
Even you, how do we know you are not a double A? Everybody is, how do you, even me, everybody, we're all suspects. We're all suspects.
But to be honest, for Malami, You know, the way the man, if you look at the way the man is talking, it's like he's always trying to confuse the public with, just so that people definitely, like, if you won't believe that he's taking all this money the way he's, have you seen how it speaks? So this is the strategy that these people use. They will just say all manner of, so that they'll just confuse you. Your mind is not even going into that space. Then before you know, you'll be reading later on the news that they are looking for billions and all that. So that's just exactly what is happening. And uh, if he does not have money to pay the workers, and if the problem is not that they were given less money or whatever, or the salaries were not budgeted, then obviously somebody has stolen money. We can't say Malam May have stolen money because probably they are doing an investigation and all that. They should investigate. That's a lawful democratic society. That's what they should do. But definitely something is wrong there. And if he's as the boss uh, of that, I don't know, is it a ministry of what is it, ministry, or is just an attorney general? So as the boss of that,
He's
so
the
he
Minister
should be.
of Justice and the Attorney General, so a double
Oh,
portfolio. Yeah.
he's the minister of justice also.
Mm.
Wow. So it's okay. So the truth of the matter is that there's definitely something wrong there. They should investigate. And but my problem is the way the man is speaking, telling them that they should do state of emergency. All those things the man is saying is as if they are trying to divert. He's trying to divert people's attention so that people will see him in a different light, and while something else is going on. So to be honest with you, I'm not
It's just the
saying.
association of that man's name with corruption. I don't think, because I do this every day, I don't think I've been going through the news to pick out talking points that have not come across Malam May corruption. Sometimes I just leave it to one side because I don't want it to be everyday Malam May corruption. But
Yes,
almost
yes, yes.
every day, just yesterday we were talking about him and
Mm.
Emefiele being chased by EFCC. The day before we were talking about him just selling off seized oil bunkering tanks, and then it's always his name
But,
associated
but
with
but the
corruption.
question is that all these people that this EFCC are chasing, have they ever caught one? Because it's like every day they've chased somebody. They are chasing they are chasing people every day. But I think they are just catching. I think it's just the Yahoo boys they are catching.
Yeah.
While
Have you ever gone fishing in CBD?
fishing, yeah,
Eh,
I think in those days in our village, yes,
no,
yes.
not village fishing, spotting fishing. If you go and fish, it's
SCBD.
catch and release. This is what they do: catch and release.
Yeah, that's
One
what
man,
I'm
Jafar,
one
saying.
minute, please.
yeah, Jafar, go on.
SCBD, you were
Yeah.
asking if they have actually sentenced anybody. Yesterday, I think, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday, minor's son was sentenced for himself for
Yes,
14 years.
15 years.
14.
14.
14 years.
The minor son, eh?
Yes, Faisal.
But I hope if we look into that, we'll not see any place where the minor's son
Was
is
was he
having issue
extradited? Was he
is
No,
extradited
having
no,
from
no,
the
issues
no,
US?
with
no,
the
no. I think
government.
it was actually rendition. Was he not captured in Niger?
He was
In
captured in Nigeria
Yeah,
and brought back.
and with a house full of dollars.
But how
Yeah,
can someone be running away from Buhari and is running to Niger? That
you
is
look
just
at
like running.
that.
That is
Yeah,
like running into the.
living room.
Yeah, it's better you run somewhere else. So, but to be honest, also we need to check if if that man is having any, because I'm sure the way it is, the way we are seeing everything going on, even from what Oshomole said, then it seems it's for you to be punished now. You either maybe you're having a problem with the current administration or something. So if you look at that, I'm just talking on a more level playing. How do they say it now? On a more because if you look at what is happening every day, people are being chased. They are chasing people
Mm,
every day, but the only people we see them catching, apart from this one now we've had, is Yahoo boys that they are
mm.
catching. Yeah. So
With the 100 phone numbers.
yes,
It's
yes.
the most ridiculous thing. Is it Yahoo boy that is the problem of the Nigerian economy, or
I'm
Yahoo
wondering.
man? Is Yahoo man? Leave the boys alone. Go catch the men. It's Yahoo men that we want you catching.
Exactly.
All right, thank you, thank you, in CBD. Good to see you over here in a different location yet again. What is it? Is it Rebecca's turn today, or this guy now? You are turning yourself into
In fact,
Mr. Bombastic.
this
Eh?
let me
Mm.
let me put myself together. I had to just like stop somewhere back and join you guys because of what I'm hearing. And
Okay, what made you stop then? Let's have it.
I think I joined you when you guys started talking about religion and politics. You
Yes,
know,
Oh, yeah, you
which
did
is
coffee shop.
huh?
yes.
Coffee
Yes,
shop you did.
I'm in Starbucks. Yes,
I know. I
it's
understand.
a
It's
Starbucks.
say, all right.
So, thank God say now you will first speak. Say rational mind just say confidently speak. Say man, Muslim religion na be the problem. Now then they keep us. How? He said that you are not a student of history, and if you are not, I will recommend one book for you to just go read. It's called The Darkening Age, right? Make you understand how your own religion, our own religion, Christianity, they be even up to today. And if you say now then they kill pass, that means you say they are winning because religion are political tools. And me and you know if you look at the statistics around the world, the Christian they everywhere. So who they keep us? And they are more sect. Sorry. They are more and I'm speaking based on the credential where you present about your own journey to the religion journey. No, they are more than two sect in Islam. There's what they call medicine, the Ostars. If
You're
Japan
talking of
they
subsect.
No,
You're talking of subsect
medicine
here.
is not a full sect. It's a it's
Subsect.
a it's
wait,
a
wait,
localized
wait
sect.
now,
The two main
Japan they
strands.
here. Let me
Don't worry
finish.
about Jafar. Jafar is not the only one that has access
Oh
to
Lord, can
information.
I finish what I'm saying? Can I
Yeah.
finish? The Ostars, where the Ostars they belong, Jafar.
Those are subsects.
I asked Jafar now. I am one of them. So let him answer me.
Oh, okay.
So, so,
Okay, sorry, go
so,
on. Yeah.
so to reinforce what Ovie is saying, there is Shia, no doubt about it. There is Sunni, there is Qadiriya, there is Tijaniya. Then the Metasini that you are saying actually was a splinter group from the Tijaniya, and we know I think that happened probably around 1979 in Kano State, something like that, if my
They are
memory
still,
doesn't fail me.
they are still very much there in Borno. I am
Yeah. So
I'm a victim, personal victim. So anytime when they talk about that space, people are notice how they glorify them. No, even as we speak, I never recover from what I went through from that region. Religious what? But guess what? The first time I left Nigeria, where I go na Qatar, I was there for 2 years. That changed everything about religion for my life. Now, but Rashidama asked a question that all the religions countries they try and infuse their religion into their constitution. Fine. Are they better than us or not? FAY, their citizen. All those religious countries where they use Quran as their constitution, are they better than us or not? They are far better than us. So when I did Qatar,
How many of them?
listen,
Of them.
all of them, mention one,
This guy, don't come here with this.
Give me one. I'm not, no.
You want me to give you the figure? You want me to give you the figure?
Give me one Muslim country that Nigeria will better
Oh
pass.
my goodness.
Ovie, take it easy.
Iran said to as Iran like that. Iran.
Thank you. Even Afghanistan.
Iran Afghanistan Badun. Syria there.
With
They get themselves.
With Badu,
Iraq get themselves.
Is it not the same thing that's happening to us now? Is it not the same thing?
What are you
Are
arguing
you free
about
from
now?
that? I am arguing the fact that you are saying that the religion may be the problem. No, it's not. That them they kill fast. No, it's not.
Listen. Get me this.
I like Wahala, no, because you guys just agree peacefully and no, religion is just
okay. Sheba, allow you speak. I will allow you finish. Finish. Make I talk then.
Religion is just a tool, political tool, whether they use. Christian, Muslim no keep as Christian. I stand to be corrected as we speak today. You understand? Because today the nation that is carrying out the most killing around the world are the Christian nation. Vis-a-vis Me and you
But they are
understand what
not.
I mean.
Make a land first. Make a land first.
The point I made before is that we when you say Christian nation, that's just like a blanket statement. Now, do you know how many people are not? Do you know how few people are even going to church in a place like UK? So we need to put this thing in perspective. Even when you say Christian nation, are you talking about probably in the like some 200 or 500 years ago, the founders of those nations were Christians? Because if you go to the
No,
US,
we're talking about 1939. 1939.
what
Germany.
makes it a Christian nation? They tell you their nations are secular states. They tell you it's a secular state, and you call it a Christian nation.
Listen. I never mentioned any Christian nation. All these countries you are mentioning, they didn't even pride themselves as a Christian nation. They pride themselves as a secular nation.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
I never mentioned Christian nation. I am just using the fact that Rational Mind asked a question that all the Muslim nation that they inculcate religion.
I'm sorry, it's not because I'm talking behind and you're going and you just have to look.
Because I actually spilled something.
Am I right? I've been able to talk with the Rational Mind that they infuse religion into their constitution.
Yeah.
Most of the religion nation. Yes. So on that ground, and I said, mention among those nations who put religion into their constitution, how many of them Nigeria better pass?
Did they ask me a question?
Yes.
Come with your question again, please. I beg. Just repeat, please. I was distracted here a little bit.
The nations that you accuse of infusing religion into their constitution.
Okay.
Tell me what you said. Am I right? Maybe
I said something like that. Yes. Yeah.
Good. How many of those nations Nigeria better pass? We will know infuse religion into our constitution. Secular nation.
Actually, we just gave you some of them now.
Like,
listen. Let me clarify this thing. When I said to Jafar the other time that you people, the people who practice Islam or Muslim need to do some kind of self-reflection and rethink. I'm not trying to be insultive. What I'm trying to say is this. Now, look at some of the countries you're mentioning, like UAE, Qatar. These countries, they got it right to some extent. But look at it. How did they get it right? Hold on.
Let me finish why I mentioned that country. While I was in that country, okay, you clearly know that Qatar is a Muslim nation.
Okay.
Whether we like it or not, 100%. Now, we now, we have little Christian community there. Maybe I think all of us, we know this 500. But guess how many denominations will be for there? We are up to 10. We know they see eye to eye.
Okay.
You understand? So how you can't tell me that these other people that then be the problem?
Hold on now, make I talk now.
Wait. This is the error you committed.
Let me land, please. Please.
Sorry.
What I'm saying is this. When I said they should do a bit of self-reflection or do a kind of like looking worldly again, I'm not trying to be insulting. All I'm trying to say is this. Let me talk both ways.
It should go both ways. Both the Christian too.
Hold on, make I talk. Hold on. I will land your point. I speak slow. That is the reason because I try to get my thought together. Now, what I'm trying to say is this: that like people like countries like let me put Saudi on one side. Let me put Saudi Arabia on one place. Now let me talk about Qatar and even like Malaysia and UAE. Now, these countries, no doubt, they did a bit of self-reflection. They still have what's it called? Islam infused in their governmental system. Either you accept that or not. In fact, their constitution is still more of Islamic base. Now, the self-reflection they did there was kind of inward looking, is that they look at the way of whereby they could balance their religion so that the extremist part of it, or whatever part of it that they might interpret it to be, will not conflict with the economic values that we get. That is why one man could tell you, listen, that's why one man could tell you that he went to UAE and he drank alcohol in UAE. Because if they want to apply their strictest version of that religion, they should not be selling alcohol in UAE.
Okay.
Now,
can I
respond
to that?
Let me not take you back to Nigeria. See what is going on in Nigeria now. Especially in those part of Nigeria, where they say they have so-called Sharia. That's why the country is in print, it's a secular state.
I disagree.
Hold on now. Hold on. Will you allow me talk?
Okay.
Now they are applying the strictest form of their so-called the Sharia or the Islam, and then it's affecting the economic the development of that region. You cannot have a fashion designing shop with the mannequin there that is maybe almost naked. You cannot even say you want to have a restaurant serving alcohol to people, to guests. What kind of economy are they building there? So the point is this: those countries you're mentioning that are doing well for themselves, that's why they have more of Islamic base, is because they did a bit of, they kind of look inwardly how they can improve their country, not allowing their religion to interfere with their economic development.
Now,
that is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Saudi. Let me now give you an example of Saudi.
No, listen now. Look, let's go step by step so that we will not complicate ourselves.
Let me add to it, you add everything together.
You just narrated. Now,
let me add to it so that you answer everything
now,
together.
Wait. Let's correct some kind of misinformation here first.
Okay.
The story you just narrated, rational man, are like third party. You either ESA or read. You don't ask one man where he for buy that alcohol. Now streets have been at some rated hotel because when me take Qatar, I drink alcohol for now for inside Sheraton.
Okay.
You understand? So make you understand. Make you just see the difference.
There are nightclubs all over Dubai. Nightclubs all over Dubai.
So where are they located?
Wherever they are in Dubai. They are in Dubai.
I am not saying they are not in Dubai.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They are in Dubai. That is the point.
Maybe I'm not there say for Qatar I drink alcohol. I drank alcohol, but where? Inside Sheraton. Inside Intercontinental, no be for street, no be for any hotel. You no go see and buy. You understand? So that should clear a lot of your way they thought. So if you go there, you know if you do this, all this, and this. Now the Niger Sharia that you just described, to go back to what I said, religion na political tools. If you follow the reason why they float Sharia, you understand why my statement is right. At a time whereby that part of religion and we're powerless, they see themselves powerless. When I mean powerless, in all the part of Nigeria, they don't take any position.
Must be a very
so they have to.
Okay, OVA, can I say something?
About
I don't even know what you're
OVA, can I say something now, please?
Now, what I'm
please, OVA, let me just ask you a question, please.
Okay,
now, the mistake.
I'm speaking directly so that he go fit me say, no.
OVA, I want to take you back to something. There is no even basis for comparing Nigeria and all those states to mention.
Good.
Now, the reason is this. You are talking of countries that are mostly homogeneous in terms of identity, religion, and everything. You are comparing to a situation in Nigeria whereby you have large group of different religions in Nigeria. So you don't expect the same results. There's no basis for this argument as far as I'm concerned.
Now there's no argument here. Before you misquote me here, what I'm trying to point out to rational mind is that the finger is pointing should be both ways. Both religions are on the same trend. They are all quest for dominance. So they are all using every means necessary. So if they accuse one,
who is dominating who here?
Huh?
Who is dominating who here?
What do you mean by who's dominating who? Do you know there's redeem in every loose kind of Nigeria?
Who? What's that?
What is that?
Say that again. Can you repeat that?
There's redeemed Christian Church of God in every loose kind of Nigeria, including the north.
In the south,
there's winners.
What's the point?
In the north is not every nook and cranny. In the north is not every.
Tell me where church no there for north.
Don't say nook.
Not everywhere in the north.
Everywhere now. Point it out to me.
I'm not over there now to tell you, but I tell you. Not everywhere you can have it. Not everywhere you can have. There are some listen now. There are some areas.
No, let me finish in that argument again. Even here in this country, there's some place you know if you walk and enter. Don't be Muslim there. Life, you are not welcome If you say Ajali Kukwede, I will tell them, even in Tennessee, I've experienced it live. You are not welcome. They are not Muslims. You understand? So both of them get their ways of extremism. No, they accuse one, leave one. That's my own take.
No, you're getting this whole thing wrong. They overbeat this thing.
One Nigeria is waiting because of that religion. The two of them.
You overflog this thing. This is what I'm trying to say.
No, because I listen
to you. Would you let me speak?
I listen to your analysis.
You
speak passionately when you are analyzing your story. You speak passionately as if you are talking
for your information. I don't belong to any of them. I'm not neither.
We will be with them. We're on the same line of thought there. I don't belong to either one of them too.
Hold on, make I talk.
My point is both of them.
My point is this: sometimes you argue out of context sometimes, and you overflog it, and then I don't even know where you're even going with it.
I listen to you how passionately you
I go talk. If I understand you very well, you say they accuse Islam as the very root of the whole wala we for this world, right? Is that what you're saying?
Largely, not be all, largely.
That's what you said now.
That's what I heard from you. That's what I heard from your narrative. You can correct me.
On this
you can correct me. That's what I heard from your narrative. You can correct
me. Hold on. That was why I said when Jafar was saying, when I said the Muslim needs to sit down and look inwardly again. Maybe he misconstrued my word to mean maybe I'm being insultive. All I was trying to say is that they need to sit down and see how they would take religion out of anything that could be more of economic,
I heard you,
social, and all of that.
I heard you.
So that it doesn't affect other people that are non-Muslim. That's what I'm trying to tell you. On this platform here, on this platform here, I've advocated that if Nigeria ever becomes a secular country in a real sense of it, they should give nothing to any religion, either what they call them, either Islam or either Christianity. Let everybody just serve his own God, whatever he is, in his own house or whatever. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying they should not put any religion.
I agree with you.
Now.
Listen,
let me speak.
I'm not disagreeing with you. All I'm saying that the same advice you are giving the Muslim to look inward, not to allow their religion to affect their economic move, give it to the Christian too, because they are of the same proportion.
Oh my
and the same thing advise the Christian too. They should look inward, not to let their religion affect.
That's what I'm saying. You argue out of context.
I am not arguing out of context.
Listen.
I want you to say the same thing.
Would you let me speak? Let me speak?
Go ahead.
When I said you arguing out of context, the context of what we're talking about was what happened in the north. Get me right. Maybe I didn't get it right when we argued that back then. This is what I'm saying.
I'm not saying anything from what you just said.
Hold on now.
I didn't say anything different yet.
We're talking about the effect of Islam in Nigeria.
Yes.
I'm not saying that Christianity, so-called Christianity, does not have their own blame.
They have the same influence on Nigerian economy to the Nigerian side too. The same influence.
Jafar wants to say something.
And the same Christian gets on us too.
Jafar, what did you say?
I'm a victim of that.
No,
Jafar.
He's not saying anything. The background noise.
You say what?
It's like you wanted to say something. Is that what you?
No, I'm not the one. I'm
okay,
on mute.
All right, please. So what I'm trying to say is this: we're talking about Islam, the role of Islam in that country called Nigeria, right? Mm-hmm. And now we're talking about how it has, in a sense, those people who claim to be part of who are the worshippers of that religion, how they've used that religion to bastardize Nigeria in some ways.
Yes,
that's what we're saying.
And I
said we should not allow that. That should not be allowed. And as long as we give hold on now, and as long as we do that, it will be a problem. And I gave an example of what happened to it could be anybody. It could be
I want you to understand that I agree with what you just said. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you.
So what's the point?
I am just saying that the same advice, the same way you are viewing this, view the other side too, because the Nigerian Christian side also affects us greatly. I am a victim.
Like I said to you, I've said on this platform that Nigerian government should not give any recognition to any religion in that country. Practice your religion in your own private place.
I know.
So that's what I'm saying to you.
Rational mind.
I'm not telling you that maybe I'm just
you know why?
Christian or pro whatever.
Listen now. You know why?
Let's not argue this anymore. Where's one man? Let him come on.
Just listen to me first. You know why they insist to make you talk? Because people are listening. Maybe keep listening. You
Okay,
understand?
same
We are
thing.
communicating here. When you mention one, you refuse to mention the other.
Okay,
What
I
are
get
you
you now.
saying?
I get you now. It makes sense.
Exactly. So that's what
Yeah,
I'm
it makes
saying.
sense.
I'm
Yeah.
not saying you are wrong. I didn't say you are wrong at all. You are
No,
not wrong, but just apply it all around.
all right. A lot of you should have picked up by now that we have two OVAs on this platform. Two OVAs. We have OVA and then we have OVA. So
Okay.
you hear it in his voice now.
So
OVA has
which
been
one? Which one is
eh?
this? Which one is this one?
It's not OVA. This is
So,
OVA.
so
Eh?
what you put on there
Oh, God.
represent? I don't
Eh?
understand. What
Well,
of you represent? And
there's the logical, intelligent, well presented OVA, and
okay.
then there's the after midnight OVA. So this is
So,
after midnight OVA. Eh?
I also be laughing at you.
And,
I
and,
know
and
what
I
you.
can and I usually hear it in your speech pattern. What you have been up to. Eh? OVA.
No, I literally
Look
just
at
get
that.
off work like maybe
Eh.
2 hours ago. Get off work, take a shower, and freshen up. That's literally what I just
You've
do.
not sparked one up yet.
No, it's not that
Eh,
one. I'm
look at
always medicated
eh,
24/7.
eh,
In
eh,
as
this-
I'm awake, I'm medicated. In as
eh,
I'm awake, I'm medicated 24/7. So that's
hmm.
anyway. So yesterday, sorry for let me use the opportunity. Yesterday, when I was going out on, I was actually hosting a competition in Ibadan. You understand? I actually hosted a competition in Ibadan in the University of Ibadan for hosted about over 200 athletes, I guess. So they benefit financially and otherwise. So that's why I was trying to connect and come live actually, but it didn't work out. That's
All
why.
right. Did you get a clip that we can show of your?
Oh yeah, that's they are now. Still in Nigeria. They are night now. So let's see. By the time they wake up tomorrow, they put what one or two together. Then I will know what it was.
Okay.
So
Maybe.
far, a picture I just get.
All right. Brilliant. Keep up the good work, Ovie. So thank you, Ovie. You've come to argue, but the point you came to argue was not
No,
actually
no.
even there. So
Well,
you just
we
spent
finally
20,
agree.
20
No, no, no,
minutes
no, no,
now
no.
agreeing with what he said originally.
Yeah,
Eh?
if he had listened to me
This is
if he had listened to
Ovie.
me, if he had listened to me from the beginning, he would do saying at the same point that they make. I was not trying to argue it. I was not trying to disagree with anything. I was just trying to say that the same measurement you are giving, look critically, because now our problem is mainly those religion. I don't care whether I'm Christian, Muslim, Ifa, or whatever. That's our problem, and it's deliberate. And the politicians are using it as a tool. As far as I'm concerned, Christianity has done more harm than good in Nigeria. You know how many people now when we are talking about followership, because you are trying to make point with Jafar that it's not the amount of people that carry the message, but who actually deliver the message. I'm paraphrasing here. In Nigeria, I can only mention 3 people that at least maybe if they wake up anytime they have 10 million followers. That is the president himself,
Shegumi.
Oyedepo, and
Shegumi.
no, another boy. These people,
What about
anytime anything,
Shegumi? What about Pantami?
Shegumi, okay, now Shegumi, Pantami, what's his name? Malami, they are all fighting for that followership now. When Baba go, somebody have to inherit that followership. So everybody educate. That's what you see Malami is doing. Malami need that part of that followership to continue to
You don't
utilize
think
them.
Pantami has amongst the Talakawas is what about
Erufai,
his
Erufai is
Talakawa army? He has
no. Among the Talakawas, I think Konkose has take chunk part of it. Konkose has gone take a lot of it. Erufai is in there too. Erufai has, a lot of their intellectuals are, kind of lean towards him. So there are a lot of people, screaming for that. But at the end of the day, even the vice president himself, it might not even come from those people. We are looking at the governor of Borno and this current minister of FTC. Mohammed Musa Bello. Papa na friend to Buhari.
So are you saying that Muslim tickets go be again?
Who
What do you
did
mean
who
again?
who
Where
who?
was it
You
before?
don't give Tinubu the presidency already.
I mean,
No,
what
no.
do you the project?
Eh?
And what do you the project?
I think if there's only one way Tinubu to become hero, and I think he has more chance to produce a president than to become a president. And producing a president, he has more chance with Oshibanjo. And there's nothing wrong with Oshibanjo and Borno governor on the ticket. Or there's nothing wrong with the Mohammed Bello, the current minister of FTC on the ticket. You know, this is just some
all right.
together. But yeah, Tinubu has much as in producing than he becoming, as it is now, as far as I'm concerned.
Is that for reasons of his health?
Nah, the power that that man has one man on his own. Oh. He has some. I don't know. I don't think they don't give that kind of person power like that. I mean, I would love it if he becomes president. Trust me, I will love it. But I don't think they will make that kind of mistake. I don't think so. I don't.
Okay.
They won't. They will rather say, okay, you have done well, produce, or the party goes scatter. So that's another option. The party is scatter if they do have anyhow. So they are trying to. He has worked.
The only thing that can stop Tinubu is his health, nothing else. But
I don't say nothing else. His health. I'm not even worried about his health.
There's not one single thing apart from his health. Or there's not one single thing that will stop that man.
Not just one power.
Not even Buhari can stop him.
Forget Buhari. Buhari is a messenger. Buhari is a messenger. That's what he is trying to be a messenger. But it will be a too powerful messenger. That's what you can be as a president. So I don't know. So his health, I'm not worried about his health.
One man, don't say.
Never worried about his health.
We are underrating.
One man, don't say nothing can stop Tinubu. A joker could come out against him tomorrow.
No, it's not going to happen. Nothing will stop him.
A joker could come out against him tomorrow.
No, nothing will stop. The only thing that can stop.
Why nothing will stop him now?
Because that based on this premise, president anywhere in the world is not elected; is selected.
Yeah. So unless
anywhere in the world. So
that's not true. That is not true. What do you mean by president selected?
One country where they
is American president selected?
American president they decide the character 40 years behind.
Is it American president selected?
Leave Professor V alone with his hypothesis.
Prime Minister of Britain selected.
Let me say something here. 2 years ago, I said the next president that will come after Biden, if they don't give on to Trump, it's going to be governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis. Today, it's pretty much the number one. So all these things, forget us when we talk. Can people see that? Some people get this country, maybe and
you they enjoy speculation, Sha, just to the speculate.
Don't mind him with his false hypothesis. You lie false hypothesis.
False hypothesis.
You are here. You are here.
I think Mike is right now. Mike is right.
No, you are here in Tennessee. You live in Tennessee. You live in Tennessee, right?
Yeah.
In Tennessee, there are places, person like me and you, if you go, they'll walk you out. You are not welcome. I'm using Tennessee because you live there.
What did you say now? You said, what did you say now? I didn't hear you.
They will politely tell you, you are not welcome here.
What did you say now? I didn't hear you. So repeat it.
Tennessee, the state that you lived in, there are places you walk in, they will tell you, you are not welcome here.
Say places I can go that they will not welcome me, or what do you say?
They will tell you, you are not welcome here.
That's not true.
All right. I go text one man an address. An address of a place. May you go. In my mind, I can take you maybe for the app. You live in capital where you did so Memphis.
Memphis, right? Let me tell you, Ovie.
Listen,
what you are saying. Hold on. What you are saying, there's element of truth there. There are some places, interior places, that I won't want to go because you cannot find.
I know they tell you the interior.
Where?
That's what I'm telling you now. That's what I'm telling you.
Which city? Tell me the city.
Allow me talk now, one man. That's why
Tell me the city.
I will text one man an address. You live in Memphis.
Uh-huh.
1 hour 25 minutes drive
Mm-hmm.
from Memphis
Mm.
to the place. So about 45 minutes drive from Memphisboro, where I was before.
Mm.
Okay. So before you
That's
talk about the talk conspiracy, now people, this country where me are now, now people get them. It's fun.
Do you know when was that? And when was the last time you were here? Or when was it you are referring to? What year? How many years ago?
4 years ago.
Do you know that everything has changed here now? You think it's the way you left it 4 years ago? Do you think the same way it is now?
Waiting change.
Waiting change.
Yeah.
Make it come see yourself.
Okay.
You think the way it was?
The question to VA, the question to VA is your war contest.
Ola, let me ask you one question. Your president, Tudo, your president.
Prime Minister. For prime the correction, Prime Minister. You don't use president.
Sorry, Prime Minister. Tell me how you become Prime Minister. Who elected him?
One man, where you dey? Can't move this platform on a beg.
No, be the majority they form government. What are you talking about? So what are you talking about?
Ola, hold on a bit. Ola, look at your screen now. Look at your screen.
I saw the screen.
I told you that there are two OVAs on this platform, and you can hear it in his voice. There's OVA and then there's OVA, you know. So this is OVA.
I'll give you assignment now. I'll give you assignment, Ola. The name of your prime minister, what will be the name?
Trudeau.
Who be the real Trudeau?
In Papa. So what are you talking about?
Now go and read about the Papa history and come back. I don't say you don't read that before, but go read that again with what I just said in mind and come back.
You know, we Canadians we read about the issue of our country before we become citizens. So don't even go there.
That's why I said I know you've read it. Listen, that's why I know you've read it before. But now go back and read it with what I just said in mind.
The worst selection is what I told you that is a false hypothesis. Look, you can have levels of democracy. You understand? Within the party, it's not as if Trudeau, please go. Who they do ballots? Who they say? What are you talking about?
Oh, all right. I don't know where we're going to with this. So let's just get back on track.
Ovie na one man brother now. So now so they do.
How do you mean? Ajale Koko? How is it my brother? Look at Ajale Koko. You want to put Igbo in my pocket, literally.
Somebody agree with my point now. You don't put that on screen. I don't disagree with it.
Which one?
I don't all these people I thought so. Moku na go really do research with all these questions in mind.
All right, thank you. You came to challenge on Islam. Now you are fighting for you are fighting Trudeau.
On a more serious note, Tinubu health is not to me. It's not his problem. It took get money to have to be worried about his health. Those kind of people know they kick them like that. So his problem now is more of made the bigger boys agree with him. That is health. Now they cause in health, not necessarily say they actually.
All right. Thank you, V. Let me acknowledge Charles's super chat. He says that's why Biafra wants to leave Nigeria because of the killings. Go into the nothingness, and Christians are killed. Every day in the North, I'm assuming, and I think the North should be their own country for peace. So thank you for the super chat, Charles. But Charles, you really shouldn't be super chatting. Just come on the screen. Save your money for girls. That is what you should be doing at your age. Yeah, where we has just spiraled us into confusion, but we were with in Simbidi, who was describing now.
You guys are just having a family meeting. I agree with each other. No. That's how I was.
So you came to play devil's advocate, Abby?
That's how I was. How would I go just the fear to actually go into that? These people say wicked love like these people. That's what I'm just
You
trying
see,
to say.
you guys are
We should
getting it
not put
wrong.
one over the other. That's our problem. We could do away with all of them if we can, which I
all
know
right.
is not possible.
All right. Thank you, V. Let's hear from Charles quickly, and then I'll put a final point to
Yeah.
in CBD, and then I'll move on. Yeah, Charles, you wanted
Here's
to
the thing.
say.
Here's again what the reason. Here's the truth. I know Jafar might not agree, but here's the truth. Christians, thousands are being killed in the north every day, and sad part, the people in the north the people. Why the people in the north don't stop the killing going on in the north? Christians been killed every day,
How do you know that?
Woman, that's the truth.
Don't say that's the truth. Don't say that's the
woman,
truth.
then why do
Don't say
the
that's
Igbo
the
want
because
Biafra?
that's the truth. It's not the answer
No, then
to
why the
questions.
Igbo want Biafra? Tell me why they want
Huh?
Biafra. Tell me. Because the people of the killings, woman. That's why the Igbo are top Nigeria don't want Biafra. Look at the Igbo people in my comment. Look at the Igbo in your comment. Look at them. They know the truth that they want Biafra because the killings going on. Because they feel like they're not safe, and that's the truth.
But why
look
would
at the
you
actor.
say?
Look at the Biafra actor. He was arrested for what? The actor was arrested for saying he was arrested
For incitement. For incitement, he was
No,
arrested
that's
for
false.
incitement.
This is the thing Nigeria make me angry when Nigeria does. No, why? It's not right.
What is not right?
No, why? And they complain why
No,
people
what
won't
is
be
not right?
This
No,
is the
don't.
reason why people won't be happy. This is the reason. The king
What's the reason?
left and white. What's going on in this country?
No. Where are you getting this from, Charles? And don't say I know the truth, or that is the truth. Where are you getting it from?
Why am they want to believe in? That's the truth. Most you don't believe the king's going on. Tell me, why do people want Biafra?
Why do people want Biafra? They want Biafra to form their own nation. They feel marginalized. They have been indoctrinated for what was six decades now, with them telling each other stories that are essentially fables. That is why I often challenge that space, some of the stories in that space. The narrative of that space is really what is propelling Biafra. Feeling.
Yeah, but that's it too. Do we want people want Biafra? The Igbos feel like people want Biafra. The Igbos feel like the sons are being killed and no one's speaking up. No one's speaking that people being killed.
What do you mean their sons are being killed? Who is killing their sons?
No, Christian being killed in Nigeria. Do you know why Nigeria has a bad image?
Do you know how many Muslims get killed?
Is the reason why Nigeria has a bad image in the world.
Sorry, Charles. Do you know how many Muslims get killed in the north every day by insurgents?
This is why the silent people are weak. They don't do anything about it. They know they get killed.
Do you listen? Do you listen? Do you know how many Muslims are killed in the north every day by insurgents? Do you know how many?
Charles, you see, it is true that Christians are killed in the north, but more Muslims are killed than the Christians. That's a fact.
How do you know?
That's false.
That's a fact, man.
How do you know from Tennessee? How do you know?
That is the report. That even Prophet, what is it called? This Papa Kuka, what is his name?
Reverend Father Kuka.
Reverend Father Kuka.
Bishop Kuka.
He mentioned it too when he was presenting his when he presented his case about the killing with to the U.S. Congress members. He mentioned it too. He said more Muslims are killed than the Christians.
Angelica, listen.
So, Igbo, why are you asking that? How do I know?
No, Angelica,
is that what Bishop Kuka said? We have the video.
That is what he said.
I will send the video to one man now.
No, Igbo, the thing is this, those people killing in the north, they don't care whether you are a Christian or you are a Muslim. They only care about their agenda. So they don't care. So even if you tell them you are Muslim, they can even tell you are a fake Muslim. So they kill everyone that stand against the agenda.
Yeah,
but just to you, Charles, Christians are being killed in the north for reasons of religion. There's no denying that. But the vast majority of the people that are being killed in the north are Muslims. Just like 10 to 1, 20 to 1, 100 to 1. Out of every one Christian that is killed by insurgents, you can count 50 Muslim bodies. So it's just that place is just it's just wild,
you. I agree
So
with you,
it's
but here's the
nothing.
truth.
Yeah,
And
but I
man,
won't say it's nothing to do with religion.
I agree,
But
here's
let's
the
not.
truth.
Yeah.
They notice the problem. They notice the problem. This is the reason why Nigeria has a bad image in the world. They're the reason. And in Compton land, my people are being raped and killed. My people are being raped.
What about the
The father
destruction
and
of
mother being
churches?
raped.
How many churches are
That
destroyed? How
breaks
many
my
mosques
heart.
are
That's
destroyed?
breaking my heart. You see my people being raped and killed.
Who are where are you getting this from? Okay, tell me where you do get this from, because I ask you all this.
That's the reason why the South are weak. The South is like chicken. They don't know the war is coming. They don't realize that the war is coming.
No. You see, Charles, the one thing we don't do on this platform is to chant mantra. This is not Radio Biafra. We don't chant mantra here, and we don't propagandize. We're
don't
not
listen. So when something
propagandize.
happens, don't tell me what I say.
No, don't chant mantra. Don't keep repeating the same things and then thinking it's going to be true because you're saying it again and again. No, address the question that is being put to you, Charles.
Yes.
Where are you getting these things from? This information. Don't say it's the truth. Don't say that. Where are you getting these things that you say from?
One man. Was it 1 million people killed in Biafran War? Where they were
Biafra War? What?
Where they were killed? Ask me the question. Where were 1 million people killed in Biafran War? Where they were killed? Ask that question.
What are you talking about? Biafra War?
Where were they killed?
What do you know about Biafra War? What are you talking about? Don't do this now. I told you. Look, I have told you, Charles, not to go to Radio Biafra anymore. Don't go there anymore.
People are being raped in Nigeria. What makes the issue of Nigeria? Okay, good clap for you, man. People being raped in Nigeria.
One man and Charles will kill us today.
You see, Charles will go to Radio Biafra. He will listen to all this propaganda that they chant all the time here, there, and it's just unfortunate that he's a young man and is impressionable. If they say radicalization, this is what radicalization means now.
This one Nigeria is the first
because
state.
Charles now he doesn't even know where Nigeria is on the map, and he's telling us that his people are being killed. And you can hear the passion in his voice. So it's unfortunate.
I'm saying it too. I'm telling people.
Charles, let me tell you something. I used to be like this during my undergraduate days, and I used to spend my money buying all this magazine, newspaper, and all those things, coupled with the story that all those our Yoruba Baba would tell us. But as I was growing up, I discovered that more than 90% of all those Baba stories were cooking up as what happened in the 60s were just mere fallacies and imaginations. See, what happened to Biafra, it was true. Biafra war was true.
I'll give my advice after all that.
But some people, they've now taken that in as tools, even those people that do not really understand that situation, they've escalated this thing unnecessarily based on false premises. So sometimes you may need to look at independent reports and those people that are just neutral people to read and take your decision. But if you are looking at those people that take sides, it becomes very dangerous. Honestly, I used to be like that even up to almost early 2000, for example. You understand? But the advent of internet gave me opportunity to now go into different sites like ResearchGate, all those things, to just have different opinion. But if you base this thing on sectional leaders, man, they will mistake you totally because they will always be
the only advice to Charles, don't stop going to Radio Biafra. Stop it.
Okay, so stop it.
So go to ResearchGate, go to Gate Store and look for materials there. You will find neutral mind, the academics that are trying to do research about what is happening. You will get better informed.
This is my advice. Charles. Charles, listen. See,
I am banning you from Radio Biafra, Charles. Do you understand? And if you go to Radio Biafra, I will know, and I will not be pleased. I am banning you from Radio Biafra.
This is my talking about. This is my small advice. Just be like me. Smoke Igbo so that they will say na Igbo na they talk.
This one. Ovie, stop it. This guy na young guy now.
Don't smoke Igbo. Don't smoke Igbo.
Jabaru, this guy here.
Ovie is the reason why you should not smoke Igbo.
Igbo smoke.
They don't dabaru his head already. You want
No,
scatter his
no,
head.
no,
What do
no,
you
They
do?
will
no.
just accuse Igbo saying that Igbo, so they will like say you are wrong. They will say that Igbo they talk.
But seriously, Charles, please don't allow
I
yourself
don't listen to where the guy.
don't allow yourself be radicalized.
I don't listen to where
You
the
know,
guy. I'm saying it too.
Nnamdi
I
Kanu,
just
please,
realized
Lord,
I'm
I'm
tired of people
proud.
being
I'm proud
killed.
of it.
you
Saying
know,
for
don't allow yourself be radicalized. You know,
Nope.
it
okay, but I
doesn't
don't live
serve.
in Nigeria.
Well, no, that's fair comment, but don't come and say that Christians are being killed
No,
to the
no,
exclusion of
no,
others,
because you guys
because
were
everybody's being killed in the north.
because you guys were
Oh my
attacking.
God.
You
On the
guys were
more
attacking
serious
Russian
note, on the
mind. You
more
like to
serious note,
attack.
one man. Do you know, we are all clamoring for change anyway, and I keep saying that the system will be disrupted. Those that came before us are kind of educated or too educated, kind of, and now those that are coming before us or those that will come later, the education system has been bastardized. And they only hear one language, and that's what you are saying. Go. So the time will come, they not go hear all this grammar where we
No,
try
no, no,
explain.
no. What we're saying with Charles is an Igbo young man who has grown up in America but wants to associate with his
Yes.
ancestry.
And you think it's
Hold
only
on,
one
hold
child
on,
out there?
hold on. I'm not saying there's only one Charles. Charles is a young Igbo boy who has grown up in America but wants to associate with his identity. So he goes on the internet to find that identity. But unfortunately, he has fallen into the clutches of the radicalized element of that identity, and he has gorged in excess on their propaganda, and he has now consumed it and owned it now. So here you have Charles, a young man we know, telling us his people. Who are his people? My people. They are doing this, that, and the other. He has no way of coming across this other than in the spaces that he goes to. So that is why I am banning him from Radio Biafra. You are banned from Radio Biafra, Charles, and you must not go there anymore.
One
You
man,
must not.
One
You
man.
must not
one
go there
man,
anymore.
one man,
You must
one
not.
man,
Nigeria
one
has
man,
never
one
changed.
man,
Ashas, let me recommend one book, and
one
that's the
man.
one book I believe up to date on. He said The Nigerian Civil War by John Doe Saint Germain. So that's the only his story, because I think that guy is a Frenchman. That's the story that he wrote that in, and everything that all these other generals were saying by part, all this kind of thing. To me, I don't. When I try to correlate with what I read from this guy, John Doe Saint Germain, I believe him more than all those people. So when you are listening to historians, be very careful of the background of those historians too and what he's trying to achieve. That's what I've learned over time. Otherwise, they will mislead you.
You
That's
don't
just
even
the
need
way I
to
see
go far.
it.
You don't even need to go far. Go and listen to Ufoma Odia Ufoma. It's an Edo man, but who is he was a secretary to Awolowo. Direct secretary to
Oh,
Awolowo.
I know that man. I know that man.
Go
Yeah.
listen to that guy on. He's always on AIT or this thing. That one will give you detail. He's an Edo man. He's from Ekpoma, so he has no interest. He has no interest. 70 something years old
All
now. So
right.
he has the archive of
Go,
details
go,
of how
go,
the
go run
politics
after
going on.
girls. That is what you should be doing, Charles. Go and run after girls.
No, I
That
don't
is
want to girls.
Don't
go and do
don't
that.
turn into R. Kelly, I beg
No,
you.
go run after
I
girls.
like one
You
man.
still, but don't go on Radio
Go and read
Biafra.
it. Go and read it.
Go run
One
after
man.
The
girls. Eh?
This guy is a Catholic. Oh, he's not
Eh?
raised like that.
Oh, all right, but I do
Yeah.
something. I just want to get him off that station because I feel that station could do him harm.
Go and
But
read the fatherless people, written by Dele Ugu.
all right. So
That's
book
that's
recommendations for you.
that's a
In
good one.
CBD, are you still with us? Oh, we've lost in CBD in the throes of it. Rational Mind, are you still with us? Okay, Rational Mind seems to
I'm
be
here.
otherwise.
I'm
So,
here.
all right. So we'll start to peter it off, but I'll just take your soundings now on Tinubu now with an ambulance aircraft taking him sneaking him back into Lagos, and he's still insisting he wants to be president. I mean, just the ridiculousness of it.
Well, sometimes I like the way you embellish things. Sometimes you make things sound like it's just too comical.
Well, no,
Anyway,
he didn't come out of the plane. They went to stamp him into the country on the plane, and then they put
wow,
a
that's what you
yeah,
meant.
just
Yeah, that's what we heard too. I mean, I heard that. I think I read that too on one of the news outlets. Anyway, so we were beginning to see 2023 loading. There's been speculation. Like, was it last week here? I was saying to you, they said he arrived, and then there were many videos online, and then suddenly we heard that no, it was the old videos. It wasn't him. It was one of the old videos he did in the past, and of returning back from Kano and all of that. So, but then was it at the beginning of this week? Sahara reporters were saying that we'll be coming to Nigeria briefly, and then we will disappear again. Coming of Jesus Christ now. So anyway, so now again finally came, and then after the speculation, and like we heard again, they said there were so many events that were planned for him, like some kind of rally for him, and then he could not even participate. No, that's all. This thing goes to tell us something, that if this man could not really participate in a rally that was supposed to hold for him yesterday when he arrived, and even was it tomorrow again? He said there's another rally, another event that was planned for him, and he said he has shown everything for now. So I was like wondering, is this man really fit? And even though he's fit, to me, I don't think that guy wants to contest, because that guy, I think he has. We're getting feedback to somebody here. Is it Jafar?
I think it's Jafar. It's usually from Jafar. Yeah. Yeah. Carry on.
So what I'm trying to say is that with this, the state of this man's health. I mean, like for me, I don't even think his health should even be a consideration for me. I even think he, as a person, I know. I mean, little that I know, when I came back from after so many years of traveling, I came to Nigeria back in around '99, when that democracy was. Because I left during Abacha's time. I was, in fact, let me not go into another states. Anyway, so
don't worry, Ovie, put Rational Minds down on your list of interviewees. We want to hear your story, Rational Mind, but not today.
All right. So anyway, so when I came back, and then it was 1999, they were swearing them in, and then, so what I'm trying to say is, I remember that time when Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State. In fact, I could not really say. I mean, Lagos was not developed during his time. All throughout when he was there, he only played politics. Politics of, okay, put my person there, come on my person, fight with his deputies, and use the his house of Lagos House of Rep to kind of like remove his deputy. I mean, he had two deputies that he removed twice. I mean, as far as I can remember, it was all politics. He fought with the federal government on the money for social money from the federal government, trying to bring some LCDA. It was just politics and politics. The only time Lagos started seeing a real transformation was when Fashola got in there, which people will say, oh, it was him that brought Fashola, blah, blah, blah. We know how that politics went. But then the point is, I mean, are we going to bring this same man who we know is a good politician, but a good politician to enriching himself and his cronies? That is all what he does. I mean, governing a space, I don't think that man is capable. They're just overblowing that guy. Look at what this man says. Is it Pella? Pella says we need strong institutions. I mean, he's a member of APC. I mean, he's saying that we need strong institutions, not just rallying over one personality. You see, so the point is, for me, I mean, I still have this vivid picture of what Tinubu did in Lagos when he was there, 99 to 2005 or 6 or whatever. I have those vivid pictures in my head of some of the chaos. I mean, I remember then we had this so-called fighting between.
It was Tinubu who brought Agbero to the street of Lagos.
That's what I'm talking about. So I mean, I remember all those times. I could remember. I mean, I still have this vivid. So all the time he was there, he was just playing politics of self-preservation, of maybe continuation of his tenure, elongating his tenure, bringing in people. I mean, Funshaw William tried. I mean, they killed the guy. I mean, it was just all politics of all centering around him. So is that the same person want to bring to national?
A lot of people forget that Funshaw Williams narrative.
So I mean, I'm not a person that
who killed Funshaw Williams.
Wow. Well, everybody keeps saying it. Well, we know it's all happened. It all happened we don't know that it all happened when he was there when the Fashola was about to. I think the contestation was between Fashola and what's it called and Funshaw Williams then, and it was claiming that Funshaw Williams was going to win that election for PDP. because Fusholi William, he's real Lagosian. So, I mean, people were routing for him that he's going to win. In fact, because of what Tinubu, his failure of governance in Lagos was why Fusholi William was going to win that election. It was glaring that Fusholi William was going to win that because all the time that Tinubu spent there was just rubbish he did. He played politics, bringing this kind of a different chairman and asking them to be, I remember I was in Apapa then, Muse that then we had Muse then as a chairman of Apapa local government. Then. All the politics they played in, I remember all those times. I had one of my cousins that was even a councillor under him. So what are we talking about? So I remember all these things. So what I'm trying to say is that he's not a good candidate to be a president of that country.
I agree with you 100%.
He's going to play politics all throughout. He's good at organizing.
But is that not what Buhari is doing also? Is Buhari not just there playing politics and doing nothing else?
We want something better now. We don't want another Buhari now. Tinubu is the Buhari continuation.
So what are we talking about? So, for me, I don't think that guy is qualified to be a president in any way. He's a good strategist when it comes to how to organize political parties and how to bring people together under one umbrella and, those kind of things, build a political empire. Well, it can be good in that, but when it comes to governance, Tinubu has nothing to deliver, has nothing to offer. Let's not delude ourselves. Let's not delude ourselves about that. This would be delusional for us to be thinking that Tinubu has the capacity to govern. He is good at organizing as an empire, a political empire, or whatever it is. But to rule, to govern the space, Tinubu does not have the capacity. Mentally, right now, in fact, he has this cognitive decline. It doesn't. If you see the way the man talks, it doesn't. So, are we going to bring another version of
that? Rational mind. That's a huge accusation.
It's a what?
That's a huge accusation. Mental decline.
Yeah, he has cognitive decline. His cognition is declining. Don't you see where he talks? What is the sign of cognitive decline? What's the sign of that, Jafar?
Cognitive decline. It's like you are just trying to diagnose somebody. Is
that what you're saying?
I'm just saying, no, I don't think, let's not go as far as questioning people's cognitive ability.
Yeah, well, for me, you see, we're talking about even the president one that is there doesn't have cognitive decline. Does he see where he talks? So the point, why does he have to go and get those injections that boost them up? We know what they do here. Some of the presidents here, even Trump when he was there, we know how many times he got those kind of shots to boost him up. So the point is this: we don't need people with old analog brains. We need people who are 21st century kind of people that are thinking. Have a global view.
But we are not ready.
Global view. That's kind of people we want.
That would be a people's president, but we are not ready.
Well, that's the problem with that country. That's the problem with that country. That country does not want to move forward because
that's the problem with us.
I'll say something to myself. If Nigeria voted either Tinubu or what's it called, Atiku, I'll just leave the political space. Just leave it entirely. I'll not speak to it anymore. That's what I've said to myself. If anything, that's just me.
But it's almost inevitable. It's almost inevitable.
That's why you're in Nigeria. You have no choice.
No, I'm telling you the truth. I will just totally forget the whole thing. Because, you see, you cannot save people that don't want to be saved. People that don't want to be saved. You cannot save them. There's nothing you can do.
It's a journey. It's no destination to die. You just keep going.
Going around in a circle. Like that we used to do, that Janglover that we used to do and going around in circles. That was for many years.
Do you understand that even though you think that you have, some answers, you are totally wrong in some quarters. In some quarters, you are totally wrong.
How?
That goes to everybody. That goes to every human. We don't know it all.
No, so that's why I agree with you on that. So
that's why it's not a destination. You have to just keep convincing people to agree with you, to disagree with you. It's a journey.
What I'm saying is
you get the country you want. That's why it is.
Get a country we want, the kind of people we have there that doesn't want to be saved.
No,
they don't think straight.
Rational man. Now me and you know
you cannot save people that don't want to be saved.
Rational man, why are you excluding yourself? That's the question I'm trying to. Yeah, why are you excluding yourself? It's us. Now we be Nigeria. Now we be the problem.
Us, whatever. The problem is still the problem. You always like to label that point that we us whatever. That's not really where the conversation is. The conversation is the real problem that we're contending. Yeah, I don't know. You always
No,
take us
but
down
who
some
is going to have
alleyway.
this conversation? Is it not us?
Are we not having it now?
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
but
but
then
why are we?
you try to
No,
narrate into
no,
some
we no.
funny.
When you include yourself from separate yourself from there, it's very hard for actually people to even want to listen to
I
you.
don't think
That's the
coming here
fact.
every day is separating yourself to address the matter. That's
No,
not
the word
separation.
see that's what I can say. The word to you, people listen. Say, oh, them, they. Like, I mean, whom are you addressing?
Hmm. Well,
Just include yourself so that people will follow you. People will actually see your reasoning. But if you just say
hmm.
somewhere and keep saying, that's why it's easy for people to say you now. We just there out there. I don't thought it's very easy. I see where they are coming from. And you understand because with the things that we exclude because even where we did and manage with the manage. That's a fact. Nobody way there outside the country will say yes. If to say that just because under the condition, now so we are also a victim of what we are, either a victim of our action or inaction.
We've said
Nigeria
that
is
before. We're all
yeah.
refugees in
So
one
we
way
are
or the other.
what I believe that this conversation we are having, I mean, this is new and okay, maybe we are in the time, not the age, but it can only get better from here. The country we want can only emerge like this. We might not be lucky enough to see, but guess what? We have to just keep going. Running away from it is not going to make anything because if you listen, these people where they misbehave now, I mean, I'm using the way they misbehave now. It was because those that actually understand what the nation state should be refused to go into it at the initial stage.
How can they go
You
in?
understand?
Well, listen, how can they go into it when the whole thing is rigged against them?
Why they no? When I'm listening to if you listen very if you look at the initial big if you listen against you now, it's a game where rational man. You know anywhere when person don't they chop, one person don't first don't reach there they chop. He will do everything or she can to
Are
make sure
you
people
are you
don't come
leading
in.
us down another cul-de-sac with
No,
you did this with really?
what I'm trying to say, those problems it don't happen already. Then what next? I won't just going
Ovie,
to say, okay, what next?
Ovie, what
Well,
rational mind, the point rational mind is trying to make, which somehow I tend to agree with him, was equally the same point that Ajani Koko made yesterday about leadership. Remember, most of these leaders, they graduated either from Barewa College from the north or they graduated from King College
And the
in
only problem I
Lagos.
get for not do that, yes.
Okay. So, but now when you see the leaders, what they did was to destroy the ladder that they used to climb.
Yeah,
If you see people like Amechi, people like these are student youth leaders,
yes,
by the way, during their period.
yeah,
But now we have a situation where uh, universities are on strike for years.
yes.
So everything is done in Nigeria is deliberate.
That has been my belief. So, but the question now is that what are we going to do about it?
We
Now,
have to organize. We must
now that
organize.
we know that that's the problem because now that it's pretty much obvious to everybody now that okay, that the
Yeah,
problem is that
shall I tell you what's going to happen? Because you're saying we have to organize, and what you're saying, Jafar. No, I'm not telling you what's going to happen. I'm telling you what I think, because of course I'm not uh, because you're saying we have to organize, Jafar, and this is the language that Ovie preaches all the time. But I don't really think that organizing will really be. What will happen is just nature will just phase these people out. So what? In another 20 years' time,
But
all of the names that we're
yeah,
contending with, they will not be in situation. So that then brings in a new paradigm.
no,
So
but
but they
just
could not
natural.
breed.
that's a
No,
problem. Rational mind, that's a
they will
problem.
breed the next one if we allow them. You
That
understand?
will be a problem.
One man. You know why they say the organizing no go work? Because it's as if you are trying to put time limits to it. You are trying to put time limit to it. There's
I'm
no
not
time
putting time
limit to it.
limit to it.
Yeah. So let's start.
well,
All
let
right.
me quickly address what is it Baker Ortiz is it Ortiz? Yeah, I think that was well. Really, I don't have the evidence to it, but you see, the thing is, the politics of what happened during that time. It points to either Tinubu or all those people walking around him, because immediately after Tinubu finished his tenure, one would assume that okay, since he did very well, I mean, they should have no problem bringing in somebody to replace him, whoever he puts down. But when Fuchsia Williams could not. Well, that's another story. We don't go into. So when Funsho Williams had to go to PDP and he cleans the ticket, we know all the politics that happened around that too. But then the thing is, he won the ticket of PDP, but it was seeming that it was going to be. If I don't as if it was seeming, because I know that because I was in the polity then, I wasn't really involved. But my cousin was a member of Tinubu's party. So what I'm trying to say is that Funsho Williams was seeming to be the next governor of Lagos State. Nobody even knew Fashola, if not because Tinubu brought him. So why would they kill him? That's the question. It's because they knew that guy would be the governor. He has the potential. In fact, he's likely to be the governor back then. But they had to do away with him so for him not to, because after him, there's no other person that could really fly that ticket for PDP. So I'm not saying he did it, and if it's possible, it could be him or those people around him who are working for him that did it. That's what I'm trying to say.
A lot of people were killed that period. Even Bolagi was gone at that time. Harry Marshall, from Rivers was. It was a period of assassination every now and then. It was crazy, and I think we are seeing that again now, coming in gradually from these two people that they just. Maybe they don't take down from our Eastern Quarter now. I'm not saying they are the one doing it, but yes, it's not that kind, thing we don't see now, killing themselves and all that. But one man to say they will face out, they know they face out, they bring themselves.
Well, we'll see how it plays out. But the one thing that I've just categorical on in Nigeria is that it has reached a crescendo now because they have pushed now to an awakening amongst the people.
And
so the people are waking up now, but then what do they do then when they fully wake up is the question.
I will credit that to the times we are in. Information everywhere now. You get phone, it just depends on your interest. So people are more aware, more enlightened. So the level of awareness is growing by the day, which is the problem they are facing actually.
And they are starting to squeeze them hard as well. If you look at how they just go and attack Buhari anytime it comes to London, and if you look at what they did to Ikeremadu when he went to Germany for the New Yam Festival, and if you look at NSAS, you see that the people are saying enough.
And just like when you are trying to say that they are bastardizing the system that brought him to power, the school system. So, which, as I said, not bad thing. But again, there's a flip out to it. When you bring a generation of people who all they know now, muje, as they always talk, let's go. It will work one way if we can coordinate those kind of people. But again, point to Japan is trying to make that Barewa College. That is the only problem I have with the Arewas. Barewa College has produced so many presidents that place should be like one of maybe like the Harvard, quote unquote. Now, if to say now one can't, but it's just one can, it speaks a lot. That's in Nigeria anyway. So those are the institutions.
You cannot blame anybody. It was done deliberately. Education was destroyed deliberately in Nigeria.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. Thank you. So let me go on to Ego as we start to round off. Ego, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Thank you, Ego. I thought we lost you for a moment. So just to that Tinubu space, you are a Lagosian and he is a Lagosian. So what are your thoughts on him? First, as Rational Mind described him, and more importantly, him sneaking back on air ambulance into Nigeria and being sneaked out of the airport, but still insisting he wants to be president. So to all of that, Ego.
To an extent, I will agree with Rational Mind when he said that the guy didn't really do much in Lagos. Not that he didn't really do. He did, but not really much, really, according to Rational Mind. So this level of the guy name everywhere that is one thing or the other sometimes really surprises a lot of Nigeria. I don't think that man can defeat Osibajo if they made an open ticket or an open vote. In the South, I don't think the man will win Osibajo.
He no go walk. He no go against the Papa. Is that loyal?
He go against him, or he's not the father of this country. He will go against him. Tinubu is not the father of country.
Professor, you say Tinubu na mumu when go just the power and they go like that without something where go take hold am back.
But Tinubu himself, yeah, he go nothing to hold him back. Nothing. Now
So,
people go decide his fate.
you don't hear
Tinubu
what
himself, the
wait, you
position
don't
of
hear what I can look all and it capor with that.
Nigeria is not issue of
Capor.
Capon
The
now.
man did not do anything
Nigeria,
for Lagos, but what he did was to build his own structure to be a power broker. That's what
So
he
is that the
did.
kind of person you want to have? You want to have a control over a country?
No, that is why they don't even want to give him the power. You know why I want him? Because him now, those force where don't they rule they come since. It go they are for my own just my own thinking. It go they are for them to just push him around like that. So we might kind of have a different thing. We don't know if it's going to be better or what, but we are going to have a different thing. That's the only thing I'm seeing. I'm not saying, oh, he's the Messiah. For sure, Tinubu is not the Messiah. He's just going to go empower himself more. So it's not the Messiah. You know, as far as I'm concerned, this group of crop of politicians that we have now self-made politicians. Oh, they made themselves. We didn't make them or any no them. So it would be very hard for any of them to come up and actually make any meaningful changes. Any
Oh,
of them, both the young ones among them and the older ones, they all have the same upbringing.
all right. So
well,
if
my position remain
yeah.
very clear. I believe more in Osibajo than Tinubu. If they say he will not give him chance because it's his son, that is his business. But I don't think Nigerians are ready for that. Nigerians, mostly with the
Don't you think you
situation.
are calling one
Oh,
person? You call
hold on,
Oshibanjo
Ovie.
and
Ovie, you
because
have
even
to let him.
Oshibanjo.
You have to let him run through, please.
He said
Igwe.
if I call one person, I call Osibajo. Listen, Nigerians believe that Osibajo and Tinubu are two different people. Don't just come and tell Nigeria that Tinubu and Osibajo are one person. Don't tell Nigerians that at all.
What are you
I agree with
placing?
you. I agree
What are
with
you
you. You said that.
placing what are you placing your belief in Oshibanjo on? Is it that little
I am
that
placing
cameo
my
that he
belief.
had?
I am placing my belief on Osibajo with the current situation and crisis of the country across the country. Looking into things, how things are today. Looking into where we are coming from. See, Tinubu has not gotten a clean sheet when it comes to leadership. Even if Osibajo, we know that not is as clean or whatever. See, the leadership we need today in Nigeria is a person who understands how to lead people, not somebody who just want
And
to
how
come
is that
there
Oshibanjo?
because, excuse
Oshibanjo
me,
has never led anybody. Who has he
I
ever
will
led?
tell you how is that to Osibajo. We don't want people that will just come that has no clean slate, that have been involved in several levels of corruption, and we are looking for a better country.
Is it that? Is it that 2 minutes?
We are the problems of ourselves.
Hold
We
on,
will come
Ego.
to the social media promoting
No,
a
no,
thief,
no. Don't worry about all
promoting
that.
a thief,
No, no.
and
Let me keep you with Oshibanjo. Is it that 2 minutes that he had when Buhari was in hospital that you are saying is a leader now? Because Buhari
no,
was in
it is
not
not.
for 2 minutes and they called him
It is
How
acting
not.
far you
president.
wish I need
It is
2 minutes?
not in 2 minutes. Not with regards to what he did when this man was not in power.
Look at
When you
that.
look
So
at
it's the two
leadership,
minutes.
when you
The two
look at,
minutes, Abi.
let me come now, Augusta, please.
Okay, sorry. Carry on.
When you look at people and their leadership style, when you look at the government of Buhari today, yes, we'll call him complicy, Osibajo. But when you look at the way he's playing his own card as a vice president, he's a accomplished gentleman. When Atiko was in power, he was fighting Obasanjo, opposing him every second. But when you look at Osibajo as he sat down there, he's a accomplished gentleman. He sits down, he listens, even when they are doing things in their and security council, wherever, national executive meeting, you will see the man will not talk, will be listening. And each time you see him speak, sometimes you will see some potentials of someone who has character. That is what you see in him. So if we come to the media space and will not look for some of the uncorrupt and the best mind we think to push forward, we come to the public and begin to hate Tinubu who has stolen all this Lagos and seized the whole Lagos as his own. We come here and begin to talk of Atiko who stole the whole money. Obasanjo said he stole the whole country. What are we doing to ourselves? We don't have anybody to call in this country. We need Wiki.
Ego, can you take a question?
Can I
We need
interject
Wiki.
1
I will
minute?
take a question. I'm coming. We need Wiki. We
Can
need
I
Autumn.
interject
We
1
need
minute?
Darius Ishaku. We need Fintiri. There are other people to call to be president of Nigeria. We should throw away Tinubu out of the bus and bring better people to this. They are leaders.
All right.
Fashola is there. He can lead us.
Fashola is where is he
He's
even?
there, he can lead us. He's there.
Igo, let Jafar put a question to you, and then Ajale Koko. So Jafar, put that question to Igo.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Ego, my question to you is, was Osibanjo not the Attorney General during the years of Tinubu as governor of Lagos State? So the question, so if Tinubu was that corrupt as you claim, what did Osibanjo at the chief prosecutor officer of Lagos State, what did he do to bring Tinubu to order?
An appointee, you wanted to go and jail his boss? Is that what you are telling me? Hey, Mr. Jafar, I'm answering you the question. Do you want an appointee to go and jail his boss?
No, it's the chief law officer. It's the chief law officer.
Anthony Malam May, Abubakar Malam May is a chief law officer in this country who went to the public space in Kebbi and said he's going to give for 1 million naira in their pocket. See, this country that we are, we need people that can lead us. Nobody thinks that they can pile weight anywhere across this country and carry them anywhere. It's
so you think
what we need is
can do
strong institutions. We need strong institutions.
We need institutions, yes.
Strong institutions.
We need leadership with institutions that can lead it. See, people should be used as an example in this country. Politicians, leaders should be used as an example. Entire family. Go and look at countries they grow. In China, when you mess up, they wipe you and your family, they raise your ass down. You will not see government money again. People must take example for our countries grew up and become country. When we begin to do this, and my brother, this and my sister, we need a Hausa, we need a Muslim, we need Christian, we need this. We will not go nowhere. We will make institutions be our priority in this country, that people be held accountable for nonsense. We should have a country of
Can I say something? Can I say something to
hold on, Ola. Okay. Ajale Koko wanted to put a position to Igbo, so Ajale Koko put that position to him.
Igbo, all this you are praising.
Ego, not Igbo.
Don't worry. This is Ajale Koko that renamed Hakeem Baba Ahmed Ali. Don't worry. Let him just call you whatever he likes. Carry on, Ajale Koko.
All these your praises of Oshibanjo, this Jibanjo, that. You didn't see anything wrong in what he did as Baba Oloja of Ojoyigbo, the distributor of 5,000, 10,000 naira.
That's the message they sent him now, guy. They sent him an errand.
They said,
okay, there's nothing wrong with There's nothing wrong with it.
You didn't see Errand boy president.
Professor of law. Going to market to distribute 5,000 and 10,000 naira to.
That is the message his boss sent him.
And after the election, we didn't see him do anything again. So you didn't see anything wrong in that. You didn't mention it. Then number two.
I didn't say anything wrong in that. I see that's an error. It's a lawyer boy to his boss, just as good luck is to Yaradua. Very gentleman. That was how I get to the presidency. The same thing Osibanjo is doing. Very gentleman, very loyal to his boss. So if they want a president tomorrow, they should give it to Yemi. That's my position.
When somebody that is part of the team that rocked this nation down, you still want that person to lead?
I don't think he's part of the team that rocked the nation down, because he doesn't make the decisions. If Osibanjo make the decisions in this country, excuse me, if he make decisions in this country, this country will not run down.
Hold on. Do you know one of his responsibility is the chairman of economic committee of this country, of that country?
Yes. I know, yes.
Do you know that, Ego?
Yes, I know.
So, by looking at that country on the economic front, so as the chairman leading the administration, to formulate the economy and everything they got to do, he rocked this country. He didn't do well on that. So you want that kind of person to
of what is going on in this country, you will know that man has never given a chance to even manage it.
We don't need any one of them. anybody that is connected to this administration or in this team of administration,
Meaning APC must go.
us take action.
We should have a focus. APC must go.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Whether they bring Jesus Christ back today, APC must go. We should have a position. If that's the
but
case.
you are promoting Oshibajo. Oshibajo is APC now.
My brother, why do we want to manage
any?
I'm promoting a southern leadership because I believe for equity purpose, the presidency should go to the south. Now my position, I support the southern governor. So I'm promoting a southern candidate. Look at you.
I'm suspecting Ajale Koko now. It's like Ajale Koko has some kind of political ambition.
We have a lot of people. We have a lot of people in the south that can do the job. Other than any one of these people. Let us start looking fishing for them.
Is there.
Ego. You are mentioning all these criminals. What is all this criminal going to do?
Yes,
they can't do anything good for that nation.
Yes, Wike is a criminal. You say yes, Wike is a criminal.
What did you say?
You said yes, Wike is a criminal. I don't want to cut you.
Yeah, that was not for you.
You said yes, Wike is a criminal.
Let's look for new team, gentlemen. Let us brainstorm and look and suggest new team for that nation. Not all these criminal. Not all these criminal.
You are the one pushing Tinubu for us now.
Me with Tinubu.
I agree with you. Ego,
me are not there. Me are not there for Tinubu. If I put mouth for Tinubu matter, you go hate them like hell. Now small irrational. Now small rational man mention.
Can I ask you a question? Ajale Koko. So, because Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala served under OBJ, for example, and other Goodluck Jonathan, and things went wrong. Now, if she comes out as a candidate now because she was part of Goodluck Jonathan government, so she's not qualified, right? Because if you use that basis,
she's not qualified. She's not qualified. She rocked the nation down, and I will tell you instances how she rocked the nation down. She's not qualified.
So
as if she has performed exemplary better under Jonathan. She messed up the economy too.
And plus that, Ajale Koko, Oshibanjo was the vice president. We seem to be forgetting this. When they were putting those posters on the wall all over the country in 2014 and 2019, two faces that they were asking you to vote to lead you, Oshibanjo, Buhari. They say vote these two people to lead you.
Oshibanjo
Buhari. So they voted for him. So why are they now trying to excuse him? That is not
Can I speak? I was trying to disagree with Ajale Koko. See, you can have someone
now as the manager of economy under Jonathan.
Wait now. Where is Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala today? And you think the world organization, the level of that people, they don't understand what failure means? International organization. See, we have to separate people from some things at times. The question is, if you pick Okonjo-Iweala now and you can pin corruption on her individually, it's totally different from what his boss forced her to do. Now, look at it from this angle. I started this example. When Okonjo-Iweala, when Oshibanjo was under Buhari as the Minister of Justice Commissioner in Lagos State, Attorney General of the state. Now, I heard that Jafar was saying that maybe he should have done something about Tinubu. How will he have even done something against someone that was under immunity? What will you do against that? So the structure, the mechanism we have in the country, we don't allow some things. The same way, when you come to this issue of Buhari and Oshibanjo, the mechanism in place, you have to look at the organization processes we have in our federal district. We not allow Oshibanjo to actually insubordinate his boss, so that he share the
insubordinated his boss.
So
and he faced the consequences.
Yeah,
So,
well,
wait,
that's fair enough, but at least he stood by the courage of his own conviction. Where is Ochebanjo's conviction?
The difference between that of Atiku and Obasanjo is because Atiku was over ambitious, not because he was doing that for the purpose of moving the country forward.
Whatever reason, the courage of his conviction is stood by it. Where is the courage of Oshibanjo's conviction?
Oshibanjo did something when his boss was away. I mentioned I keep repeating it.
That's 2 minutes, Abi.
He fired the DSS.
No, we know that. No, it's all right, Ola. We know that.
When he did where the boss come back, they remove all his aides and just put the yes boys under him. Now, what the danger there is this: all those yes boys, they can easily tell them to go and have the vice president. So this guy is human too. He has to use his head and would not just say anyhow there. So see, when we are looking at this, we have to look at the limitation.
If you are sitting in that presidential villa, you will understand where you are.
Exactly.
Are you sitting there, Ego?
You can just understand from outside.
Are you sitting there?
Hey, man, you want man to go when I was slide. You
go for president.
One man don't put it in
here.
Ego. You see there are many people who see they believe those 70 clowns called governor.
Which one?
The 70 governor said that they should listen to the 70 governor. Said the president.
My brother, everybody.
No.
Let me bust your bubble. Let me bust your bubble now. Why you say Katakara the PDP? Wike and Makinde are secretly working to be vice president.
One man, don't let Obi take us through that route, man.
No, don't take us down that road. Ego, please just ignore that because Obi is going to take us down some cul-de-sac that will have no meaning.
I'm trying to say those 17 governors say that.
Yes, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let it go round of his thoughts.
That's why.
Yeah.
Now,
we are going to open some area that's just going to. Yeah.
Now the point I'm trying to make is that the South, it will be better for us now. PDP, they're having a problem because they so much believe in Atiku in the past. Now, since this 17th central government pushed this resolution forward before these people, they are not confused. Now they are looking for who they will. That's why they sold the chairmanship. But when you look at PDP and APC with the southern candidates, you will know that it is somewhere in the side of the APC for the southern candidacy. It's somewhere in the side of the APC. So if the PDP they work well, before we can get maybe Wike, you want to put Wike as number one man. So what are we talking about here? So the fact is the fact. We that believe that if the power should go to the South for justice, we should clamor for any South, and I don't care whether an Igbo man, an Igbo man or Yoruba man or whatever.
But Osinbajo has not shown enough for anything, and that 2 minutes that he had. You know, it was what Maman Daura did that sacked him, not necessarily Osinbajo. Because
this man is a vice president. What do you want him to do? He doesn't speak. It is the president. Everything stopped. Do you think Osinbajo will go and speak when Buhari is there without the order of Buhari? So this man, and
is he able to influence the policy direction of the government?
He was supposed to be able, but he was silent. So there was no way he could do it because I generally believe that.
What purpose does it serve?
And the purpose it served was that they used them. They used the Malam. They used the what do you call it now to get there to achieve their position. If he's not serving any purpose, then he was used to get their position of the presidency. Why is it they are not serving any purpose? Do we keep him there as a Fiji or whatever? If he's not serving any purpose and is there, meaning it's a T-boy that is only being used to gather the vote.
So you want a T-boy?
Hold
on, Ola. You want a T-boy as the president, Igo?
I don't want a T-boy as the president. I know he will never be a T-boy if he's swearing in as the president. He's a T-boy because someone controls him. A professor under an O-level school start holder. How do you expect him to perform? Tell me.
We can't find the certificate.
So how do you expect him to perform? And you are telling me that the man has done anything wrong? Listen, if I'm in Oshibanjo's position, the man is not even quiet. If it's me, I will use rope to sew my mouth as ice water. What are you talking about? Somebody that they remove all his security from, do you want them to give him a automatic, what do you call it?
So if you are saying Ego, that the 8 years that Oshibajo would have served as the vice president of Nigeria, those 8 years would have been wasted years. How does that then recommend him to be president?
Yes, what recommend Oshibajo to be president is that Oshibajo, if you watch him, he can manage the diversity of this country. I'm telling you,
so?
He can. Why?
What example?
Why? Sometimes you should watch the speech that he's giving. In any privilege or opportunity is given to lecture or to speak, always listen to him carefully. See, if we give
Ego is funny.
Who is laughing? Who is laughing? Oh, you know how he's speaking. Speech. It is speech. What brought Barack to power? What brought Barack to power? Obama Nata. It is speech. Now speech, Oga. Now politics. Now talk. If you don't know, may you know. So it's speech.
Your speech show your capacity.
Thank you. So if you look at the way he talks, if you give this opportunity to campaign on his own ground, let us listen to him.
No, that is actually wrong. Your speech doesn't show your capacity.
Ego, you are talking as if you are not a Nigerian. You don't know that Nigerian government official.
Bring him on top.
Ego, can I make a statement? You see, that speech matter where they talk about Oshibajo, hey, the speech is good. Look, Nigerian government officials are very, very good in making good speech. Or writing, presenting very good.
I can't put it in the context. When I said speech, I'm not just saying it on blanket this thing, and I can give you examples. So when I said, when speech show your capacity, look at this Oshibajo, for example. When they asked him during the election the first time how they were going to tackle the electricity, he defined how they were going to supply electricity or the grid.
But forget that one. Why haven't they put that? Why haven't they put it into practice since they have been there for 6 years?
No.
Okay.
Please don't take us down that road because we know where you're going, Ola. It is.
You don't know where I'm going.
We do know where you are going. It's just going to be a long, winding road.
Okay.
It is the action.
What is Atiku done that qualify him to be president? What has Atiku done?
Well, Atiku certainly he has pedigree in business. So
pedigree? The money he looted in the custom office for what business?
There you are. There's some capacity to loot now. Not everybody was in customs now. So how come he was able to loot the most? But where I really wanted to go is that Buhari painted a pretty picture in 2014, talking about restructuring, talking about insecurity, giving us a roadmap. So anybody can speak, but it is the action. The Buhari that he sold us in 2014 is the diametric opposite of the Buhari that we have experienced since he came into power. So a pretty speech is not a pretty speech is a pretty speech,
Okay, one man, I won't even mention that. On this Oshibanjo that we are talking about, to know that he is incapacitated at this thing. Remember, there was a time, there was an important document to be signed, and it was the vice president that they took that document to Buhari sickbed in London to sign. So that is telling you what that man is facing there. So when you want to rope this man in, that you want to judge him by being the vice president of Buhari, we should not ignore the processes. The processes in that office is incapacitating this man after this man had initially displayed that capacity of assimilating all the Kaba in the actual rock. So if this man is the president on his own, he's a total person. For example, we can't
No. What has it demonstrated? You say he's facing challenges in his job, which is cannot surmount.
What
just
was
as
the
a vice
economic
president.
indices? What can you tell me the economic indices when this guy was away and this guy handled this thing for
What
about
are you
90
talking
days?
about? How long was Buhari away?
The thing changed within 2 months.
Within 2 months.
Yes, when Buhari was away in 2015,
like
including our
magic,
currency.
what you
said?
you
Even our dollar stabilized.
Hold on. You said you worked in banking. Is it 2 months that turns around an economic space? What did he do in 2 months?
You have short term and long term. You have short term and long term. The question is that in the short term, the market responded to this guy positively in the stability of a naira. Not only that, he started all those members in the Daura. Go and look at the injection into the economy just within that short period. Go and search it for
what injection into the economy?
You injected some money, and the dollar was
all right. Let's get back to Ego. Says thank you, Ola. Yes, let's get back to Ego. I don't know what.
So when we look at the way things are going in this country, it's high time we begin to select the right people and stop promoting thieves. This is my position. Buhari has not come to the office of the presidency with the intention of betraying Nigeria. Buhari was misled by the criminals he carries along himself. If they bring people for him, Buhari even on his own, at the time, he don't even know this boy he appointed. All these are Malam May handwork. Are you getting what I'm saying? An 80-year-old man, you must understand how he's thinking, regardless of anything. So this is why sometimes I say, my brothers, listen, this whole blame, we don't have to put it on this old man. We should put this whole blame on people like the FEMI ADESINA who come to the public space and tell us rubbish day and night. All this information minister or wherever, the Malam May who they use, the people around Buhari are the problems of this country. It's not the president. So this is my position. So let us go for Osibajo or Wike for president. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ego. Wike I can say, but I cannot really, in my own head, exonerate Osibajo from the Buhari regime, simply for the simple fact that the campaign was vote Osibajo Buhari, and that campaign was twice. So he cannot then say that vote me to govern you, and then exonerate himself when the governance. So I don't buy it, but Osibajo and Buhari to me tied together because that is just the ticket, But
for sure.
Agree. Even though I like Atiku, I'm beginning to suspect one man.
How do you mean?
You have a political ambition like Ajale Goku.
No. I don't have any political ambition. I have a preference for Atiku for the simple reason that out of all of them, he seems to be the one that is most capable, just from my own calculus. But I don't object to him. I have to say that,
My only point with Atiku is that his nationality. I mean, that's just the only thing I have.
Is a Cameroonian, Abi?
Well, he wasn't born in Nigeria. He wasn't born in Nigeria. That's just one fact.
Or you didn't see what Wike did in Rivers. Turn Rivers into London. Go to Rivers.
Rational man. What year was Atiku born?
Atiku was
born. Go to Rivers and see what's going on
because the Adamawa part of Cameroon joined Nigeria through the referendum.
What year?
It was in 1950.
He's not a Nigerian. Attorney General has said it.
I think 1956.
I mean, why are you people talking like this? That this guy is not a Nigerian?
I don't know.
The person that rose to the top level of custom and the vice president of Nigeria. Because this APC useless people are playing this thing and you people believe in it.
Okay. The person that brought this up was, first of all, Nnamdi Kanu during the election. It wasn't even the APC. It was Nnamdi Kanu that brought it up. He went and dug archive out. That was when
do you believe in Nnamdi Kanu? You believe in that crazy stuff he says?
Hold on. Now, would you hold on, please? Let me talk, please.
Okay, I'm listening.
So, Nnamdi Kanu brought it up first. But what you should understand is that even Baba Yabo, which is Obasanjo, in his book.
National man, you are bound for Radio Biafra. You are back on Radio Biafra.
Hold on. Even Obasanjo, when in his book, he said, in one part of his, in one page in his book, he says, he questions Atiku's origin. He says something about his origin is unclear. It's not too clear as to who he is and things like that. I mean, his personality and his origin and who he is, where he's from.
You know, Baba Yabo, if he said that in his book, he's talking nonsense, and he chooses him as his wife.
You might say saying nonsense. Hold on now. We cannot just criticize a person because he has some kind of himself has some kind of bad history or whatever. Let's just hold on to that. I will give you my facts. Now, I've dug into the archive. I've done the research. I don't want to mention because of that. It might read my identity because there's a place where I wrote an article to that effect. But let's just leave that. Now, having said that, and then Nnamdi Kanu talked about certain part of southwest part of Cameroon that later became part of Nigeria in 1956 or 52 or something like that through the referendum or plebiscite, which Malam May referred to recently.
1961.
Now, hold on. 1960 what?
61.
Oh, 1961 it joined. Okay. Anyway, so because I can't remember the date very well. But what I'm trying to say to you is this: that Atiku, when he was born in the Cameroonian part of what is now today Nigeria of Adamawa State. Nigerian part of Adamawa State.
So can I interject for you?
Hold on. Okay, go on, please, because I need to round up this talk because of my time.
The part Jada village where Atiku is born used to be part of northern Cameroon, which was a mandated territory. It used to be a trusteeship, trusteeship. From trusteeship, it moved to after the Second World War to a mandated territory.
Partitioning? Yeah.
It was mandated to the British, and the British colonized it. They didn't colonize it. I won't use the word colonization there. They administered the territory, the Northern Cameroon territory, as part of their Nigerian protectorate. The same thing they did with the Southern Cameroons, which was administered as part of the Eastern Nigerian territory. So during the plebiscite, the northern part of their territory voted to gain their independence October 1st, 1961, by joining the Federation of Nigeria, while the southern part voted to gain their independence by joining the Republic of Cameroon. So my question to you now is, do Nigerians still consider that territory as Nigeria or Cameroon? Because it was never administered as part of French Cameroon. It has always been administered from 1914 as part of the British.
I don't think you have the history right. I don't think you have the history.
That's a history. That's an accurate history.
Okay. Now, the side of that Cameroon you're talking about used to be part of the after the defeat of the Germans. During the partition, the rush for partition and everything. As history said, they had to split Cameroon into two parts. They gave one part to what's it called to the French
the British and the French.
Now, it used to be German territory before, if you know that.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
Adamawa State, that part of Adamawa State where he was born, used to be part of the German territory that was ruled by the Germans. When during the partitioning, they gave it to to the British. That part you're talking about, it was part of the French territory. The part you're talking about, southeast part, that was part of
it was not part of the French territory. British divided its own territory of Cameroon into two. The northern part, which was administered within the northern region, and the British southern Cameroon, which was administered within the eastern region. That's why they get this NCNC.
Okay.
Okay, so that two part was British divided it into two. So
Adamawa State, hold on. Are you saying Adamawa State used to be part of the northern region before? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
No. Maybe we need to go do more research on that. Because
I'm pretty sure about the research. Anybody can Google it.
I did my research, but I have to go look at my book again because I know I've written an article on that. But what I'm trying to tell you is this: that it wasn't if you look at it that way, going by what you're saying now, which you're giving me more thoughts on that, I have to reconsider that aspect, because if it was part of the territory that was administered by the British Empire then. I mean the British government then, and then it was used to be part of northern Nigeria then. Then it will mean that he was born a Nigerian. Because the amalgamation,
that's what it is. That's why I raised that issue.
So there you are. Article for president. Just give it up.
The amalgamation was in 1914. Brought all this protectorate, but then that part of Cameroon that you're talking about, which is now today Adamawa State, was not part of the amalgamation back then. It used to be part of Cameroon.
That
is
rational man. Let me just round it by telling you this. If it was already part of the French Cameroon, it should not have been subjected to any plebiscite. The two Cameroons that went through plebiscite was just for them to attain independence. They had two choices: attaining independence by joining the Federation of Nigeria or by joining the Republic of Cameroon. Those were the two British Cameroon territory administered by the British with their territory in Nigeria. Maybe you need to take a look on that
again. Okay, let me just raise my case on that. Maybe until when I do my research on that.
Man, I learned from Jafar Rational Mind.
So there you are. So well done, Jafar. So there you are. So Rational Mind just joined Ajan Lekoko and myself on the article train, because Ajan Lekoko is the driver of that article train and I am the conductor. So you can be a passenger.
Ajan Lekoko has taken a gunje. He's taking a gunje.
No, I'm not in the train. No, I don't want any one of them. I want something new for that country. Not Atiku. None of them. Not Tinubu. None of them.
I want somebody new too, but until we see that face, then I'll just.
Man, if you don't mind, let me just add something to Rational Mind. One mistake I made. Rational Mind, the northern part was not joined in 1914, so it was not part of the amalgamation. It was after the end of the First World War when they created the League of Nations. It was the League of Nations that divided the Cameroon, the German East territory. I hope that historical context could help.
The one point that we want to land on is that Atiku is a Nigerian. So
to me, it's a Nigerian. It's a Nigerian. Yes. I don't buy into
it's a Rational Mind sponsored by Buhari that is trying to.
It's a Cameroon. It's not a Nigeria.
The Rational Mind has its own flag too. It's only that.
Malam May said it is.
You see this bad belly politics that these politicians play against each other.
We're talking about
they're trying to remove his citizenship just to kick him out.
Go on, please. Go on.
No, carry on. Yeah.
If history does not prove that what I'm trying to say is right, if Jafar is right, well, I will concede on that, because what my view was that what I understand was that part of Cameroon that we're talking about that he is from used to be part of Cameroon. But they gave them the option of either they want to become part of Nigeria or they want to become part of Cameroon. And then when they opted to become part of Nigeria, because already then Nigeria has already been in existence. There's been a country that is called Nigeria already. So if they now join that union, part of the Nigeria Union, after that 1961, after they got their independence, like he said, I can't remember the year exactly, it means that he was not born a Nigerian. He only became a Nigerian by virtue of that referendum. Get it?
So you have to go and abridge that piece or book that you wrote, because
I'm about to revisit it then. Yeah,
the core essence of it. Then, you might want to, yes. You see, this is it, and you say you don't learn anything. Not you, but these are the things that we learn. So go on.
So Atiku is a Cameroonian by virtue of.
Look at that.
No, we don't have
by virtue of what, Igo?
We don't have another repeat of Buhari that went to give all
by virtue of the current state of Nigeria today, Atiku is a Cameroonian.
Why?
Malam May said it. Malam May said it openly. Buhari said it. Till today, he's still on the public space, in the media space.
Malam May says a lot of things. Malam May says he wants to declare martial law in Anambra State. This is what Malam May does.
What I don't understand is this: you took someone's land and the people there, even if the 1999 constitution is not stating that, what about the constitution we had before? That constitution recognized Atiku Abubakar as a citizen of Nigeria. And we should not forget that he was a VP then, and nobody raised this thing until it became an issue between Malam May that is vying for the position, that is eyeing the position of the presidency too, and his potential competitor. So I don't buy into all this Nigerian political
No, I buy into it. How do they push this girl out of the financial office when she jets out to London? I buy into it. You must look for a way. You must look for a way to destroy your opponent. That is politics.
I agree.
Don't tell me that Malam May is lying. I don't know what he's saying. I don't agree. Atiku is a Cameroonian.
Because Malam May said so.
Yes, he's not qualified to be a
because Malam May said so.
But we heard that he has UAE passport now. That's what they said. He has UAE passport.
Look at
who said that?
That is speculation. Speculation.
He has to prove all of this. He has to prove that he's not a.
He doesn't have to prove anything.
Why not?
What if I said you are an Iroko tree, that you are a talking Iroko tree? Do you have to prove that you are not a Iroko tree and a human being? You know? There are certain things that just too ridiculous.
UAE passport doesn't mean anything. You know what Okonjo Iweala did when he was coming? When he was coming to become the minister.
Ola. Look at what this one that is there right now. The one that is there that has affinity to his Nigerian family. We have a country whereby you're taking oil from the southeast or south. You've not really developed that space. You're taking the kind of railway down to what's it called, to Maradi or whatever in Niger and a different country. When your country infrastructure is in total mess, you know. So we need somebody that is pro Nigeria, that is not divided, that has this affinition for one other part that he.
No. I agree with you on legal matter. On moral. I agree with you on moral. But if there's no legal framework to stop him, there's nothing we can do. Okonjo Iweala dropped his green card to become the finance minister, and immediately he left that position. He resumed his American thing. So sometimes it does not really matter. We have situation whereby the former central bank governor in England was even a Canadian that went from Canada to become the central bank for
England. The way you're reasoning is different. You see, let me tell you something. Here in America, you can only become a president if you're a born American. You know Ted Cruz.
I agree. Yeah,
Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz was born in Canada. You know that?
Okay.
Yeah, but Atiku was born in Nigeria. We've just now established. So where is the
my point is this. The point I'm driving at is this: that high position can only be held by somebody who is a born Nigerian. Because of what we know is going on in international politics.
Which he is.
Rational mind. Talking on that space also, you have to be able to define what they mean by a born Nigerian or by a born American.
Okay. Let me give an example.
Does it mean absolutely that you need to be born on the soil of the United States? If that is the case,
that's the case of Ted Cruz.
John McCain was never born on the soil of the United States. If you are a child of a service member, you are an American.
That's a different thing.
Member, you are a diplomat. Those are exceptions. So we have to always be careful.
Of course, those have to be exceptions.
That's what I'm saying. You need to consider the context, because the one you're talking about, like if you are within any U.S. mission or embassy, it's like you're in America already. That's an American territory. So if anybody is born there within the premises or whatever, he's an American. That's the reasoning. So, but we're talking about here that somebody that was not even born in any way, his parents are not even serving, or maybe he was just born in a foreign country and he holds a foreign passport, and he comes to Nigeria. And by virtue of maybe his parents or whatever, he naturalized or whatever, or maybe he just naturalized like that. I mean, that's something to consider.
No, but he was born in Nigeria. His family from Nigeria, ancestrally Nigerian.
Well,
Atiku is a Nigerian.
As time goes on,
what is yet to be seen?
We shall find out now.
We're doing more. I'm going to do more research on
that. Should say I should go and update my what's it called, my article.
What are you trying to do?
I will do more. Don't worry.
Just the example that I just gave you. If I say you are
Wike is going to defeat Atiku hands down.
All right.
You don't know, Ego. The last time Atiku defeated him right in Port Harcourt there.
How do you mean?
Atiku defeated his own candidate. He supported Tambuwa for president.
Hey,
And
that was the
Atiku
last
defeated
time,
him.
not now. That time there was
Look,
no.
if Wike stand up for the position of president to contest for president against Atiku in primary, Atiku will defeat him. Right in Port Harcourt there.
No, it will not.
Oh, okay.
Not today. Not this today, South
You don't
Nigeria.
know that the structure
Not
of
this today,
PDP is
Southern
in the hand of
Nigeria.
Atiku. You don't know that the
Not
structure of PDP is
this
in the
today,
hand of
Southern
Atiku.
Nigeria. Okay, let's see.
You don't know. Wike is just only in that River State. He doesn't have the structure across the country. Atiku has the structure across the country. Atiku is the driver of that party. I'll let you know. And he invested financially more than any other person in that party.
What structure did he have across the country?
At this point we are, if Atiku
what structure did Atiku have around the country?
I can bet it.
I know Atiku has structure around the country, but just to what Ajale Koko was saying, actually in that PDP, the only real PDP person left in that party is Atiku. The only authentic, original PDP person left in that party is Atiku.
No, one man, you can't say the only.
No, there are more. There are more. There are more.
Who else is there? I mean that is relevant.
Daros Ishaku of Taraba.
Yeah, but that is not relevant.
You still have founding fathers of the party that are still there.
But that are relevant and current.
Oh yeah, they are all members of the board of trustees. These are powerful.
Come back.
And you can't say Atiku
Daros Ishaku is there. Bukola Saraki is there. How do you mean?
How can you be loyal and authentic to a party that you keep moving from one to the other?
God bless you.
That's it.
That's what I'm saying.
That's it.
Oh, who are you talking
about? But Jafar.
Yes,
you know why he moved out from the PDP then was the problem he had with Obasanjo.
OBJ.
With OBJ. And OBJ really want to kill him, you know.
Yes.
OBJ doesn't take chance. So if you mess
with
OBJ,
kill him, or you kill him politically. He killed him politically already.
I'm not saying that he really want to kill him physically, but he really want to crush his political career completely.
He did it. That's what I'm saying.
He did it.
Then he came back.
And he came back when OBJ is gone. When OBJ retired, say he doesn't want any party again. That is when
in 2011, he was the leader of the splinter group to go and form new PDP.
Yeah, so it was OBJ that caused his initial movement from PDP to that APC that Tinubu supported and they sponsor him for president. So, but if you want to really look at the history and look at the record, say on individual level, Atiku Abubakar invested more financially than any other person in that party, because after the death of Yaradua, he automatically assumed the leadership of Yaradua Group, and that was the driver. That was the driving force of that party.
Yeah, you are correct.
That party was formed. So he came back now. Since how many years back that he came back before he contested? Since then, he took over the structure again. Nobody, even Jonathan, cannot contest with him. Jonathan, as the former president, he doesn't have structure as Atiku.
When? Now or when?
Even now.
Ajale Koko, as an experienced politician, you know this thing very well, that it is not the structure you have on ground. It is the owner of the owners of Nigeria.
I'm talking about the party, not general election.
Say former president.
Not general election. I'm not talking about general election. I'm talking about the party structure.
Look, if the class of 1966 wants Jonathan there tomorrow, if Atiku like, let them. You know what they did to Atiku when he was trying to contest against Jonathan? They book all the hotel in Abuja that all Atiku delegates will not even get anywhere. So this guy, they know what to do to make sure they block him out.
Oh, you don't know. Look, now Jonathan is out of power.
I know.
Yes, but right
Jonathan
now
was not the one. Jonathan was not the.
Allowed to support you. Tinubu did the same thing to him in the Balogun when he defeated him to give him Buhari.
Exactly.
Okay, no, all the delegates were other currency. So
exactly.
No. Hold on. Look, when it comes to the party structure, PDP, as it is today, there is nobody that
Atiku. I agree with you.
beat Atiku. Nobody. The structure of that party is in his hand. Their political group in PDP is the strongest group and is the driving force of that party.
Ajale Koko, what I'm saying is this.
Oh, no, my Saraki.
Even despite all Atiku strength, if the owners of Nigeria don't want this guy there with all his strength, they will block him out. That's exactly what I'm telling you. Forget
in that
about
party, not in that party.
Can you name those owners of Nigeria? Because we hear this. Yeah.
IBB, Atiku Abubakar, OBJ. See, when you talk of class of 66, those are the brutal people that once they decide that this is where they want Nigeria to move forward to, they will do everything to make sure that
I think IBB already told us, now forget Atiku and Tinubu.
So
those two people will never see that power.
Look at what Obasanjo did to Atiku. How did Obasanjo finish Atiku's career? He broke PDN because he knew that all that was Atiku was using against him. He made sure that he brought Yadua out of that place, from the same carcass, to make sure they finish Atiku. They just say, okay, we brought your brother here, so what do you want again? At least this is the younger brother to the senior Yadua. So what will you do? The owner, the person that even made the movement for PDN. So these guys, they are politicians too. Anybody they don't want there that they think that is against their interest, they will make sure it's not there. Forget about all those promises that our OBJ said he forgave Atiku already. Forget. If others do not forgive him, they will still try, will not get there. So to me, Atiku should just go. My advice to him is this: the remaining money from what he stole, he should just go and enjoy it.
But you know, I think the powers that be, they do want Atiku. Because the body language of the politics that is coming out of Nigeria is pointing to Atiku.
I know. Truth or say we are all owner of Nigeria. I hear you. I understand what I'm saying. I'm talking hypothetically. So I'm not talking like a normal citizen in this thing. So the thing is this. We are the ones saying they want Atiku. We don't know until they start their political games. We don't know for now. The thing is this: Obasanjo may not be safe with Atiku, for example, just because of what he has done to him. And he may try. But look at this, the same Obasanjo we are talking about. They brought Atiku and Buhari together. Despite everything that Obasanjo said against Buhari, when he came to that, he said, no, he said, he said God will not forgive him if you overlook Atiku's corruption. So he just said, okay, Buhari will be okay, we fight corruption, but it's not good when it comes to economy, and he endorsed it. So that's just it. But by the time Buhari stepped in, who is also the person that knows how to play that political game, the guy just stand there, this thing. So whatever that is going to happen in 2023, never underrate those people that belongs to Buhari's caucus too. So if that Atiku will just go and march in there. I like Atiku personally, even though he's corrupt, but I don't give him a chance, honestly.
The only reason why I seem to favor that I'm saying that I favor Atiku is not necessarily because it's anything grand. It's really a process of elimination. So what I see realistically is either a Tinubu presidency or an Atiku presidency. So that is what I see realistically. But a Tinubu presidency comes with so many questions. his health be the primary one. So what I see with Tinubu is a likely Yadua, Good Luck Jonathan sort of narrative. So then we'll have, because if they bring Tinubu in, then just to keep him honest, they're going to make his vice an extremist like Buhari. So if we have a Good Luck Jonathan Yadua situation with Tinubu and one other, then we will just have another extremist like Buhari replace, you know. So I see that playing out. And then also, if Tinubu comes in, he's not going to probe these people. He's not going to make them sweat. But if Atiku comes in, not because he's honest, but he's coming from the opposition and he resents a lot of these people, so he will at least want to try and probe them and embarrass them and diminish. So it just weighs. And Atiku also is a sharp operator. So a lot of things, you know, that recommends that space over and above Tinubu, who is just, you know, I don't see, you know, that guy is just you know, if only we had a better Yoruba name than Tinubu, but we don't.
You know, you are a normal man. You are a normal man, and you are giving too much credit to this politician when it's come to credibility. That article will start probing who, even if
Atiku
Buhari,
will probe. Look, Atiku will probe. We all know that. Everybody probe.
if
it's coming from the opposition, he will probe. Maybe not. Is Buhari not probing?
If Buhari with his antecedents cannot even probe all these crooks that have already caged him. See, Buhari Atiku cannot finance his campaign alone. Let me just say that, because if he tries it, he's going to go bankrupt. Some people will bankroll him, and those people that will bankroll him, where will they get money? It's just like you are asking Obasanjo now to probe the death of Bola Ige. Do you think Obasanjo doesn't know who killed Bola Ige, for example?
Ola, how would you know? How would you say that he knows those that keep Bola Ige?
What?
How would you say that? Why would you say that?
Come on,
why would you say that?
Okay, the question is,
do you know that they brought intelligence officer, or what do they call them? This investigative officer from Scotland to come and investigate this.
And so what? This is all about
policy.
To
make it independent, that you know,
you can bring investigative officer from CIA and nothing will still happen in the government of Nigeria. Will not do anything. No, okay, look at they want to pick a back.
So you are saying that it's behind the killing, just like some Yoruba people have been saying.
He may not necessarily be the one behind the killing, but he may know those who killed, and that team may directly have something taking this thing. So I'm not talking. I'm just giving my opinion. I beg. We are online. The question is this. The question is this: he cannot say he doesn't know who killed him. It's just like you are saying Babangida doesn't know who killed Delegiwa. It's impossible. It's impossible. Now, so as the former Attorney General of the Federation, so nothing to trace. They can't even contact Google and all those things to find satellite images. See, let's forget about these things. It's like you are saying, okay, who killed Funsho Wile? You think they don't know? They know. They know. Who killed Agbayewa? See, this thing, people really know all these things, but they will, just because it's going to have implications or whosoever is occupying that seat. So please, see, don't ever believe that these people, they don't have such intelligence. So the thing is this: Atiku, no matter how ambitious he is, if the power that be wants him there, then he will be there. If they don't want him there, they will at the end of the day present the candidate they want here. They will have the two options, either this or that. They will present the candidate. If Atiku is there, he cannot do nada. Anything, he can't do anything to all those people. He cannot probe, as Buhari cannot probe Amechi, as he cannot probe all this. That's exactly what is going to happen. So, to me,
that is what will happen in your opinion. You
Jafar,
can't say,
sorry, I just want to say very quick.
Yeah,
Jafar, are you still there?
Yes.
So I want you to go reread that story you were bringing up. I don't want us to debate right now, but you have to go and reread it, because I know I did the research on that, but the way you're presenting the whole thing is even different from the way it actually is. You know, just to quickly put it to you there, Cameroon part was a see, let's put it this way. The whole of Cameroon was under the Germans. After the First World War, there was this. They defeated Germany in the war, and then they lost a lot of their territories. They had to share their territories among the other two world powers. Then that was the French and the English. And then the British, and so they gave one part of Cameroon to the British, and the other part of Cameroon to the French. Already Nigeria has already been which is like 1914. We all know that it became the amalgamated Nigeria, the southern part of Nigeria and the northern part. And at that time, this Cameroonian part that was given to the British to administer was not part of Nigeria. Now, when there was this scrambling and everything, let me use the scrambling, that's the scrambling too. When there was this fighting and everything for independence among different African states, now Cameroon, which is the other half of Cameroon, went on their own. They got an independence from the French in 1960 of January. And now the other half of Cameroon that is still under the British, mind you, was not part of Nigeria yet. Was not part of Nigeria. You need to understand that. Was not part of Nigeria. And then Nigeria on its own, that's another British territory that is on its own, different from the Cameroonian part of the British territory that was given to the British. Now, this man we're talking about was born in that territory. That was also part of Nigeria at that time. Now, when the other part of other half of Cameroon had their independence, that was when they started talking about they wanted to join either Nigeria or not. That other half of Cameroon that was shared among the two world powers then. And so they asked them, "What do you want to do?" The other southern part said they want to join the French part. The other part said they want to join Nigeria. That was after 1960. They did two referendums. The first one was to postpone the joining of either side, either Nigeria or either Cameroon itself. They postponed it. Now, there was another one that was held after 1960. That was 1961. That was already, Nigeria has already became a nation. They got their independence. Let's use the word the nation. They became an independent state from the British. Then that was one when they did the second plebiscite or the second referendum. They now opt to join. The northern part up to join the northern part of Nigeria, which is the southern part, which is part of Nigeria, and then the southern part up to join the French part. So the point is this: he was born not a Nigerian. This is very technical. You need to understand that very well.
So no. You are missing.
No. Let him report. You've put a position. Let him report it.
So let me contextualize it.
Okay.
You were right up to the extent when you came to the level of British Cameroon. Okay. I agree with you. After the First World War, the League of Nations divided all German ex-colonies, that is Cameroon, Togo, among West African Cameroon, and mostly Togo. So when they divided it, Cameroon was divided into two, with the French taking the larger part. Then the British section that the British took, they divided it into two because of their geographical location. One was the northern, where the one you call the Sardauna province was in the north, which is the present Adamawa and Taraba state of Nigeria. Then the southern Cameroon, which is their southwest and northwest region. The southwest and northwest region, British administer it as part of their Nigerian colony.
No. It was not. It was a separate
colony. Do you understand that during all the Macpherson conference, British Cameroonians were members of our legislation. They were even members of cabinet.
Yeah, they were. But that doesn't make them part of Nigeria.
They were not part of Nigeria, but Nigeria was not in existence until 1960 when we became independent.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm giving you from that point of view.
British colony.
Okay.
Before 1960, it was a British colony. So the
British was a British colony?
Administering the atrocity colony of Cameroon as part of their Nigeria.
No. You don't get this model up. You're getting the model up. That part of Cameroon today, which is, that Abadamawa state that once was one part of, used to be one Cameroon before they partitioned it.
No, they were not in Cameroon. After it was partitioned, after the First World War, Cameroon had its independence January 1st, 1960.
I know. What I'm saying is this. The part that we refer to as Adamawa State, Taraba State, all those parts, used to be part of Cameroon.
Part of German Cameroon.
Under the Germans.
German Cameroon, not French Cameroon.
Yeah, hold on. Under the Germans, yeah. It was.
Yeah, they were never part of the French.
Of course, they were not. They were not.
The British Cameroon.
Hold on. They were one Cameroon under Germans.
Yes.
And when they partitioned it, they broke it into two. The British was given one part, and then the French were given the other part.
Yes,
hold on. Already,
just if you give me a minute, let me clarify this. The one part that you say the British had their one part, the British equally divided their part into two. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
They divided their own part into two. The northern and the southern Cameroon.
Okay.
The northern was administered as part of northern region of Nigeria, while the southern was administered as part of the eastern region of Nigeria. They went to their National Assembly at Enugu. That's when they formed the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroon, NCNC.
Hold on. No, that's where you're mixing it up. They were never part of Nigeria. Now, this is it.
I didn't say they were part of Nigeria and rational because Nigeria as a sovereign nation came into effect from 1960.
Good.
Before 1960, it was still a British colony.
Good. So now you are agreeing with me now that he was not born a Nigerian because number one, listen, this is it. He was not born. I mean, that territory where he was officially became part of Nigeria in 1961.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when he was born under the Cameroonian.
Not under the Cameroonian, under the British.
The British Cameroon. Okay, fine. Yes. British Cameroon, whatever you call it. But that territory where he was born used to be one Cameroon before, with the Cameroonian, before it was partitioned. During this whole mess came about when these colonial masters they came and partitioned the whole thing. I'm telling you that. Hold on. This is argued in court. It's going to be based on technicalities. I know at the end of the day, it's going to be based on technicalities. But what I'm trying to tell you is this:
no, in court it will be very easy logic, because the Nigerian citizenship law is from 1960. That's what the Constitution said. So in court, all these technicality will not arise.
Say that again, please.
The Constitution of Nigeria recognizes citizenship from 1960. That's the effective date of birth of the Nigerian state.
Okay. So now, but when was he born? He was born before 1960.
Yeah.
Okay. So if he was born before 1960 and he was born in a territory that was known as Cameroon, I mean, it was never called Nigeria Cameroon. It was called Cameroonian part, the British colony of the Cameroon.
It was called British.
British so what I was talking about. So in his birth certificate,
because during the period he was born, there was nothing like the state of Cameroon. Cameroon achieved independence in 1960.
I know. We know that. What I'm trying to tell you is that he was not born as a Nigerian. He was born as a Cameroonian, but under the British part of Cameroon that was partitioned and was awarded to the Cameroon. I mean, to the British. That was given to the British. If the British has not come into the picture, it would have been one Cameroon. You might take note of that. It would have been one Cameroon. But because they partitioned it now, they gave it to the French. They gave another half to the British. Mind you, the British already have Nigerians on their own. They already have Nigeria as a whole, as their own colony before they were given. Before what's name was given to them, that Cameroonian part was given to them because of the defeat of the Germans. After the First World War. So what I'm trying to tell you is, technically, he was born a Cameroonian under the British colony.
No, Cameroon was not existing after the First World War. German Cameroon died.
Obasanjo was born as the Oduwa nation.
Hold on. We're not talking about that. Let's not bring that into this discussion.
That's what you are saying.
They refer to it as...
sometimes when it's detailed and technical like this, let them progress it. So carry on, gentlemen.
So what I'm trying to say is this. If you look at it, he was born a British Cameroon. Mind you, we're talking about British Cameroon. We're not talking about British Nigeria here. We're talking about British Cameroon territory.
No, the issue, the way you are getting it mixed up is that the British did not consider that as a colony. It was not a British colony. It had an international status. From the League of Nations, it was a trusteeship.
Okay.
The League of Nations mandated British to manage the affair of the Cameroon.
Oh, good.
So after the Second World War, what was it before? Listen. After the Second World War, with the formation of the United Nations, the status changed from trustee to mandated territory.
Okay.
So you have to understand the international
law
involved in it.
So what I'm saying to you is this: the territory was once what part was it part of Nigeria or was it part of Cameroon?
It was German Cameroon.
German Cameroon. Thank you. But then they give it to the British. Mind you, the British already have Nigeria of their own before they gave it to
other countries. So if the British could have loved, maybe they could have created a country, maybe Northern Cameroon country. They might give it any name, but they choose not to create a country because they were not allowed to do that by international law.
Listen. This is another point. Mind you, there were two plebiscite. There were two referendum. And when that referendum,
no, there was not one referendum.
No, there were two. There were two. Go check. I can give you the link here on the poll.
What is the first one? What year?
The first one. Let me give you here. Oh, sorry. Let me see. Sorry, I have to pull it up. There was one in 1959. I'm coming. 1959. Before, I think, a year before the independence.
So what was the question?
The question was that do they want to be part of Nigeria or they want to remain like that? I'll have to put the post in the description here for you.
Because the question in the 1961 where they have two options to attain their independence, they didn't give them any. The third option of creating a country of their own. They said the conditions were either they attain independence by joining Nigeria or by joining French Cameroon.
Okay, so the point I'm making here is this: in 1959, according to what it says here, I saw it a while ago, but I can't read. But 1959, a year before Nigerian independence, they were asked two questions: do you want to become part of Nigeria, or you want to be on your own? They said they want to be on their own for that time. They want to be on that. That's a few months before even Cameroon itself got independence from the other Cameroon got itself independence from the French, and so they now give them another. When Cameroon now went on their own, they now asked them again in 1960, around between 1960 and 1961. They now asked them, "Do you want to become part of Nigeria, or do you want to join Cameroon?" They said they want.
I don't understand what you mean by when Cameroon went on its own. Cameroon was never part of the French. Cameroon had nothing to do with
French Cameroon went on their own. They became independent in January 1960.
Yeah, so it has nothing to do with the British Cameroon.
Yeah. But I'm saying to you, there were two plebiscites that this northern part of Cameroon were, but northern part of Cameroon was asked. They were asked one. If you go to Wikipedia, maybe you might find it on Wikipedia. You see,
I will advise you not to actually. Wikipedia is not.
I know people will go with that line of. I know Wikipedia has its shortcomings, but I'm telling you,
it's not about shortcoming. It's not a scientific search engine.
Here we go again. It's not scientific. I hear you.
So everybody can post anything on Wikipedia. There is no peer review. That's the point I'm trying to make you.
Okay.
Information on Wikipedia have no peer review.
I agree with you. But I have, because some of my research on Wikipedia.
So I will be careful if I have to cite Wikipedia as my source.
Yeah, I understand. I get you. So far, from what I've seen so far, I've never seen anything online besides some of that one I've seen. But
there are a lot of books.
I know, but it's right now because of the expediency. I just want to bring up because I know I did a lot of extensive research on that before I come to that conclusion that this guy was not born a Nigerian. Because from what we're saying in here, that part of Cameroon was ceded to the British because of the defeat. Just try to tame the Germans so that they won't expand their territory more than what they did.
If you want more clarity, I could just, if you have time, go and read about the 1953 constitutional crisis.
Okay, maybe I'll do that too.
Of Nigeria, yeah.
My point is this: that Atiku was not born under the British Nigeria. He was born in the British Cameroon. That is the point.
Which was administered as a Nigerian by British. By
British. So is it part of Nigeria?
Not Nigeria and the Cameroons that they used to? Was that not the term at that time, Nigeria and the Cameroons?
Because it was administered by the British.
There was
they call it British. Please call it British Cameroon. You say what?
The political party NCNC had to do with that. So I personally would not say. I would not say Atiku is not a Nigerian. I would not
Atiku
say
is a Nigerian. Give it up.
because
Look at how these people are raising this whole thing up. I mean, like, I don't get it. I understand if people are.
I like the two of you, but one man is biased already. So
no, I'm not biased. What I was going to
man.
No,
Me, I
I'm
believe
not
Atiku is a
really an
Nigerian
Atiku
anyway.
man.
I believe
Just,
Atiku is Nigerian too.
no, I believe. But to clarify, I'm not really an Atiku man, but it's just my pick out of a bad bunch. But what I was going to say is an interesting debate between the two of you. I particularly enjoyed it. You know, fact for fact. This is what they say: statistics, and damned lies. So what has emerged out of this is that maybe both of you will need to go and clarify positions even more, and then we'll revisit this conversation again and nail it down if Atiku is actually a Nigerian or not. Because we cannot have a Cameroonian being president of Nigeria. We already have a foreigner in situation, so we don't want another foreigner, you know.
From Niger Republic.
Yeah, we don't want another.
Please, just give me a minute. Let me respond to someone that asked a question on the comment section.
Okay.
D-Money, the eastern part of Cameroon is what is referred to as the French Cameroon. The one that is closer to Cross River, Calabar, and when you come around Ekok area is the southern part of Cameroon, where the Bakassi Peninsula is located.
All right. And just on that Bakassi Peninsula, what are your thoughts on that? Because Ovie comes often to speak to that space. But what are your thoughts on the Bakassi Peninsula, Jafar? So we make that the last one, and then we will take closing remarks. So your thoughts on Bakassi Peninsula?
Based on international law, it belongs to Cameroon because the Cameroonian defense team were able to produce a German map that was the peninsula was part of German Cameroon. But however, like I said, Nigeria missed an opportunity because we were not serious about it. That's how we lose it.
Okay, hold on. Do you blame Obasanjo for it? Because
I do. For the most part, I blame Obasanjo because I think he was trying to be recognized as an international statesman. I think it has a lot to do with ego. Because for the most part, the people that live in this peninsula, I have been to that peninsula a couple of times. I've been there. For the most part, they are Ibibio people. They culturally, traditionally, they are more aligned to Nigeria than to the Cameroonians. Even their legal tender there is Naira. They don't even use the franc CFA.
All right. Okay. Interesting. All right. Thank you, everyone. So we seek to start rounding off here. And,
but Jafar, Nigeria already ceded that Bakassi to Cameroon before Obasanjo redeemed. So why do you want to?
I think that was under Abacha.
No.
No.
It was the Green Tree Agreement was signed by President Obasanjo. It was not Abacha. It was President Obasanjo.
Was it not even Gowon? Did it not even go as far back? It was Gowon that ceded it, not even Abacha.
Cameroon went to court, to the international court, and filed a case over the ownership of that land. The matter was settled out of court by the signing of the Green Tree Agreement between, I think it was President Clinton, Obasanjo, and President Paul Biya, if my memory don't fail me.
No, Jafar, it was not out of court. Cameroon actually won at the international court.
Cameroon won.
Okay.
So what do you want Obasanjo to do? The problem started during the Gowon time when Gowon ceded that. And it progresses on all to the time that Cameroon took us to court. Abacha was struggling with it. He didn't want the land to go, but Cameroon took them to court and they defeated Nigeria. They got judgment against Nigeria during Obasanjo civilian president. And what do you want him to do? He has to
So
comply by international law.
The point I'm trying to tell you is that apart from the court judgment, there were a negotiation about the, how do I put it, to
that was just boundary adjustment
of the boundary around the Gulf of Guinea, which included part of the Bakassi Peninsula right up to the north, the Chad Basin, all those areas. So there was a commission. There was actually a commission that sat down and agreed on the border. We even lose some territory to Cameroon too, mostly in the northern part of Nigeria, based on the agreement, based on the Green Tree Agreement.
All right. Thank you, Jafar. So we start to take closing remarks, and just a literal 1 minute. We go from Ola all the way through, and we land on Ajanle Koko. So Ola, kick it off with just that literal 1 minute. It's been interesting, gentlemen, but now we must depart. Ola, to you.
Yeah. So interesting. I learned a lot of history today, and but the thing I'm surprised here is that I'm seeing 9 thumb down. I think it shouldn't be there. It shouldn't be like that, because I think people are really learning here, and it should be thumb up, not thumb down. And I encourage people to subscribe because I learned it. Now, one thing I want to tell us Nigeria is this, in as much as I like people like Atiku and some old people like Tinubu too, and I don't believe it's all about youth, I think we should not write off those people that are experienced within the domain of the power equation, like people like Wike, people like Oshibajo, and I even think Rufai will even perform differently from Buhari. At least that's just my belief. So we shouldn't just write those people off, because their weight of experience will be needed. So bringing new set of people can even call even to misleading us. No, we need the mix of the old people and the current people. But when I say the mix of the old people and the current people, I mean the progressive among them. I'm not talking about the orc. Like people say that especially the middle class that are even sitting on the fence too, they should come in, because this thing affect them mostly. And I think that's the way we need to change everything and over time, so that we can eliminate the political career, those people that take politics at their career. So even though I don't believe in 2023 without fixing our constitution, but it is still an interesting debate to even talk about who is going to succeed the president in 2023, assuming President Buhari wants to go. So thank you, everyone. Hope to see you next time.
All right, thank you, Ola. Always a real delight. So in CBD, I suspect you have left us, but let me just start for reasons of in CBD. No, I think in CBD may well have left us. So Rational Mind, just still that theme of just a literal 1 minute. Your thoughts?
Yeah. Thank you so much, one man. I know you're doing a very good job. If I had a great one, I would say creating a platform for all of us to come express our minds and how we see things and all of that. I must thank you for that. And I know our viewers, those who are in the background chatting and commenting, as the case may be, thank you too for being our listeners, and to all other people too. Yes, we know, like I said yesterday, we have just two poles in that country. We know it's usually north versus south, or as the case may be. But in this sense, we have those who are for the 2023, who wants to renew the 1999 Constitution again, and for those who want to secede. We've been talking about referendum, plebiscite. It has always been part of the history in Africa that some countries choose to become, or some part of Africa choose to become another part of other African countries. But sometimes you wonder when we have a president as clueless as the one we have there right now, that is saying Nigeria is non-negotiable. But if we forget to understand history, that in history there has been negotiations made by people of different tribes and of certain region wanting to join or not to join. So it's up to people to decide if they want to be part of a union or not. You can't laud it or you can't force it on them to join. I mean, history is there in print that everybody can read and see for themselves that there's nothing that is done deal. Everybody can still renegotiate. And so, except that country is being renegotiated again, if they go on with this, their 2023 election, I think it's going to be disastrous at the long run. So my point is that negotiation should still be on the table for every one of us. If that is taken out of the table, I mean, we're heading for anarchy, we're heading for disaster. And that is what I see will happen eventually. Thank you so very much.
All right, thank you. Rational Mind, especially for the latter half, which was quite illuminating. I enjoyed your conversation with Jafar. So, Ovie, to you. Okay.
Well, that was a good one between Rational Mind and Jafar and Atiku on the background. He'll be smiling. But let's not forget, it's not just about the South alone. I think as it stands today, I see Rufai as the number one candidate to be president. As I keep saying, is the prodigal son, is the anointed prince. I still stand by that. As we speak today, Team Rufai, Mona conjure me more to go. On that, I say,
they don't send the dollars at Ovie.
I just move towards that. I'm waiting for it too.
Make sure you collect the dollars first,
okay.
Look at Ovie,
You join me.
You look at that. But all right, thank you, Ovie. So a real delight. So now to you, Ego, your thoughts. Have we lost you, Ego? All right. Thank you for joining us anyway, Ego. So now, Ajanle Koko, the floor is yours. Just take it home for us. Ajanle Koko, ladies and gentlemen.
I want to thank everybody that came on the platform today to express their thought and express their opinion on the talking point. I came late, so I couldn't participate in the talking point, but the one I met, I really enjoyed it, particularly the discussion on the bad place of Atiku, that Rational Mind and Jafar, make I mean, both of them really informed us a lot of information. They gave us a lot of information that we didn't know about Atiku Abubakar. So maybe next time they will bring more facts to present to us about the Atiku Abubakar, because it is very important to have a president that will be loyal to the country, patriotic to his country, and love his country. So the next president, if Atiku is going to be the next president, we should be confident that we have a president who is a real Nigerian, who can reason with us, who can believe in that country, Nigeria, and who can commit all his energy for the development and progress of that country. So, other than that, I would like to thank everybody listening to this platform in any part of the world that you are. Share and like and subscribe, and press the red button, and so that anytime Woman Went to Mo is going on live, you can get notified. And to those guys that behind the scene, chatting and you are the strength of the platform. Without you behind the scene, who we will be talking to? You are doing great job, and you encourage us to come on this platform every day. I'd like to thank those other guys, particularly our brother Alexander Gomez and others for their super chat all the time. Uh, it's a wonderful platform, educative, informative. One man has really brought the world together here. I mean, he has brought Nigerians together on this platform. It's a full Nigerian platform. Yoruba is here, Igbo is here, Hausa man is here, the Delta man is there. Everybody is here. All Nigerians are complete on this platform. So this is a true Nigerian platform, and I believe that it's going to go a long way in, continue to inform Nigerians, and I see some reward for it. For one man is coming and shall come very soon, and we shall all celebrate it. So, one man is another day. Thank you. Tomorrow.
Why were you late, Ajale Koko? Everybody was bullying me that what happened. Eh? You said they started to leave the platform. Now, if Ajale Koko is not here, then we are leaving. Eh?
Saturday is always a busy day for me. So
all right.
if you notice, last week and every Saturday is always my busy day. So
all right. This is just to indicate that nobody is obliged to be here. Even Ajale Koko, a real stalwart of the platform, he has a life too. He's just that he enjoys the company. That's just and we enjoy his company too. But always a delight, late or not, always a delight in your company. So thank you, Ajale Koko. We reconvene for next time. So thank you. So that has been the session. We've managed to keep it under 6 hours today, which pleases me. Maybe we'll even try to keep it under 5 hours going forward and make it a more reasonable thing. You see, the reason why I push that time thing, just to get the timing right, is that this thing, it runs in two phases. So we have the live sessions, which is when we all congregate. So that is one viewing. But then you have the watch back, which is another set of viewing. So there are two sets of viewings for the platform, the live streaming and then the watch back. But then when people are scrolling through YouTube to see what they are going to entertain themselves with, how many people is going to click on a video that says 7 hours? Nobody is going to do that. So that is just why I try to condense the time so that we can get that watch back. And from that watch back, we get even more traffic. It's just really to propel the channel. So we leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section. But here, I say, peace.